of the abducted staff, and the abductors are yet to contact INEC for any kind of information as to the abduction of the staff. Look at what we're getting. INEC, if you put up the statement on television, my producer, so our viewers can get a sense of what is happening in Bayelsa State. Of course, INEC has released this statement and signed by the HOD Voter Education and Publicity for the INEC Rec in Bayelsa State. And of course, what we are hearing is that yesterday that there was a boat mishap, which confirmed that it was carrying election personnel to registration area 17 in Kuluhama in southern Ijo, LGA. The boat capsized, and it says that fortunately no life was lost in that accident. And election personnel, numbering about 12 of them, and the boat operator were rescued successfully. But results were sheets have been lost. Power banks and luggage containing personnel or election of officials were lost in that also. And the total number of voters in the affected registration areas are 5,368, and the number of PVCs collected in that area is 5,311. And it says either making efforts to ensure the conduct of election in the affected area. They also had informed us what I was asking Mr. Joshek earlier, that the SPU assigned to registration area 06 in Osioma in Sagbama, LGA, was abducted while waiting to board a boat at Amasoma Jetty. The security agencies have been notified. This is an issue that we're contending with. But now this kind of situation, INEC says that 5,311 in contention, they will sort it out. But this is the accident that caused this issue. They've lost result, they've lost power banks. Is it a setback, and how can they quickly recover?
Well, I think INEC should be able to have planned out for eventualities of this nature. Unfortunately, how they are able to come back quickly will be important. But I know that they will, since fortunately for us, no lives were lost, and all the 12, including the operator of were rescued. The materials, power banks, there are always more than enough power banks. They should have more than enough power banks. And that is the confidence with which that statement is being made, that they will be able to quickly get back. But I think, Sheung, that the challenge for interagency consultative committee on election security is what everybody brings into that basket. Otherwise, it will have just been the lead agency that will be driving all of this. So where you have the DSS, for instance, what I think that means is that intelligence, the capacity to bring intelligence into the basket. You have all these people who play in the intelligence, the military, so if we have coordination, I think that there were early warning signs and signals that had gone out before this election. The risk, the risk warnings that had been put out by both civil society and others, and including that of the security agencies, should put us in a place where we can be proactive in this kind of situations. It shouldn't really take time now to be able to find that official who is, because this boasts about 20,000 deployment, 11,000 from this and that. It must mean something for Nigerian people, that as soon as these kind of situations arise, we shouldn't have a press statement that explains it away. We should now be able to say work has gone into ensuring that particular official, because all of this is targeted at lowering morale, both for the INEC officials to feel psychological, because it's a psychological violence.
It's a setback.
No, violence first and foremost.
Yeah, psychological drop.
Yes, there's a psychological siege. There's a siege mentality that is being weaved around that. And part of the work of the security is to diffuse that siege and make sure through confidence-building effort. And part of the confidence-building effort is that, yes, this guy was adopted and we have rescued him. So to explain it away, does not, at this material time, cut the chase for me in terms of how we should respond to this. nobody that is going into this election that didn't know that these states are testy states security-wise in terms of what we are expecting. And the signal is coming out from Bayelsa and yesterday. So I think that at the end of the day, there has to be value for. And you know, Shehu, we've talked about this is the first time we are doing this in this studio. We should be on ground there,
right there in the
middle of this. We should be putting value for money. If you deployed 20,000 people, if you deployed 40,000 people, if you deployed gunboats, if you deployed helicopters and the rest of them, what are the value of those things if at the end of the day we cannot have this? You may not be able to prevent this from happening, but all of this must mean that all this deployment,
the response time,
must help us to do something. If it doesn't, I just don't.
So let's say, I mean, 5,311 votes. That is the vote in contention in that.
No, that has been said.
It's going to be taken care of.
INEC said elections we hold in those places. For it to say so, it means that for INEC to say so, it means that they can do a backup.
There's a recovery plan.
There's a recovery plan, and there should be a recovery plan.
But look at it. Yanagwa is one local government, 8 local government in the whole of Bayelsa State. Of course, you can know that these are the collected PVCs. These are the figures that you need to put your mind to as far as what votes are up for grabs. So Yanagwa is leading in terms of the number of votes that we can lay our hands on, and the politicians will be looking at and calculating. Southern Niger, which of course is the 5,000 votes that the result that would capsize. Of course, INEC says it will make sure that something is done. Sagbama follows in that order. Ekeremo, Ogbia, Nembe, Bras, Kolokuma, Opokuma, local government areas. These are how things are flowing. But if you look into Imo State, for example, these are the number of permanent voters cards that are being collected, and these are how these local government, the numbers they have. Of course, Imbitoli has the highest in terms of the permanent voters card that have been collected, followed by Owerri West, Owerri North, Owerri Municipal. These are local government areas in the city center, the state capital of Imo State. But let's look at what we have in Kogi State, and let's tell you the registered voters, and of course the PVCs collected in Kogi State. Dekina is where you also need to pay attention to. The votes there matter. They are more because the PVC collected in Dekina is the highest. Is about 18,400. Is 184,264. That is huge. Anybody who gets 150,000, 100,000 in that state is looking good. Angpa local government areas, unfortunately, these are areas that have been designated as hotbed for this election in that state in terms of security. Okene, Lokoja, these are local government with the highest voting population in terms of the PVC that have been collected, followed by Adavi, Olamabolo, Ofu, Ajaokuta, okay, in that order, and of course, we have them in that order. So this is what we have. Of course, let's get some views from the field from my colleagues who are covering for us. Kela Megwa is standing by to give us an update of what is going on in Owerri. Kela, what can you tell us now?
Cast your vote today?
Definitely, I will. Definitely, against all odds, I will. So, it's my civic.
There are people that are saying that they're a little afraid of the security in the place. How do you feel about that?
For me, insecurity is human-made, right? If the atmosphere is clear, I'm going to vote. Even if it's not clear, I'll try to vote. And I know it's beyond me, then I can stay put. Okay. My polling unit is just a distance from here. And I'm preparing to walk down there right now. That's why you see me outside. INEC should redeem its image. INEC has a tattered image. They should redeem it by making sure this election is free and fair. That is what we want. We want democracy. INEC should not kill democracy. It's not enough. It's not enough to, after doing election, then you go to get a result from a court. So if we are going to get a result from court, there's no need for INEC. Then they should scrap INEC. What?
Security operators.
Even the security men, they should be up and doing. They should be neutral. They should be neutral because any party that wins the election, they will still work with the party. Do you understand? They are for Nigerians, so they shouldn't be biased. The security agency shouldn't be biased.
I'll vote.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong in voting?
Nothing at all.
Yes, I'll vote. It's my right. I have to do it.
Of course. Is anyone else here that's going to vote? Everybody? You will not vote, sir. Why? What's going on? Oh, you didn't trust it the last time. Okay, but madam, are you voting today? You're voting. All right, good luck.
Okay.
Bye.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you voting this morning?
Yes, I'm going to the voting, ma'am.
That's where you're headed now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
So nothing will stop you today?
Nothing now. Nothing.
What about all this security talk?
No, we have almost security for here. At least government provide more security for people. At least that will help us to do the election very well.
Where's your polling unit?
Thank you, morning.
Good morning. We are at the Fire Service Junction in Imo East Senatorial District, Owerri Municipal. And we've seen quite a lot of things go on this morning. We're able to speak to at least one person who was willing to tell us that he was actually standing in front of his house and waiting to go cast his vote this morning. Oh, good morning.
Kela Megwa in Owerri Municipal in Imo State, where one of the local governments in the capital, in the capital of Imo State, in Owerri, of course. We can also let you know what is happening in Lokoja. You see the preparations ahead of the start of the exercise. We know that officially polls are supposed to commence at 8:30 a.m. according to INEC guidelines for this election. Polls start at 8:30 a.m. and is expected to end at 2:30 a.m. at 2:30 p.m. But it's also dependent on the fact that should there be anyone on the queue at 2:30 p.m., they will be allowed to vote until the last person votes who has joined the queue before 2:30. They will be allowed to vote. That is what the rules and the guidelines of INEC says. 8:30 a.m. and is voting accreditation and voting simultaneously. That is what INEC has put forward as a rule for the election. Of course, the use of beavers for voter identification, authentication of voter, and of course, it also has resident on that device, a register for that polling unit, which is linked to the polling unit. And so you cannot even take the beavers outside of the polling unit because it has been linked to that polling unit. And of course, you get accredited, you get your name marked, then you go and vote. That is what the exercise will look like. But let's tell you what is happening in Lokoja, where we're seeing some preparations, of course, where INEC officials are getting set and moving to their positions for this election. These are crucial moments. In another few minutes or so, the exercise will begin in earnest, and we can call to say voting has commenced. But for now, the preparations. This is Lokoja. Some of the images that you can see right there on your screen, and you can see this is a major rack center in Lokoja, within the capital city, and you can see ad hoc officials are getting ready in their paraphernalias and in the materials that they have with them. In all of this, one thing that is paramount on their mind is how quickly they can get to their polling unit. Usually, the polling units are not supposed to be more than 1 or 2 kilometers away from the rack center, because the rack centers are the middle point between the local government and the polling unit. So allow you to disaggregate the population and the distribution effort. That is the reason for the rack centers. So some of the things that you heard from Owerri, for example, my colleague Kela Megwa there, asking people if anything was going to stop them, asking them whether they're resolute in voting. But it looks like they are very anxious and very excited to vote.
Well, we've seen this quite a lot of times, where what's on ground is different from what is being felt outside, where people will say, oh, nobody will come out for this election, like we've predicted, there'll be voter apathy and all of those kind of things. And then you get to the place and you find excitement. The people themselves are ready to, come out and vote in spite of whatever challenges there are. An election is not, like I keep saying, it's not a church service. That is conducted with routine and rituals. It is a competitive enterprise that has push and shove in different places. And so the governorship elections are more, subnational in its context. And so the people themselves see a connection to that election that they will even see with the general election. And that is why many times that governorship elections are more contentious, really, than, the general election, because now this is us and you. But I also feel some sense of anticlimax in this election, where all the predictions of Armageddon will not happen, because the people also are conscious and are in their need of, peace. So that is why you saw from Owerri, people are saying, look, we're going to go and vote, in spite of whatever challenges. And
we're seeing some of the footage there. I don't know why we can see them right on the screen for our viewers. Of course, if you roll back those footage from Owerri for people to see what exactly is going on, you can see there is you see people, the elderly, we can see them, and how they're setting up their cubicles, because those are cubicles that where people, the voters, will enter into to cast their ballot.
You've almost become a professor of elections. So
and almost can predict what is going on. And
yes. So, but these opening periods are very important, because the punctuality index for election has more to do with how timely, all of this, and that's why there is a holding place. That holding place you call rack centers, where people now go to sleep, and then they can get out of that place to go and perform this. And what has happened is that because of the advocacy that we have put on the ground, we are not going to see much passed by the security agencies this morning. From what these footages that we are seeing, materials have been already escorted to the polling unit. But it's too early to make a call on opening of polls, yes, what percentages it is in different states. But what is cheerful is from the footage that you are showing, we are seeing that the officials are getting to. But these are city centers. And you know that where the challenge is
in the interior
are the rural backwater
areas,
communities,
yes,
where the infrastructure challenges of roads, connections in riverine places where you have seen that we will be requiring boats, and some of those challenges. And we hope, like we have also said, that the transport vendors are up to the task, because they play many times when in commentaries like this, you see that the attention is focused on INEC. But the challenge is that there are many people who play. If polls don't open on time, you also have the transport vendors who many times, like are paid upfront. And in this particular case, many times they are paid 100%. They can wake up and tell you that the battery...
It happened 2023
No, it just happened every
time.
So,
on the day of election in the morning,
yes, you
just wouldn't find
them. So, but we are hoping that all of those things, yes, that the kind of advocacy that we have put on this, that they will be responsible.
Mr. Joshua,
and that
give us an understanding of the role of security agents, because a lot of people do not know that some officials are not supposed to carry arms, bear arms, within a certain perimeter. But there are those who will carry arms outside of the perimeter. Put us through what we're supposed to be saying. For example, in those footage that you're seeing right there on the screen, where do we find a police officer? When anything goes wrong, what are the standard operating procedures?
Yeah, the standard operation, the procedure for election is that armed personnel are not allowed to be seen at the vicinity where election is being, people are casting their votes. It is also stated by INEC that all they need is 3 police officers deployed, 3 security men, because you could put in the civil defense, you could put in the immigration, customs, and what have you. all they said is they need just
Do
three.
we need immigration? Do we need customs?
Yes, we do.
At election?
Yes, we do.
Why?
Yeah, we co-opt them so that we can have sufficient security men to be deployed. The police use them. Police is just the lead agency. We bring all of these ones. And INEC would always tell you they can only cater for 3, no matter how big a polling unit is. And so we also discover that those 3 that are supposed to be in the various polling units are not expected to bear any arms. And in that case, criminals and those of them who want to tamper with the process have an opportunity to come and snatch these ballot boxes. Because these 3 policemen that I kept there, I think it's because of resources that INEC would not want to have more than 3 in a very big polling unit. And so we have a situation where criminals will look at it and discover that, after all, these police and other security agencies that are here do not have anything. And that's why they have opportunity. They use to maximize that opportunity to snatch ballot boxes. And so the police, over time, while I was with them there, we get a position where armed men will sit in a vehicle quietly and can only be called when there is an incident for them to be able to.
But usually they're supposed to carry an identification.
Yes, they are.
Either as a tag,
yes,
or as an armband, or as a lapel, just to show that they are on election duty, is it?
Yes, they first of all will be in uniform. 2, they will also have the tag to indicate. And there's always a leader.
So any police officer that is not carrying the tag is not doing the right thing.
No, he's not doing the right thing. Because VIPs, governors and others are not allowed to carry their escort armed, to take them to polling units. No. And also on election day, you are not allowed to wear the singlet or whatever of any political party. If you do that, it means you are not even allowed to campaign.
But what about those security operatives who wear balaclavas, those masks? Are they supposed to mask up? No, we see some of them like that.
No, for us, I think I can understand, but they will not be.
They're your sister agencies.
Yeah. These agencies,
non-uniform security service.
Yes, non-uniform security services sometimes will tell you that they have some intelligence that they would want to test or want to prevent some of the things they've seen that will happen. And so for all the security agencies that were deployed, you cannot challenge them, but sometimes it becomes a problem because it is expected that no one that is not identified and is not supposed to be at that place should be at that place. But they have theirs, and that's why that is the gap that the Nigerian police and other security agencies must look at.
Officially, Ezenwa, polls have now opened. The hour when INEC stated in the rules for election to begin is here. 8:30 a.m. according to INEC rules and guidelines for this election is here, and officially we can call it that polls are open and voting can commence any moment from now in any of those polling units. That is a standard, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, so yes, 8:30 polls are beginning. But, looking at this footage, this is one place that we don't see the role of the party agents, clearly. Now, this setup is organized in a way that you can prevent things like when the secrecy of the ballot is being compromised. In that setup now, the way those cubicles are placed is very strategic and important. But you are not seeing that role. Nobody is bothered about.
And it's very strategic because the reasons why they are still where they should be there are very critical.
No,
vote buying, a whole lot of issues.
So if the cubicles are not placed in a way that it protects the secrecy of the ballot, it is the responsibility of the party agent to make a call right now and say, look, the way you have placed this cubicle does not guarantee the secrecy of the ballot. But we don't see that. But going back to what the DIG said, it's very, very important to state that the INEC is not responsible for the upkeep of the security agents who are in the polling unit. They only support. And that is why they give, since they provide money for their own officials who are in the polling unit,
yes,
they give some stipend to the security agents who are there. So it's not
mandatory.
It is not because of the number. Actually, what you should have, because of the, remember in 2011, Professor Jega set up this interagency consultative committee on election security, the access.
Yes.
Now, the role of the access is to beef up, because the police may not necessarily have the number to be able to police the polling units.
That is true.
So you now have all those people you talked about, the immigration and the rest of them, were all brought into the interagency consultative committee on election security to help, beef up the number. And in this situation, the IG of the police at the national level is the co-chair of the access.
Yes.
Now, it's also important that the architecture of security provisioning within the polling unit is that you have these non-armed guys in the polling unit, and 300 meters away, you have armed policemen. And like the DIG said, it is for backup when there are challenges. But the gap, Shehu, has remained the fact that and I'm sure you have seen this yourself several times, where there are infractions, the security agents will tell you that they are waiting for the INEC official to give them instruction.
Yes.
Which is not correct, which is not true, and should never be condoned. Because the Police Act is superior in terms of the role of the police, which gives them wide powers to be able to say, look, if a crime is being committed in your presence, you are saying you are waiting for an INEC official. And that is the gap that we have seen in the field.
So one of the start points, actually, is who makes the initial call before the police is called in.
It has to be INEC.
A crime is being... See, if there is a crime being committed...
Let's assume it's a vote buying.
If that's what I'm saying. What we have seen, and I don't want to go into that, what we have seen is collaboration in the one we are talking about. The vote buying is an industry, or that everybody plays in, including the ones who are supposed to...
The buyers, the sellers, and the onlookers.
And the ones who are to ensure that it doesn't happen. But what I'm saying is that if a crime, and DIG can correct me if I'm wrong, if a crime is being committed, I don't know where a policeman will have to wait until an instruction is given to him or her. You are seeing vote buying, you are seeing vote. So those calls, that architecture that has been set up, where you have to call for help and assistance, you wait for an INEC official to do so. That's why we see some of those infractions we see in the polling units. And if we have to change that, we have to get to a situation in which the security agencies will do their job. And that's for me what the challenge is. And this conversation has been held with the top management of the police, and say, why do you have to wait for instruction from an INEC official before you can apprehend somebody who is committing a crime within the polling unit? Or call for help if you need that help immediately.
I mean,
yes, there are gaps.
Definitely. Because that gap, as Ezenwa said, there shouldn't be anyways. I mean, if there is a crime, there is a duty of in fact, the Nigerian police officer is saddled with the responsibility to be able to investigate and take on any kind of crime in Nigeria.
So the IG is the most important human being in this country.
In terms of...
The IG can arrest the chief of army staff. He can arrest the chief of defense staff. The only people he cannot arrest in this country...
He can even investigate the governor and the president.
I said he can...
But he may not arrest, but he can be able to investigate even those who have immunity.
So what that tells you is that the policeman
has a lot of powers.
Is actually one of the most powerful people...
And the most important
in
this process. So, what a lot of people have identified as a gap, which SNY said, there is actually no gap. If anybody is committing a crime, there are those who have analyzed to say, on whose body or on whose shoulder does it lie to identify whether it's a crime before a police officer is called in. But give us an understanding. Should a police officer be prompted to move in an election situation? And why is an election circumstance a bit different in terms of handling for the police?
Now, you know, the Nigerian police does not wait to be invited to deal with any crime. But for election, this is a very special assignment. So in most cases, you do not expect police officers, because in most cases, police officers that are at the polling units are not armed. They are not allowed to bear arms.
But there are those who are outside of the perimeter who are armed.
We use our discretion when we discover that there's a time lag at when a crime is committed and where you have to call the armed men to come. And so that's a native intelligence that the police created to station armed men at a vantage point so that they can be called at short notice. That isn't even the idea of INEC, but that is just what the Nigerian police feel that they should do in order to be accountable. And so what I'm saying is police officers on duty are expected to be called upon by INEC staff to come and intervene in a crime. And so what are the crimes in election are quite different from the general, offenses. And so the police officer on his own cannot just run or just live where he is in a polling unit and go to arrest. And so that's why sometimes they want a complaint from the INEC staff that, look, this is what is happening and we want you to take this man out.
Of course,
yes.
What we're saying, we're getting some images coming through from Bayelsa State, the early callers at the polling unit in the city center. Of course, we understand this is what we're getting from Yenagoa in the city capital in Bayelsa State. And of course, we'll be getting more information on the story that we reported to you earlier. Of course, we told you earlier about the statement as released by INEC telling us about the boat mishap which happened yesterday, and INEC told us that 12 of their personnel were involved in that boat mishap, and they are being rescued, but pulling materials such as results and backup power banks and luggage containing personal effects of their staff were lost in the boat that accident. The total number of registered voters in the affected registration area is 5,368, and the number of PVC collected is 5,311. INEC says it's making efforts to ensure the conduct of election in the affected state. The affected area in that region is Area 17, Kuluama, in southern Niger local government area, which has perhaps the second largest PVC collected in Bayelsa State for this election. Also, INEC has reported that there was an SPO assigned to registration area 06 in Osioma, in Sagbama local government area, that was abducted. And we're getting information that as of now, there is no information as to the whereabouts of the official, and we do not know whether or not they have made any contact with INEC. But we're monitoring what is happening. We can tell you officially the polls are resumed in the 3 states where we are monitoring the elections. Officially, the hour has come for the votes to start. 8:30 a.m. is when the voting should commence, and usually what we have is where you see the Beavers machine, which looks like this iPad device right here, which is used for accreditation and identification of voters, and also confirmation to read the voter card, and of course the thumbprint of the voter, to correlate them. If they tally, then the voter is good to go and vote. So it is a collapsed, 2 processes collapsed into one, voting and accreditation done into. I mean, those years we used to have accreditation that would take up to about 12 o'clock or 11:30 before voting commences. But this time around, over the last few years, these are some of the innovations that have been created by INEC to say, let us move forward. But expectations are high, and you can see voting has already commenced. Some of the footage coming in from Bayelsa State. People already been scanned, isn't why you can see. Beavers is working as far as the eyes can see for now, and we do hope that there will be some improvement. But in terms of improvement, what are you looking at from the departure from the 2023 election, the positives that we can take from that?
Well, for me, we didn't have problem with the Beavers in 2023. And it's always very important to state that the Beavers was not part of the challenge.
They said it was a game changer, and he did the work.
He did the work, and you know that yourself because you've come very far in this. So before that, you talked about voting accreditation and what it used to be in the past. And these are part of the times that we are very uncharitable to ourselves, as media and civil society. We own that innovation. We would remember that people will have to accredit themselves and go home and come back. Through our observation in the field, we were able to let INEC know that many people who went back, especially in the communities, never came back because they go back to their farms and they just stay put there. And that caused some level of, lack of participation, which the electoral process is supposed to enhance. And so we made that call, and it happened. It's always important to underscore these points. And those are some of the incremental shifts that we are seeing. But one beautiful thing that I'm seeing away from 2023 is a timely communication, because that was the gap. That was the real gap. In terms of, for instance, this mishap in Yenegua, the adoption, we are seeing INEC, immediately informing and saying this has happened and this is what we're going to do. It is now our responsibility to follow up to see. But what we saw in 2023 was that they said there were issues and people kept mum for nearly 48 hours. There was no communication, and then conspiracy theorists
started flying out. Just for a moment, let me go straight to Owerri, where our correspondent Dare Idowu is standing by to bring us up to speed and show us what exactly is going on. Dare, what can you tell us? Good morning. What is going on there in Owerri?
I know. Yeah, yes.
We'll get to Dare. Okay, of course, you can see him there right there, waiting to give us some information. If Dare can hear me now, Dare, can you bring us up to speed in the coverage of the election where you are? Where are you and what exactly is going on there? We'll get back to him in just a moment when we're able to get more connection, better connection with them. But from what we see in terms of the initial look of things, Dr. Joshak, yes, what are your views?
But it does appear as if there's going to be some respite.
So far?
Yes, because...
it's too early to call, though.
Yes, Frank Mba is a very Polish police officer, an officer that has been exposed to most of these elections. He is holding brief in Imo, the DIG, Frank Mba. And I expect that a lot of seminar and symposium that he had, I'm expecting him to take charge properly, because the ability to be able to prevent some of the things that are happening is there. I used to head the mobile police in Bayelsa and Rivers before the creation of Bayelsa. And recently also I was out there also for election. I understand the terrain. And we expect that the military, the other organizations, the police, the even customs have some boats. Well, I expected that some of those things should have been on those water. And so yesterday incident should have not happened. Even the police, we have boats and gunboats. And I expected that they should have dominated, they would have dominated that area. So it's unfortunate that there was a gap like that, and that there was a kidnap, and there was also a boat mishap. I know that there's something wrong somewhere. Otherwise, we're not supposed to have those things.
let's get what the voters are saying. This is from Bayelsa State. Voters' views on the exercise. Take a listen to them.
My name is Teresa John.
So what's happening right now?
I'm going to my polling unit.
So are you ready to vote today? Are you excited about it?
Yes, yes.
So you're going to Yenagoa now?
Yeah.
All right, and you're trekking down?
Yes. So
like how long will it take you to trek?
I don't really know because I've not trekked before.
All right, thank you so very much.
Welcome.
Tell me what is happening.
We're actually here to exercise our votes. Yes. Right now we are trying to check our names for our various units before we go out.
So have you seen your name yet?
No, not yet, but I've actually seen my mom. So.
All right, okay. All right, thank
There's some of what is going on in Yenagoa in Bayelsa State. Let's touch base again with Owerri in Imo State, where our correspondent Dare Idowu is standing by to speak to us on what is going on. Dare, if you can hear me now, can you hear me now, Dare?
Clearly.
Oh, fantastic! Now it's good that we can hear you. What is going on? Are things looking up where you are? Where are you exactly? If you can bring us up to speed.
In municipal on round one and down into the that other bit we're battling with logistics. They couldn't move on time. Apparently, the drivers were insisting that they needed to be paid before that movement happened. But we left that part around 8 a.m. And by that time, there were still some officials still hanging around the place. So then after that, we moved around this Owerri Municipal, where we saw heavy security presence, especially on major roads in the city. Of course, it's a day that a lot of people, residents of Imo State, have been waiting for, and the day is here. Where I am, this particular primary school, Ward 4, has 7 polling units, and that is what you can see going on right now. The setting up took a bit of time as well. Polls were actually expected to start by 8:30. From what just happened here, officials are still taking people through the process, showing them the beavers, explaining to them how the accreditation will work. People are still checking their names. It's the normal early hour or early minute drill, if you like to say that, of the election process. And that is what is going on here. Apparently, from what we've also seen here, the cubicle is set up. Everything seems set, but no one has voted yet. Before this live crossing, we saw people just waiting as well, ready for the exercise. I had a chat with some of the voters, people around here who said, well, in Owerri, they wait a bit, probably would have their breakfast before coming to vote. So aside the fact that the setting up may have taken a bit of time, I think people are also waiting to see.
Interesting. But Dare, if you're still with us, maybe I can jump in quickly to find out from you. Of course, security is part of the expectations and how things pan out in terms of the work and the duties of the security officials. What can you tell us? We understand that the exit and the entrances to the different states where elections are happening, like Imo State, are supposed to be shut to movement. There's a curfew period from about midnight to later about 6 p.m. What can you see? What can you tell us in terms of security?
Because I only but these are in and
It seems we are losing Dare so fast. But Dare, please stay safe, and we'll come back to you as much as we can to get some more update. But let's go to Bayelsa State with our correspondent, Chris Elems, who is standing by in Yanagua. Chris, our eyes are being in Bayelsa State because of some of the stories that are coming in. But in terms of what you can see, where you are at right now, what can you tell us?
Sean, good morning, Nigerians. Well, we came in here quite early, and incidentally, INEC was already on ground. You know, the Rex said it yesterday that you would be surprised that when you come here, you meet us. They came in very, very early. Unlike 4 years ago when people were waiting for INEC, they were actually here waiting for the people. But the good thing is that the people also came in. Maybe they decided to come have their breakfast here, not at home. So right now, accreditation has actually started. You can some of the ad hoc staff, they've briefed the electorate, the voters, on what to do. This is actually Shogi, a polling unit right here in Yenegua. Voting is started already, and people are lined up. They are actually observing the rules and regulations. There's nothing like any crisis, no challenge here. But the initial thing was that we didn't see security officials enough, even as early as possible. But right now, we can see the presence of some of the NSCDC persons around here. Then we can also see, we can also see FRSC people. They are also here. But we've not really seen the police on the ground. We've not seen the police on the ground. So we wonder what is actually happening.
Jump in quickly.
Hopefully, this place should be very peaceful.
We have little information coming in from INEC as of now in respect of the incident. But what are you hearing? Is there any more information that you can tell us about the boat mishap?
We haven't gotten further information of that. And we need to be very, very careful about misinformation and disinformation. We've heard people say it happened around Sagama, some says Brass. We just want to wait and be sure. We want to hear from police if this incident happened, or even from INEC where it happened, so we are able to give the correct information. But right now, we don't have that information at the moment, but we do know that materials are still being sent out to various localities, and that INEC is actually on top of their game at the moment.
All right, Chris Elems, our correspondent in Yanagua, reporting live for us. We're at the top of the hour. Of course, I must sincerely thank my guest, Dr. Abila Joshak, a former DIG, and Ezenwa. Let's get your final thoughts on what we can see and hear from my colleagues on the field quickly, just in about 30 or 40 seconds so that we can talk to Lagos.
It's always important to know that what we are dealing with are security agents, not police, because many times that confusion is there. That, oh, I didn't see police. You may not see police, you will see security agents. And those security agents could be any of those folks that he mentioned. So it's also very important. But like I said, it's a big day for those states, big day for all the actors, the security. But like I keep saying, we must, in the course of this conversation today, continue to put the leg of the political class and the politicians on the fire. Because all the infractions that are going to happen, whether it's a kidnap of officials or any of those things, are perpetuated by the people that we give comfort to, which are the politicians. And ensure that we make sure that their temperament, like I said, creates the kind of temperature that we need for this election to be good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshak, your final thought.
Yes, I want to encourage the security agencies that are responsible for the protection of all electorates and other people that are involved in this election, that it is their responsibility to do everything possible to ensure that this election is free and fair and people given an opportunity to cast their votes. Because all electorates would look at the security agencies, those that are deployed, they must be up and doing, and they must ensure that this election is not tampered with.
Dr. Abila Joshak, a retired Deputy Inspector General of Police, thank you so much indeed for joining us. And Ezewa, a very good, my very two good friends here, right here. We've been on election field together, and here we are in the studio talking about this exercise in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi State. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for coming this morning.
Thank you for
And of course, China's Television continued coverage of these 3 elections. Continue. And my colleagues in Lagos are standing by, Bukola Koka and, of course, Ayo Makine. Both of them will be taking over to drive you through this journey, to take you through Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi State, and, of course, give you a sense of what is going on. And as we cover from these states and give you updates on what is happening and the latest, it's now time to toss to Lagos and see what my colleagues and how they drive this part of the divide.
Hello, good morning and welcome. This is, of course, the 2023 verdict. It is continuing, isn't it? So that's exactly what we have and where we are right now with the elections. My name is Ayo Makine. Good morning and welcome. And I'm not alone, as you can see.
Indeed, it's good to be back. Good morning and welcome. I am Bukola Koka. Hello, Ayo.
Yeah, it's been a while, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It took you to the war zone. took you to the war zone.
And I'm back at the war zone. Well, the war zone being the 2023 verdict, continuing coverage of the off-cycle election, this time in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa State. And there's some developments that are worthy of note, Ayo. Elections have started. At least accreditation has started in a number of polling units, as we can see in Imo and Bayelsa.
Yeah, you know, those are developments. We will most certainly talk about them, and as we have heard from our correspondent, Chris Illems. Oh, by the way, a good number of things have already happened, which we are trying to get at, and as we have other information, we'll most certainly bring to you. But, you know, what is interesting at this time is to let you know that, indeed, elections have started, as Bukola has mentioned, and from information available to us, so many things are already happening here and there. But one thing that you can also take away is that while we wait for updates, as Chris Illems has promised, I am very comfortable and actually very happy with the deployment, the collection of voter cards. I'm actually very, very elated by that. So far, information available says that of the total number of registered voters, 5.4 million, 5.169 have collected. That's 95.6% of people have collected their
Indeed, Ayo, and here's the breakdown. According to the Commission, there are 1.056862 registered voters in Bayelsa, and out of this number, a total of 1.017, a record 1.017613 persons have collected their PVCs. In Imo, INEC puts the number of registered voters at 2.419922 million, with a total of 2.318919 PVCs collected in the state. And in Kogi, lastly, the number of registered voters being 1.932654, while 1.833, a record 1.833160, have collected their PVCs. So that's impressive.
In total, in the 3 states, 95.6% of people have collected, and leaving just 4.4% not collecting their PVCs. And that's actually very, very, very encouraging and gladdens my heart, to be honest. And if you go to our website, by the way, channelstv.com, one of the stories that may interest you to get the facts right, and we even have a breakdown by demography, gender, age group, security deployment, road safety vehicles that have been deployed. All those things are on our website, channelstv.com. Just go look out for Bayelsa, Imo, Kogi polls in numbers. That's when we give you all the information you need about that one. And just a quick one, in case you're still at home, you are not sure when to go out and vote. Information available says voting will begin from 8:30 in the morning and close at 2:30 p.m. Today. But if you are on the queue as at 2:30, you will be able to vote. So if you also want to know, on our website, channelcv.com, we have the 7 steps to voting in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi polls. It's also on our website. The first, of course, we just told you, voting starts at 8:30 in the morning. Number 2,
arrive early?
Yes, arrive early. Present your PVC for accreditation using the BVAS. It will not fail, that I assure you.
Are you an INEC official?
Oh, well, INEC gives us an assurance we have to believe. If anything untoward happens,
let INEC be the one to provide the assurance.
No, I mean, if INEC gives us an assurance, let us trust the assurance of INEC. Okay, that's just what I'm doing. If anything changes, please let us know. If it just so happens that those materials do not come, or things go as unexpected, do let us know. I will definitely raise this stance. So the third, of course, you check. At your polling unit, there should be that display of the register of voters. In some areas earlier in the course of time, we find a situation where people are voting. They wanted to vote. They got to a place where they thought should be their polling unit, but guess what? Was the next street.
Okay, so I guess that that's an activity that should have been done maybe a day or two before the election, so that you do not waste time when you arrive and your PVC has been confirmed by the BVAS machine. You can just go right ahead and get accredited. So you stay less time on the queue.
So the fourth thing, of course, you will be authenticated using the BVAS through your fingerprint, or your face. Please go with your real face. Speed up. And then once you are accredited, you will be issued a ballot paper. And following that, of course, you go to the voting cubicle to make your choice in the secret and drop marked ballot paper in the ballot box. And after that, you leave and go back home and watch channelstv.com. Or you just stay 300 meters away if you intend to do what they say, and that is to protect protect your vote. How's that?
Yeah, protect your vote.
Yeah.
Ensure that your vote counts. That's after the conduct of the exercise. That's after it has been concluded, and INEC officials begin the sorting and counting of votes. If it's that important, it is that important, by the way. What's left now will be another agency, that will be the security agencies, to ensure your security while you wait and ensure that your vote counts. Speaking of which, despite the record number of PVCs collected, what's important is that you come out and exercise your franchise to make this record number of PVCs collected count. But then again, that's also dependent on the availability of security in all of the polling units where elections will be conducted in all 3 states. And that formed the thrust of the conversation pretty much during the first part of the program, led by our political editor, Shinwo Kibalui, to which our guests, had quite a number of things to say about.
And it's also encouraging, the conversations that Kayla, our correspondent, had on the field, asking some people, are you going to vote? Those who were already commuting at the time, are you going to vote? Oh, we're going to vote. We're not going to vote for one reason or the other. It gladdens my heart to say that of the people who said they would go out to vote, we had more people say they would go out and vote than those who said they wouldn't go out and vote. And of course, needless to say, a sizable number of people have been saying that as far as this election is concerned, it's a litmus test for INEC.
And not just INEC, other security agencies as
Absolutely. We'll get to the security agencies part in a bit and hope to, even check how well we have done. But talking about the voter turnout, the predictions are not looking very good. You would remember, of course, that Yaga Africa had put out some statement guessing that there may be low voter turnout. Perhaps, of course, because of the fact not unknown to us, which is, voter apathy that we talk about almost all the time. But hey, here is where we are now. This is what we have. INEC is the only election conducting or election management organization that we have in the country. And so exactly where do we go from here? What do we do going forward? It all depends on all of us. So we might be taking a short break any moment now, but if and when that occurs, is just to let you know, we'll be also going to Kogi, going to Bayelsa, going to Imo to give you an update of things, that are happening here and there. One of the things that I also find very interesting, Bukola, is that already, a good number of people are looking at the people who are going to the political juggernauts in the 3 states. In Imo, for instance, they say it's a 3-horse race. And
in Bayelsa, well, the consensus is that it's a 2-horse race, but some are giving another candidate a chance as a result of the factors that have formed the departure from the norm of the just concluded presidential election in the country. How that will play out, it'll be interesting to note. And in Kogi State, it's also, a keenly contested race as a result of the ethnic coloration of the election in that state. And, it's been a volatile atmosphere ahead of the election. But it's also a test yet again for security agencies, particularly because of the trajectory of elections, governorship elections in Kogi State. So it's going to show in the turnout of voters in this election, and it's going to show also in the conduct of the elections itself. And all of this are hinged on security, ensuring that the people feel safe and ensuring that election materials and election staff are safe throughout this process. So our eyes are on the process.
The Kogi one that you mentioned is actually a little concerning because hitherto, of course, it's not lost on anyone the insecurity that bedeviled the elections previously, in Kogi State, and the fear could be there. But listening to the assurances of the IGP, and in fact, I think it's the DIG, seconded to Kogi, said, just anyone who tries to intervene in a way that is untoward, they want to test our powers. They will demonstrate how far-reaching our powers is. The question when the IGP was answering that question during our town hall on election security, that Sheon question, I would have asked, because of course, I like follow-up questions. The follow-up question I would have asked is, what someone will do by what he's done before. So we have had cases where so-called political thugs show up to disrupt the process in various places. So the question I would have loved to put is, if anyone came to the IGP and says, those are our boys, let them go, what will happen? Most of the time we hear when these people are arrested. We hear when there is an indictment. We'd never hear more than that most of the time. We don't hear,
about prosecution
or
we don't hear about
sentencing.
And we don't hear about, the alleged election crime linked to any political party, such that it can serve as a deterrent in future elections to politicians who want to manipulate the process and who consider elections a do or die affair. We never hear about all of that, and that would have been a valid follow-up question.
Exactly. So my question remains, particularly for the security agencies, for the security officials who are going to be at the forefront today. We understand the security arrangements, and hopefully we'll be able to get a security person or two into the studio to discuss this with us. We know what the parameters are. Policemen should be at the polling units, unarmed. The second layer is armed policemen around. The third layer is the military, just surveying the environment, ensuring that no one is trying anything like that. So if you overpower the people at the polling unit, you have to deal with the people in the outer ring where the police are armed. If you are able to get away with those ones, then you have to contend with the military.
Who are a bit further out.
Who are a bit further
out. Of the polling units, right?
And most certainly armed. So how all of that is going to play out, I'll wait to see.
And we can start, by measuring or assessing how that will play out by looking closely at the polling units on your television screens and finding out just how many security agents, personnel that you see at the polling units. If, for instance, the police force says, for instance, in Kogi, you have deployed 40,000 security personnel to Kogi for the elections. How many per polling unit? Some of the polling units that I've seen so far, I've seen a splinter of security personnel, maybe one or two. Is that enough to deter political thugs and to forestall any eventuality?
Earlier,
you know the answer to that.
When Chris was reporting earlier while Sheon was taking him on, he said that he hasn't seen policemen. So, but of course, when you made the reference, it was at that time that some NSCD officials were on. So what is the duty of the NSCD official at the election, at the polling unit? I'm looking at the ISS Code of Conduct published by the Nigeria Police for the 2023 elections. Says their job is to provide personnel to help man registration and election areas and protect registration and election materials. Work with recognized local community security outfits to monitor illegal activities during registration and election. Intensify the monitoring of vandals during election periods. Intensify surveillance on critical infrastructure, especially at polling units and collation centers, and provide civil defense ambulance for evacuation at INEC headquarters for any emergency and disaster that may occur. But what is the job of the police itself? The job of the police is to provide adequate personnel to man and maintain order at polling units, registration area centers, and other INEC facilities. Question is, who is doing that right now? If we do not have policemen at the polling unit.
If we do not have enough would be the operative word at the polling units.
When my colleague, Chris Ilems, he is on ground, says he couldn't cite any policeman at that particular polling unit.
And that's in Imo State, where 25,500 police personnel have been deployed to that state for the elections. And, it's also instructive to note some of the commentaries that have come out ahead of today's off-cycle elections, where police bosses have warned security personnel not to intimidate voters in the name of providing security for the elections. But another aspect that we can also scrutinize is how well has the force, provided welfare for security personnel such that will guarantee their neutrality in going about their duty in this election?
A very valid question, Bukola, but I think it's a little too late to be asking that question, because part of the functions of the police on election day is to apprehend lawbreakers and prosecute them, confine suspected troublemakers to keep the peace, conduct preemptive raids on criminal hideouts. Those are the functions of the police for the election. So if, according to my colleague, they are not at this particular polling unit where we have channels, television cameras, then where in the universe are they? That's one. Secondly, NSCDC clearly, from the guidelines, is not empowered to arrest. Will they also now take over the functions of the police? I heard in the opening comments of, part of the comment in response to Sean's questions the other time, Mr. Ezenwa-Wagu was saying the police has a responsibility to conduct arrests where necessary. In fact, part of what he said, and it could be a gap, could be something that needs to be looked at. He said that, INEC, should there be trouble at the polling area, he said that INEC officials, that police will be waiting for INEC officials to call them in. But he also said the primary function of the police, according to the Electoral Act, is to ensure the peace, prevent law, maintain a law and order, and prevent a breakdown of the same. So if there is a breakdown of law and order at the polling unit and the INEC official does not call, does that overrule the primary function of the police? Those are key questions. Key questions that need to be looked at.
And you don't need any soothsayer. A police officer doesn't need any soothsayer to tell them if the INEC officials at a polling unit are in distress and they need some form of assistance, at a material time. Do you need, the INEC official to make a public announcement?
Exactly, because I'm wondering.
Totally not. But that also goes to ask about how well equipped the police officer is to respond to any eventuality. So these are the things. But as Ayo said, it's a bit too late in the day. We'll just now be reporting on what we see so far, how security agents respond to any eventuality in polling units across the 3 states where we are keeping our eyes focused on the process.
All right, well, the conversations can begin. We have Professor Abdulgani Uraji, who is a former resident electoral commissioner to Ekiti, Ogun, and Osun. He is joining us from Ibadan this morning virtually. Prof, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. The polls have started in the 3 states. What are your thoughts on the process so far?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I greet all Nigerians, and this is another milestone in the democratic process in Nigeria. Like you have said, the process, as I've been monitoring, I think everything has been smooth so far. In an insider, I think INEC has actually prepared, and what is left is for the field implementation, which requires that all of us should actually cooperate. I could see that the preparation very good, and from what we have been seeing this morning, what you have been transmitting, we have seen that the preparation has been ongoing, even though there can be skirmishes here and 1 or 2 here and there, which we are hearing. And I think the country is on top of the situation. The commission is on top of the situation, and things are moving on. I believe that the security agencies are also at alert, and I pray that all the stakeholders, which includes the community, the media, the commission, the security, and those of us who are the electorate, will all cooperate to ensure that we have a very smooth election today.
Prof, good morning, sir. I'm on INEC's Twitter handle right now, and, just to let you know that INEC itself published this about a boat with 12 of their personnel in southern Ijo capsized. But fortunately, all 12 electoral officers were rescued. However, INEC lost luggage of election personnel with personal effects and some election materials. There are quite a number of voters that may be affected. However, INEC is assuring that they're making they're doing everything possible to ensure that election will still be conducted in that part of the country. How are you receiving this? Particularly, and I recall also having this conversation with our correspondent yesterday about what measures the state government, in conjunction with INEC, will be providing to ensure that those traveling across water to coastal areas will be safe to transport sensitive and non-sensitive materials to coastal areas. How are you receiving this particular news and the implications that it could have on the process?
Okay. Thank you very much. Like I said earlier, I said there cannot be any system that will be 100% effective. What we have is a natural disaster, except we are able to prove that some people actually sabotage the effort. But thank God, having been an insider before, I know that anytime we are on water or in very difficult terrain, we always have protective devices. And so I'm sure all of them must have been in life jacket, and that's why we have no life lost. Materials can easily be replaced. When I was in INEC, there was a time that all our materials were actually carted away at 7 a.m. in the morning. Before 10 a.m., we were able to replace all the materials and the election started. And I'm sure INEC will have prepared for that as well. So we don't pray to be losing lives, but what I said earlier should actually apply. Let us all cooperate, and we all laugh at the end of the day. We smile and say we have a very good election.
Well, how concerned are you about the conduct of politicians, or how satisfied are you with the conduct of politicians in this entire process so far? Given the concerns about insecurity, all those issues that arose particularly in Imo and Kogi states. Even though they have signed the peace accord, and we understand that one of the political parties was unavailable for that, how satisfied are you with the conduct of politicians and the political parties in this process so far?
Well, thank you very much. This is an ongoing process, and I can see improvement, because even before I got there, I know it was very tough. While I was there, not easy, but even now, I think it's getting easier. Politicians are getting to understand the situation a little bit better, and I will still just appeal to them that they should always cooperate, because this process is not a process that only one commission or one group can actually correct. The other time when they were having the stakeholders meeting in Imo State, I could see that there was this issue when the National Commissioner and the Resident Electoral Commissioner mentioned the issue of the media taking away their camera. I think it's a matter of understanding. We can actually explain things to ourselves, not necessarily in a very violent way. And this is what we should always do. When I was in Ekiti, there was an issue like that. And I had to tell the people, if you are not ready to cooperate with yourself, I'm not from your state, can you just all agree that I should be your governor, so that I can be using the money from your state to develop my own state? And we all laughed, and that was the end of it. So there are ways by which you can actually relate with ourselves and get things done. Maybe recently, I was in a particular seminar where one of the political parties, I won't mention the party actually, said that they have looked at issues like that, and then they have found out that they need to retrain those who are just coming into politics. And so because of that, he said that party is trying to set up an institute. Well, let me not give too much details about that, because people will add one or two together, and I don't want to be linked with any political party. I should still remain as a neutral person.
Okay.
And I actually welcomed that if the elders within a party they have actually recognized identified some problems, and they are ready to start solving. But some of these solutions are long-term solutions which we may not see the effect in a very short period. But at the end of the day, we will get there.
I asked that question because some issues could arise from the question Bukola asked you the other time about the capsized boat at Koluama in southern Ijo local government area. Even though the total number of registered voters in the affected registration area is just about, just a little over 5,368 to be precise. And the number of PVCs collected there is 5,311. And there is that promise that INEC is making efforts to ensure the conduct of elections. But do you have any fears of a significant challenge should it be impossible to conduct elections in that area, given this unfortunate incident?
Okay, that is not going to stop the election, actually. The election may not take place today if INEC is not able to provide.
You don't think political parties may make an issue of it?
Well, where they may make issues out of it, but at the end of the day, that election can actually be suspended today, and then it can take place tomorrow or any other day within the stipulated number of days, okay, provided by the law. So that is an issue that is not destruction, except, like I said earlier, that we see sign of sabotage.
Okay.
So it's a very straightforward issue.
Okay. Well, a quick one, Prof. We want to take a quick trip. Please just stay with us. We want to take a quick trip to Lokoja, where my colleague, Larry Lasise, is standing by. Good morning, Larry. And we know you've been there for a day or two. How far so far? I mean, the elections have started, or rather, supposed to have started. Have elections started there? Any incidences you want to report?
Okay, good morning, everyone in the studio and our viewer. Let me start by saying, yes, voting has started. But let me give you a little background. We came in before, we set out before 6 a.m. this morning, went to the local government office where the materials were then moved to rack centers. The rack center is like a collection of polling units where they basically gather. And so when we trailed them to the rack center, we were now with them when they started deploying them to the various polling units. So I can tell you for a fact that one of the issues we observed was that it appeared the usual problem of vehicles, logistics, reared its head here at this location in Lokoja. We're actually at Crowder Memorial College, where we are coming to you from. So I'm told about 100 polling units gather here and set off from here. And the last one left here like 8:47, by my understanding, which makes it difficult. They were waiting for vehicles. And I need to tell you, it was really touching to see that even for some of the polling units that were close by, some of the ad hoc staff put themselves out there. They took the boxes on their head, carried the tables, and started walking to get to the unit and to make sure that the exercise starts as it should by 8:30. But for a large majority, they had to wait for vehicles. And you need to see how once a vehicle is coming in, they run to the vehicle to try and make sure they leave this place to get to their own point of assignment. And it was touching to me to see how committed they were to get that done. When I tried to find out what was going on, I understood they had a little logistics problem, and it appeared what they were doing was making sure that the vehicles go, drop some of the ad hoc staff at the polling units, and then come back to pick more. The final one, I'm told, left here 8:47. But at this point, by 8:25, everything had been set, and by that time, at this polling unit behind me, this PU 012 at Crowder Memorial College, they started by 8:25. They had already started briefing voters that were already gathered. A lot of voters had come even before that time. We're checking their names to be sure this was their polling unit. And immediately at 8:30, voting commenced at this point. We have another polling unit to my right, and a smaller unit, it would appear, but they have also started on time. Everything went on as it should. So right now, voting is going on. Everything is peaceful. We have police officers sitting by, watching, and everything is going as it should. I have one of the voters here that that has just voted. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. Can you start by introducing yourself?
Okay, my name is Isiaka Ndagi Adamu. So this is my polling unit. Crowder Memorial College is my polling unit. And as you can see, we are very happy this morning because everything started very peaceful. And now I have performed my accreditation and vote. And it don't even take me more than 2 minutes. So everything is very okay here. Because the reason why everybody was very happy is because we have security behind us, so we have no fear. Everything is very, very okay. So you can see everybody is outside to perform their franchise, to vote for who will be the next governor that will lead us for this state. So everything is okay, sir.
Okay, so the machines, how did that go?
No, it's very fast. The machine is very, very, very okay. So everything is very okay, sir.
But you vote here normally.
Yes.
These people come in, this is your normal atmosphere.
You know, before, we only have 2 polling units in this axis, in this area. But with time now, the population is increasing. So now we have about 3 to 4 polling units that they pick from here. So that is what reduced the numbers of people.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, so we have it there. Just as he explained to us, we understand we've come here a few times, and for those who may not remember, this was also a place where we had an incident the last time, where some ballot box was snatched. We had a shooting in the air and all that, but it appeared after that exercise that the commission decongested this particular center, the Crowder Memorial College, and we now have just 2 units here. So this is what we have for now. We are observing the elections, everything going peacefully, and as things come up, we will get back to you. So let me return to the studio. Thank you very much.
What you have reported so far, but let's start with the rear. Let's start from the rear. Where you're at, and in a number of other polling units that you may have observed, what's the level of the presence of security personnel that should provide assurance for voters who are stationed to vote? For instance, where you're at, how many police personnel can you count?
Okay, so at this particular polling point, we have 3 police officers there and 1 officer from the civil defense. So, but that's for this polling unit. At the other polling unit, I observed 2 police officers. But I can tell you that there are about 5 or 6 away from the polling unit, sitting and observing what's happening here. And I do know that usually around the polling unit, we don't have a very heavy presence of police officers. Usually they try to balance it out between making sure that it appears that there's not too heavy a presence of police officers. But usually they also have some level of security, and they escalate it as they go out. But here we have a very good complement, I would say, of police officers here with us here.
And that's reassuring, and we hope it's the same story for the other polling units in the state. Earlier on, you talked about the logistical challenge that INEC officials have had to face in deploying materials from the registration area centers. Surely this is at variance with what has been promised by the Commission at the state level. And perhaps you know the distance from where they were deployed to where they're headed. This will definitely impact on the time for commencement of elections. Talk us through that.
Okay, so very interesting there, and I'm happy you mentioned it. Yesterday we had a briefing with the REC, and he made a very interesting promise. Let me put it as a promise. And his own promise was that he wanted a situation, and he had worked and tried to put in place structures to ensure that voters will come to the polling unit and meet the ad hoc staffs already set up and ready to go. Well, from what we observed here, yes, in some polling units, but maybe for those that were around here, I can talk for where I am right now. Where I am, yes, some voters would have met the polling units ready, but for the people that needed vehicles to reach where they had to be, they would have experienced a little, would I say, lateness from the ad hoc staff. I was here, observed how we still had issues getting people. They were waiting. Even the ad hoc staff themselves were anxious and ready, really eager to get to their polling units. And I noted that they were still here way after voting had commenced at the polling unit where I was, so where I am. So it's for some polling units, it clearly would not have been as it was planned out to be. But I can't say for everywhere else. So yes, that issue of logistics is still something we still need to keep our eye on and see how we can address it.
Just before we let you go, Lanre, from where you're at, what can you tell us about the functionality of the BVAS machine since the commencement of voting?
Okay, so I've spoken to about 6, 7 voters. For majority of them, it appears it's come and go. You come, you use the machine, it works seamlessly. You vote, you go. But I had one of the first people, an elderly man who tried to vote. He said his what do you call it? Fingerprints was not captured. His face did not appear to respond, or the machine didn't basically do what it should do. And he's been told to wait. I think they're trying to understand what to do and be guided on the way forward. But largely, the machine seems to be working flawlessly. People are coming in a few minutes, and they vote and they go.
All right then, Lanre, thank you so much for your reporting and all you do. Please stay safe. The information you gave the other time about that's the exact place where you are now is where we had some kind of unrest earlier. Please do stay safe. I'm happy also that you said we have a good complement of security personnel there and in the layers that is prescribed by the law. Thank you, and we hope to get some feedback from you shortly. Let's quickly dash to Owerri in Imo State, where Tokwe Kuteyi, our correspondent, also has updates for us. Good morning, Tokwe. How far so far? Tokwe, can you hear me? Okay, well, Tokwe cannot. Can you hear me, Tokwe? Well, voting clearly has started in Owerri, Imo State. As you can see, activity is ongoing there. We just want to get some updates from our correspondent, Tokwe Kuteyi, right there. Of course, we were told earlier that it's a 3-horse race in Imo State, but How that is going to play out, I guess we'll see as time goes by. Well, let's take a short break. We have another guest with us already, but when we return from this break, we'll bring him on as well as the Prof that's been speaking with us. Please stay with us.
Now, let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your arrival, you are introduced to your butler, who plans your itinerary.
We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park.
So many activities, all in the same premises. Visit the gym or the stables, they have it all. At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife and how to interact with them.
They used only electric vehicles here. This creates a serene environment. I'm told it's over 1,000 acres. My cabin here sits on 2 acres with a large terrace space overlooking my private swimming pool. Now this is royalty. They have their own farms, thousands of fruit trees. I can also have my lunch here at the waterfall. Quite a beautiful place you have here.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Take it from me, the mind-blowing way to do things is the Glow LTE advanced way. When you stream, it's like you're in the drama itself. When you make calls, you reach where others can't. Kogi! Doing business is like running Wall Street from your street. And when you play,
I did beat the guy.
We'll see about that.
It's like traveling the world without moving an inch.
Is that Toby in your room?
You can download in the blink of an eye in 4K.
Go.
And when you go for your dreams, it's like running with the strength of 3 nations behind you.
Glow LTE Advanced, the power of 3 data networks in one. Get a Glow SIM or dial *301#.
In a world hungry for goodness, with a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Make a lunch hour a happy hour. Change no thanks into yes please. Provide care when our nearest and dearest needs it most. And resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty, nourishing family meals is all that matters. The world needs moms, because where there are moms, there is hope, happiness, and love. Golden Terra Oil, or pure love.
All is set for the 2023 Chartered Institute of Directors Annual Conference.
As always, it promises to be exciting, educative, and entertaining.
And a beautiful opportunity to network with some of the finest boardroom gurus and directors in Africa.
We have a rich lineup of keynote speeches, panel discussions, networking opportunities,
and a government meets business dinner.
Our theme this year is driving Nigeria's economic transformation and diversification, the role of corporate governance.
And it will be taking place at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja
on the 16th and 17th of November 2023.
Please visit our website for registration and sponsorship details.
You cannot afford to miss this.
See you there.
My brothers, my sisters, for Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa, at the Beguna, as election they come, make we shun election-related violence. You know they pay anybody, because development no dey happen for where crisis dey. Election violence no dey select who e go affect. If it be your own party, if it be your own family member. So, abeg, no put your hand. Imagine if all these people now, like this mama when they hustle for her daily bread, this brother when they doing business. Look at all these people from our state. If they relate to you, it no go good make election violence affect them. So I dey beg you, no fight, just vote. God could bless your state through you. Don't let anybody use you to cause wahala. Now our message be that. Now peace may be called for. God bless you.
Thank you for joining us in our off-cycle election studios on Channels Television. We were set to bring you information about Imo the other time. In that state, voting has commenced in Community Primary School of Tulu Ward Polling Unit 003 in the Oru West local government area. Correspondent Tokwe Kutei is there to give us an update. Tokwe, good morning.
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
Very well. Apparently, where you are right now, activities are actually in top gear. What can you tell us that's new or that's of concern?
Okay, presently I'm at Otulu Ward Community Primary School here in Otulu Community, Oru West local government area of Imo State. And just about 8:40, the voting, about 8:45, accreditation and voting commenced here. And to my right here is 002, while to my left here we have booth 003. And here in booth 003, we have about 840 registered voters, while on the other one, which is booth 002, we have about 750 accredited registered voters. And we've been here, the INEC officials came early, even though they didn't start at 8:30 on the dot, according to INEC guideline, but they were here and they were waiting for voters. Voters are still trickling in, even though what we have here and the people that have voted, they're not measurable to the registered voters we have in this Otulu ward. But it's been peaceful so far, except for some arguments earlier on between some agents of the different political parties about some little glitches with the names on the register. But so far it's been peaceful here. We have security operatives, the police, the NSCDC official, even immigration official. They are on ground to forestall any breakdown of law and order. And voting is still ongoing. Okay, as you can see, this is what I'm saying. Argument between party agents, and some people are just trying to sue for peace there. So, but this is how it's been since we came here around 8:45.
Well, that's interesting, Tokwe. But I just part of the conversation that a number of people have been having, particularly the concerns, had been that of poor voter turnout, and you have also mentioned something like that. What would you attribute that to or ascribe that to? Is it poor voter education, voter apathy, or what? We know, I'm sure you're also aware that Yaga had predicted that voters may not turn out as much for this election. Is that something that is going on now? What can you attribute that to?
Okay, coming in from Owerri, the Imo State capital, to this place, it's about 30 minutes. But what I noticed is from Owerri, this is Onitsha Road, this ward here, this community is along Owerri Onitsha Road, and coming, we could see that people were just in their houses. Some people who spoke to says it's not time for them to vote. Maybe later they will come to the polling units to vote. But from what we have here, if this polling unit where we have 840 registered voters, about just 15 have just voted, accredited and voted. And the other one where we have 750 registered voters, about 10 people have just voted. So that tells us something. That tells us that at least the voter turnout for now is low. But we're still here trying to follow up if more voters will come to vote at this venue. And we're in Oru West local government, and in Oru West we have about 147 polling units and about 71,183 registered voters, while the number of PVC collected according to INEC is about 71,106. So going by this, I think the turnout is still low for this. But people said some people have gone to the farms this morning, and they said maybe around noon people will start coming here to vote, because it's an off-cycle governorship election. There is no state assembly, so it's just the governorship election. So according to people in this community, so people have gone to their farms and they will come around noon to continue voting, because according to INEC, this voting will end by 2:30 p.m.
Now, just to quickly confirm that voting materials and INEC staff have arrived early enough in other parts of Imo State, and voting is commencing at about the same time. Can you confirm that from what you're hearing?
Okay, I am covering Imo West Senatorial District, and I have my colleagues in Imo East Senatorial District and Imo North. And from what I was able to confirm this morning from my colleague in Imo East, Owerri Zone, that in some parts of the place, the electoral materials left the rack centers to the polling units early enough, and voting started early enough in some areas. So I'm still waiting also to get the feedback from my colleague in the other part of the state. But by and large, from what I've been able to see, electoral materials arrived early in some parts of these polling centers across the state.
Just one more question from me, Tokwe. I wish you could tell us, if you know, what caused the disagreement between party agents. But in addition to that, I can see a bit further behind you the voting booth. Is there a consensus amongst party agents and voters about the positioning of the voting booth and the ballot box? Are they well positioned as to guarantee the sanctity of vote?
Okay, first, you're talking about the argument, the reason for the argument. First, there's an elderly woman that came here and she wanted to vote, but she needed somebody to guide her. So she called on the INEC official here to guide, but one of the party agents was so agitated and said he will be the one to direct the woman to vote, to know where to vote. So that caused a little bit of argument here. Then some other little issues about where you're standing, where you're not supposed to stand, what you're supposed to say, what you're not supposed to say. But in the wisdom of the INEC official here, he's been able to sue for peace. And importantly, party agents are the one bringing up all these arguments, which is expected. And talking about the positioning of the voting materials, it's a consensus, because when the INEC officials came, they briefed them on where they're going to put all this, where they're going to do this. So all of them agreed, and it's been peaceful here, aside the little arguments, but it's been peaceful. They've been voting. People are coming in voting. And for security, we have security operatives here, and even outside, there's a stationed police truck with over 10 policemen outside this place, guiding this place to forestall any breakdown of law and order. Because this is a transit point between Owerri and Anambra State, Onitsha. So I think for now, the police are on top of their game to ensure that there's no issue around here.
Well, interesting, Tokwe. Well, you spoke about that woman you spoke about the other time. Let's listen to what she said.
We pray that the Almighty God will have for a purpose. Specifically, I am here to make sure that peace reigns. Okay? The Crown Chief, Oru First Lady elected, Ezeada worldwide. I am here because of this election. Governorship election, that specifically, I am here for governorship election today. And I want to say in a bold letter that I told many people to read my women. We are all about, it's all about fears all over. We are not going to come out and say there is nothing like that. Come out and vote, come out in mass, especially those that are not lettered. Other people did it, it went well with them. Ours will not be different. And we want to have a better result today in respect of this election, governorship election. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I appreciate every an inch of you here present for taking this, making our time. I can't say it's a risk because you have done it elsewhere. You've done it many places. And you took this time to come and be with us. It will never be a failure. And I want to say in a bold letter without fear of favor that you people will get a better reward after this election.
Well, that Tokwe is probably the woman you reported earlier, Mrs. Ngozi Emelonye at the Otulu ward in Oru West local government area, praying for a peaceful election and all. That must have made you feel somehow. Oh dear. Anyway, let's. Well, thank you, Tokwe. We'll get back to you again. I'm pretty sure that when we have updates, we'll get to you. Just before we go to our guests, we have Chris Illems, our correspondent, joining us from Yenagoa in Bayelsa State. Good morning, Chris. You've been bringing us some reporting earlier. Is there any update, particularly about the security men the police that you said were not at a particular polling unit where you were earlier? Any updates on that in particular?
Hello, Ayo. Hello, Ayo. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Chris. Can you hear me?
Right now, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, up till this moment, we still don't have.
Well, Chris, we can't hear you again for now. Okay, the audio is back. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
If you know they go outside now. For that
audio issue, and we'll get back to you. But it sounds like he's saying that the security operatives aren't there just yet. That's a concern. Let's hope the police are also watching. We want to know exactly what is going on. And so let this not be one of those allegations. Well, we're talking the other time. We have some guests with us here. Onyekachi Adekoya is since joined us. He's a security expert, as well as Professor Ademola Abbas, who is also a security expert, particularly at the global level. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Don't forget, we still have with us Professor Abdulgani Raji, a former resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti, Ogun, and Osun States. We'll come back to you, Prof, shortly. But, okay, well, I guess, Prof, let me quickly come to you. In all that you have heard so far, particularly concerning the late deployment, the heartbreaking one for my colleague, Larry Lassisi, is the fact that electoral officials were literally heaving election materials on their own heads to walk to their polling units, their duty posts, to get work done. That is heartbreaking, especially when we know that Nigeria ought to have provided for them. What do you think could have happened in that regard?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, a lot. Disappointment sometimes do come from different groups. It could be from the commission itself, probably a failure on the part of some of the not well-organized electoral officers who did not make adequate arrangements. You can't but have cases like that. But in most cases, it's always due to disappointment from the transport operators. Except we actually dig deep into it and find out where the issue came from. But I think usually what INEC always hide under is to say that we have a substantial conformity. We are conforming, conforming to rules, almost 98, 99%. No system can be perfect, but there could be several cases like that. It can also be even from the security officers. Sometimes they may not be available, and then transporters may say they will not move except they have security. Sometimes the polling officers and electoral officials will say they can't move except they have security. I think we just need to know, try and find out if we have some correspondence in that area to try and find out what actually happened. And this cannot always be obtained from the RAC center, the registration area camp where these people left this morning. So we would definitely be able to know what was the problem that led to that lateness and also inability to move using the appropriate transportation.
Well, okay, that is taken, but I guess this is attention for INEC itself to take a look at, because I wonder how encouraging or not it could be for anyone working with them right now. But let's quickly come back into the studio. Gentlemen, let's begin from there, particularly Mr. Adekoya. We're going to talk about the security apparatus the other time, but quickly on that particular issue, you've been here, you heard that reporting by our correspondent Larry Lassisi about the fact that, officials were literally heaving the election materials on their own heads to go to the locations. Naturally. You heard the gentleman tell us that security operatives ought to have been there with him. The concern for me there is the security concern of him moving stuff on his head, walking to wherever to do what he is expected of him.
Yeah. So security for this kind of event or sets of events as we have requires a lot of logistics, a lot of planning also. I could also imagine that the security forces have had their work cut out for them since midnight yesterday. They would have pre-mobbed, majorly I think about yesterday, and planning their deployment. Let's look at the positive side. If the electoral officials took initiative and moved the items on foot to their designated point and they arrived safely without incident, perhaps the security within the outer cordon did its job. You must remember that we take a layered approach to security or concentricity. So there are rings upon rings upon rings. We may not know now what has happened that caused the officers who were supposed to be at that point or their beat, why they have not arrived, where they are, the challenges they may also have been facing, because everybody seems to be facing an issue of logistics. We've been on this studio several times. The thing about elections is just logistics planning. The fact that even INEC does not have like a hold on the third-party partners they have to work with. Scenarios change almost every cycle because even the bus owners themselves may not be there next year. So I'm sure it's all a fitting problem. Let's see how it goes.
TV for 24 years?
Yes, what do you want me to say? Now, you must understand that when you're planning a very broad operation like this, there's a lot of moving parts. Logistics is a lot. No wonder in the Army you have a core. Army core on just logistics supply because it takes a lot. And so maybe INEC has not mastered it, I would say. But to be fair to INEC, they don't own the buses. They don't own the means of transportation. They have to rely on people. And like I said earlier, the set of people you work with this circle may not be the set of people you have to work with NETSEC. We also remember that some parts of the country are facing issues of fuel scarcity, the cost of fuel. When INEC planned their budget for this election, they planned it probably not yesterday. And we know what's been happening with the cost of fuel. So we don't know what's happening behind the scene.
We may have an idea of what's happening behind the scene, and I'm tempted to ask that question again. INEC mastering for 24 years, that leaves much to be desired. But yesterday, during a conversation between our correspondent and one of the INEC officials in Imo State, the woman in charge of voter education to be precise, she gave an insight into what INEC has done to forestall lateness of arrival of officials to polling units. And one of the things that she said INEC did was take a different approach, this time by decentralizing funding for electoral officers to transport materials to polling units. And we can see from what our correspondent said in Imo State that INEC officials have arrived on time in most parts and elections started on time in most parts. I hope I can use the word in most parts. So if funding has been made available to INEC, will INEC have an excuse for delaying arrival of materials in other parts of the state for these off-cycle elections?
Yeah, like they say in boxing, everyone has a plan until he gets punched in the face. You can plan as you can, but like we say, until you do a post-mortem, if the reports are suggesting that most parts have worked, now you have to do a post-mortem to find out what has not worked. Remember in the last general election, INEC also sought to do things differently. And perhaps some had argued that they were trying to do too much all at the same time. At every point of change, you have a bit of a crisis, some small adjustments. So since they've taken a different route, they have to see what has failed this time and then adjust. You wouldn't know until you get to the field. Perhaps that will also be their own argument. So I think sometimes we are very hard on INEC, as we expectedly should, but there are a number of failures that are institutional and endemic and entrenched, even in society and even the psychic of the people. You can reach an agreement with people for transportation a day before, and they see that you're under pressure, and they up the price. You can front load money to the different points of execution. And you wake up the next day, you don't see the person, you don't see the funds, you don't see the bosses. So we do not know what has happened. And I'm not holding brief for INEC, but I'm waiting to see what has happened.
What you said, I think, so some INEC officials, top-ranking INEC officials have said that to us before, that such things have happened with some transport logistic people, working with them. I'll come to you, Prof, in a bit, but let's quickly engage Prof in Ibadan. Professor Raji, let's talk a little about our expectations, people's expectations for these elections. Going on our YouTube page now, and some of the reactions says, in fact, one individual, Maxwell Nwoka, says, vote or no vote. The winners have been identified, underscoring only one thing, and that is trust. In managing our expectations, with this kind of position that a number of people already have, what do you expect? What do you hope? What would be our admonition to Nigerians and to INEC so that the vote quotient, the trust quotient can increase a little, even before the elections is done and over with?
Thank you very much. I think this is something that is very, very common with us, maybe especially in the developing countries. And I will refer back to Ezenwa Nwaogu, who said this morning that the stakeholders are not just the politicians and INEC, but every one of us. And if we have a mindset like this, one is heading towards failure. But we don't pray for failure. What I would just advise is that people should just open their minds and believe that their votes will count. I believe the votes has been counting. The votes have been counting since, especially with the introduction of the technology. And now you cannot vote without being accredited. And we know this has actually taken place for about 3 or 4 years now, and we can see that. And so the idea of people stuffing ballot boxes and things like that, which would normally lead to the winner already being, determined even before the election, is gone. That era is gone. And so people should open their minds, go and vote, and your vote will count. But if we still have that mindset, I think it's not good for us in this country. You remember what Zenwa said in the morning when you were talking about the issue of the cubicle placement. And he said, well, he will advise the party agents to also liaise with the polling officials to ensure that the cubicles are placed correctly rather than fighting them. So when you start fighting them that you didn't place it correctly and this and that and whatever, it's like the mind is set, you don't even trust them. So I think we should work together. That mindset, we should erase it.
Well, Professor Abdulgani Raji, former resident electoral commissioner, Ekiti, Ogun, and Osun State, thank you so much for your time and perspectives this morning, and hoping that we all take that learning. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, the elections are ongoing, but back to you, Prof. Wanted to ask you a question the other time. Let's begin with the security arrangements from what you see and from what you know. How well would you say we're doing? In Yenagoa, we're yet to confirm whether or not we have enough security officials there at all. From what our correspondent, Chris Ilems, was reporting earlier, how well are we doing in that regard from what you see? Even though in Kogi, where our correspondent, Larry Lasisi, was situated, as well as in Imo State, where our correspondent, Tokwe Kuteyi, also reports, security personnel have been adequately deployed. But in Yenagoa, it is not. So should we say that's a 75% compliance, or what do you make of that?
Thank you for having me, Ayo and Kola. Good morning again. Look, I have a different take on this security thing. When you talk about whether we have enough security in Yenagoa, you want to ask yourself, what is enough? What is sufficient? At what point do we actually tell ourselves that we are not doing something right? Yesterday, I think I was reading somewhere where the IGP was talking about deploying 40,000 troops, policemen, to Kogi. And I froze, if that number would be correct. That why do we see elections as if we are going to civil war or major wars in Nigeria every single cycle? We're talking about 3 states here. You are deploying thousands of policemen, thousands of soldiers, as if we are in an active... I don't even think you have 40,000 people policing Gaza today, where you have an active war, major war going on in that part of the world. So we need, first of all, to begin to interrogate the concept of why we think we need so many security operatives. One of your correspondents was talking about police being there, and the NCD was in there, even immigration being there in the polling booth. These are major security institutions that this country needs to be doing other things.
Should we doubt those numbers?
That is why I said earlier on that if those numbers will be correct, as given in some of the information media yesterday, then that would be tragic for the country. It means we are doing something not only silly, but completely preposterous.
So you think there are too many?
It is way too many.
Okay, but even at the same time, our correspondent Chris was saying something about them not even being available at his location at the time. Chris, what's the update on that? Security men, police particularly, who are supposed to be the lead agencies for security in these elections. What's the update? Chris, we still can't hear you, but we'll work that out and get back to you. We just wanted to get that feedback, from him.
Important.
Yeah. I thought what I was hinting at is that we should start thinking in a rather more smart manner about what kind of security we deploy. Now, you are talking to, unfortunately, we couldn't hear the response of Professor from Ibadan when you asked me a very vital question, him being a former rec, about why an operative of INEC should be headporting electoral materials. But if what you said after I spoke, with what I'll go by will have been that well because the security was not present. You ask yourself, what does INEC spend the billions and billions of naira given to INEC to prepare for? What does it spend it on? We've been talking about the same thing for the past 24 years. Logistical problems, security problems, and so on. What exactly are you spending about 300 or what, how many billions of naira for every single year? The most basic things that I think INEC should be able to have been put to bed in the last 24 years or so be, logistics problem we can address, because it's the same thing, cycle in, cycle out. Security, what is wrong with INEC procuring or entering an agreement to be able to lease their own buses anyway?
Should that approach change? And if it changed, perhaps if INEC works to deploy election materials, sensitive and non-sensitive, 2 days ahead of time, how would we guarantee the integrity of the materials?
The first question we ask ourselves, Bukola, is what is actually making us to doubt the integrity of the materials that you are deploying? And that is because we have not actually worked out a very effective system. That is the point. And I think that's why in my last presidency a month ago or thereabout, we were talking about this INEC issue. And I did mention something. And I'm looking forward to the day when Nigeria will decentralize conduct of elections in this country. Look, INEC is just one single body you call up on every 4 years to come and run election for 150, 200 million people. It's part of the problem. If you have INEC today composed by angels, there will be problems because you cannot be using the same system, and you expect different results. It does not just work in that way at all. But at this point, INEC has to be held accountable to, one, why haven't you in 24 years been able to fix logistical problems? Why can't you look into changing your system? During the presidentials, remember we're talking about even ad hoc staff using their own money to buy, what is it called? Data. To be able to power technology for INEC. What does INEC spend this humongous amount of money given to it for?
Well, I guess that's part of the job that the National Assembly should be doing, asking those questions. But let me come quickly to you on that same issue. The
National Assembly that we're talking about, the reason they are buying 165 million naira
who is going
to wait, was because the roads were bad. And anybody saying that's the National Assembly, and you don't shoot them in this country, we are mad people.
Shoot?
Oh, yes. No, what I'm saying, it's not, I said if we don't shoot ourselves as country, I'm not talking about shooting them. Because you vote people to go into, to represent you, to be able to provide good roads, to oversight. So if a National Assembly is telling you...
Prof, that's another conversation which is annoying enough for it. So, but let me come to you, Mr. Adekoya. I remember in the Second Republic, in the aftermath of the Second Republic, there is a class of vehicles that they adopted a name, FEDECO buses, only because they were used by the Federal Electoral Commission at the time for election purposes. Thinking about that now might be quite expensive. But when you listen to Prof talking about leasing those vehicles, but that's just one leg of the conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Logistics. In warfare, you win or lose basically on logistics. If you look at the Russian-Ukrainian war, which is now a war of attrition, it's all about who can sustain supplies to the front line in the most effective, efficient, safe, and sustainable manner. So when you look at this whole thing about elections, Nigeria has moved. You have, at the last general election, 166,000 polling units thereabout, plus or minus. And I reckon that at the next general cycle, those numbers will also have to increase. How many vehicles will be enough? If you were to lease, you can't. It's not sustainable now. I know that technology can solve some of these problems. There are a number of logistics companies who provide like the Uber model. And I'm sure that by the next 4 years, some technology people will come up to solve the problem of logistics for elections. I just imagine that in advance they can, for register and onboard companies of vehicle owners that are willing to be used for elections, vet them, get them clarified and everything, ready to use for INEC, such that in a very intelligent platform, you can see the vehicles you've registered, you can see their proximity to the polling units, and then you can assign. You still have to work out the movement of materials from from INEC HQ to the regional, then the states, then you have your different local government hubs, and then have those people. So it's solvable by technology. Technology is just the only sensible way to go. But then you talk about the security of those materials. Again, technology can solve the problem. Because with beavers, who says you cannot now vote? Remember that we jumped a major loop, what we call an S loop, or a major innovation loop, when we used beavers, which was for biometric voter identification and accreditation system. And then we hopped on another loop and then wanted to do IREF. Okay, so I thought we should have, beaten off small and then go small. But IREF did work later, but not as expected. But eventually it did work. You can have a biometric system. It's all linked to your BVN and your NIN. It's linked to your voter ID. So the same system that authenticates the number of accredited voters can also capture the number of accredited voters that voted for Party A or Party B, the sum of which must not exceed the total number of accredited voters. And then you then layer different systems to ensure the integrity of that structure. So, with that, this issue of moving items on foot or head, you just go there with one device. You go there with the voter register. You must display by law. And then, again, you just do that. And that will save us, I reckon, on this issue of logistics. I reckon it may save us up to 60% on voting. You may then, because you hop on that new loop, you then have to deal with the issue of cyber security, the integrity of the actual numbers that eventually come out.
It's a totally different budget line.
So it will still not be the same as when you're dealing with paper, because you have to deal with printers, you have to deal with procurement of paper. The whole chain is quite hectic. So it's solvable by technology.
And it's a hurdle that we still have to cross by legislation yet again.
Yes,
But is it fair that we have to cross that hurdle by legislation, knowing that it is the electorate who determine who should lead them? Shouldn't they have a say by way of referendum in that process?
No, legislation already gives you and I the right to vote and be voted for. That's an inalienable right.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the technology aspect of it.
I'm coming to that. Then you then have the electoral laws. Again, if you say by legislation, absolutely, because you need to provide the legal framework and provide the guidelines for people to exercise that right. And where legislation will have to come is if we are doing away with paper. Remember, we're talking about running a sustainable economy, going green and going sustainable. Although I don't want to go into that green argument, but again, if you're going to go paperless, it's a way to go. So if we have to create the enable laws to help us go paperless, then very good. But to speak to the things that Prof was talking about, really, when you take a Prof who's, I'm not sure what the current INEC chair's area of specialty is, technologies can be you can be immersed in it. It can be very demanding. It can be very dynamic. It's not a place for people who are not in tune with modern realities. Again, when you talk about the use of technology, the penetration of technology in Nigeria it's not where it should be.
Okay.
So we will eventually get there, but to land on the initial thing I said there are systemic issues that are bigger than just INEC itself. It's societal,
systemic.
It's endemic.
I think that's.
And I imagine, I imagine that Prof would like to comment on that, but let's go to our next stop, which is Bayelsa. I believe.
So, Chris, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning. I can hear you clear.
Oh, wonderful. So, give us an update on that police situation that you reported earlier.
When we got in here before 8 o'clock, INEC was already on ground. The voters were already on ground. But then we didn't find any policeman on the ground. It was later on men of the Civil Defense Corps came on board. And of course, we also saw men of the Federal Road Safety Commission. They also came around. Then about 30 minutes ago or so, we saw a few policemen. They came around here, and I don't know if they're still around now. Okay, yes, we can still see a few of them there. About 3 of them came around. But there's been a heavy police patrol on the major roads. While we're even coming to this place, we saw a lot of them, but not at the polling units. We really don't know what happened, but a few of them just got in right now. But voting has actually commenced here in Ishogi Square, right here in Yenagoa. You know, Yenagoa actually has the largest voting population in Bayelsa State, with about 217,000 registered voters, followed by the south. That's Ijaw parts, the south of Ijaw. We also have right here civil society groups here. A lot of them are actually present, monitoring proceedings at this place. It's been peaceful so far. People are actually out casting their votes, and INEC has actually been up to the billings. They promised that this was going to be the case, and they are actually discharging their duties. They have all materials, and also with me right now, I have a South-South coordinator of one of the civil society groups who's gone round and is still going round monitoring situations on the ground. Mr. Obasomi Jude, how are you doing this morning? You probably want to just bring us up to speed as to what has been happening within town.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm of the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, the South-South rep. We have about 100 observers spread across the 8 local government councils of the state, and they're already giving us reports. First of all, in terms of the timing of when the polls were open, most of the average they tried quite well, but we observed that in some areas the number of persons coming out to vote is not too significant. Recall that as at last week, when the INEC gave statistics of the number of voters that have collected their PVC, about, I think on the average, they say about 96% collection rate. But what we are seeing in some of the polling units we have visited, I doubt whether we'll be able to get that percentage of, voters coming out to vote. However, we also observed that some of the voters that came in, for example, this polling unit Ward 6, we are polling unit 15. Some people came with their voters card, but they could not actually find their name on the voters list. So they were directed to go to the Bayelsa Medical University and some other places, and some of them started grumbling. We thought INEC would have been able to at least address some of these challenges that they experienced during the 2023 election. By and large, the atmosphere that we have seen so far in Yenagoa LG, where I'm currently observing, is quite peaceful, but there's this level of apathy among the people. Most of them are not interested. And when we try to prove further, they keep on recalling the experience of 2023. However, with what we have seen, they are currently using the Beaver machine to identify the voters. You can see where they are actually casting their ballot paper is quite open, and you can see the presence of some polling agents of the various political parties in attendance. But we've also observed some level of this issue of support. I don't know if in terms of buying of drinks and food for people is going on right now. Once you vote, they take you to a corner, they buy you food. I don't know if they're going to call that on our vote buy, but that is what's currently going on. The atmosphere is quite calm. Both parties are currently, interacting very well. And this area we had now is one of those flashpoints that we are told that more or less very violent and what have you. But we just pray that the level of the peaceful nature of this place will be sustained until after the election. I pray that at the end of it all now, the results will be uploaded. But that has been the major concern of most of the persons here.
All right, thank you so very much, Mr. Obasomi Jude, one of the civil society observer right here. There are a number of them. It has always been a case of high voter apathy in Bayelsa State, with just 1,056,000 people collected their PVCs. And in the past elections, we've always had like maybe 20% or max 30% of these people coming out to cast their votes. We don't know if that will be the case today, but people are still coming in. They're still casting their votes. We hope that it continues until 2:30, when this session would be over. But so far, so good. it's been peaceful, and we hope it remains peaceful.
Well, we also understand, Chris, and you may want to speak to that. We observed that former President Goodluck Jonathan has also voted. Let's see the process. That's the assurance that's the former president going about to cast his vote right now. As you can see right there, that's the time that he came around to cast his votes. In the company of his wife, Bukola.
Yes, indeed. And the former president is from Ogbea local government. We wonder if that's where he's casting his ballot. If not,
I don't know. I don't think his ballot voting unit can be moved for him.
Moved, yes.
Okay.
So that would be Ogbea local government.
Okay, so that's him.
Yes, Otweke.
Voting there. Well, that's a good one. But Chris, let me quickly come back to you. I mean, the location where you are right now, it's quite crowded and almost like it's unorganized. Is that the way it's supposed to be?
Okay, right where I am, right, we have about 6 polling units here. So that's the reason you have people at various polling units casting their votes. So it's coordinated. You see your polling unit, like we have 14 here, and behind me I have 15. So everyone knows where to go vote, and that is what they're actually doing at the moment, because INEC, before they started, actually gave them the rules and regulations, told them what to do, briefed them, and of course, I'm sure that's what they are actually doing at the moment.
Okay.
There's been no hitch. It's been very, very smooth.
Well, quite nicely put, Chris. But I don't know if it's Bukola does have a question for you, but I don't know if it's possible for us to find a civil society official there who might be able to speak to that rowdiness, so to speak. That's what it looks like, but. Maybe it is. I don't know. You'll be able to pick on someone shortly, but Bukola does have a question for you. Bukola, go ahead.
Yes, indeed, Ayo. Besides the disorderliness of the background behind you, Chris, one thing is unmistakable, which seems to contradict what Mr. Obasomi said. The turnout. It's quite busy where you are. I assume that most of them are out to vote and not necessarily, just out to see what's happening. Is that the case as well in other polling units that you have visited, or the turnout is much lower?
Well, I think this is one of the very big polling units around this area. So you definitely would expect a lot of people come out. So there are a lot of people here, but they feel that much more people could have also come out. But it's also possible that people just vote and they leave, and some might still come in, much more later. But I think it's one of the very busiest that we've visited so far, and so far so good. Look, if you can see, some people just came in, they are still searching for their names, and as soon as they're done with that, they proceed to the next level. And we don't really have cases of those who could not use the beavers. It's been going on very well. I think INEC did pretty well, but by the end of the day, we'll definitely get to know if the security agencies would also step up and do what they are supposed to do to ensure that there's no problem, so to ensure that conflict and challenges are forestalled.
Well, it's one of the things gladdening is that for every arrangement, the political party agents are always there to agree. There's some kind of consensus, at least that's what we heard from Tope Kutei in Owerri the other time, that the party agents agree about the arrangements. Is that the same case where you are right now? No rancors, no disagreements with all of the arrangements, particularly the concern we're raising about how the whole place is looking where you are right now?
I've actually monitored some other elections before now, and it's usually the same way. They do the same thing. Right here, I feel they've had maybe an unwritten agreement somewhere. I've not had issues where they had fights, quarreling. They just watch the process. They know what they've agreed to do. They know what they want to do, and that exactly is what they're doing. I think it has also aided coordination right here.
Okay.
There's always that agreement. There's always that consensus, amongst them. And I think it's also playing out right here.
And we do hope that it stays that way, Chris. It's been some time since we last interacted with you, and I'd like to find out if you have any update about voting in coastal area, particularly in Sagbama, southern Ijaw, where INEC reported about 9 hours ago about the boat mishap where they lost election material. All election officers, according to INEC, are safe. But INEC also reported the abduction of an officer who was on his way to another coastal area, who was abducted at Amasoma Jetty. Is there any update on these incidents?
So far, we've not gotten any update on that. The police, I really don't know why they came in here late, first of all. It's possible they were having a talk on this issue. But hopefully, after now, we'll go to the police headquarters to see what is happening around there and probably get information. We already know that the Nembe, the Brass, those riverine areas are flashpoints. And of course, the rate of voter apathy there is always very high. I want to believe that the security agencies knew about this and, of course, would have deployed adequately to ensure that every issue of crisis is actually well handled. But I don't know how far they went. But as at yesterday, we saw deployment to some of these regions. Let's just hope that at the end of the day, they are able to recover the abducted INEC official and, of course, also avoid any issue of further mishap, because these are things we need to take absolute care of. We know it's a riverine area. I mean, adequate preparations are expected to be done, to be carried out to ensure that issue of boat mishap, kidnapping, they are adequately dealt with. But that is not what we've seen so far, because that one case is a spoiler so far for us, and we're hoping that we don't have more of these cases. But at the end of the day, we should be able to get further information on this. We don't want to rely on hearsay or disinformation and misinformation. We want to take our time and get the right information from the right source. And I'm sure by the end of this day, we should be able to get that.
Thank you so much for that, Chris Ilems at Yenagoa in Bayelsa State. Thank you so much for your reporting and all the best. Do keep safe, and we'll bring you more from him in the course of time. Prof, you wanted to venture into the conversation we're having about
the technology
the other time. I guess this reporting by Chris following Bukola's question kind of also tapers into that.
Well, I think we cannot overemphasize the role of technology, and as my colleague has said. But see, technology, and whether you use beavers, whatever you use, all these micro facilities that can make elections work better in Nigeria. But there are macro things that you need to work through first, and that is my concern. For instance, beavers will work, IREC will work, all these things will work when in the first place electors are able to get to where they're going to vote in time, vote in a peaceful atmosphere, where materials are delivered in time, and this and that. What I'm saying is that you have to be able to look at the macro circumstances first before you get to the micro level. I'm not saying they are intended. I'm not saying they should be disaggregated, but you cannot treat one in isolation of another. Take us as an example. What kind of punitive measures do we mete out to those who cause all this crisis? And we've been having this, as I said, cycle in, cycle out. Let's go a bit overseas. Look at the US. Even in football, let's look at football. When fans are being unruly, sometimes the Football Association of a country can come and impose ban on fans, can impose ban on individual players, and so on and so forth. Do we do that here? We don't. There's nothing wrong, when you talk about electoral violence, for instance, and insecurity, there is a panoply of stakeholders that you have to attack if you really want to solve the problem. Number one is that the federal government has a responsibility. If it becomes unbearable, we had it in the First Republic. You can declare a state of emergency. That, by the way, is an indictment of a sitting governor that you could not manage electoral process in your state. That's number one. You could target individual politicians who create that kind of violence by banning them from subsequent election. In the U.S. today, Denver, Colorado, is in court today to stop Trump from appearing on their own ballot. And Colorado is one of the so many states in the U.S. that want to stop a former president from coming on their ballot. It doesn't mean that other states will not have ban. What I'm saying is that where you do that, you target the politicians themselves, you target electorate like thugs. When you sentence them to long-term imprisonment, I was reading this morning that there was a particular person who has not been allowed in a particular area. They moved them to Benin, whatever this and that, so that they take them out of circulation. We can't do that. What I'm saying is that, look, we cannot be behaving as if we are in a Neolithic age. We have to be able to learn. We're talking about Nigeria being a complex society. No. India is the largest country in the world. They've managed elections over and over. It's over 1.4, 1.5 billion people. Almost 7 times the Nigerian population. Don't let's demonize ourselves. By the way, before I forget, so I don't get into trouble, I did not say they should shoot any parliamentarian. What I said was that if our parliamentarians are justifying buying incredibly expensive cars at this moment in our life by reference to the fact that our roads are bad, the roads that they have oversight for in the first place, we should shoot ourselves as a people that we are not fit to be living. So just let me get that.
Prof, that goes to accountability and relating it to what you said about the macro issues being prosecution and holding politicians to account, particularly those who manipulate the electoral process. Just after the last election, the police said they arrested thousands of electoral offenders. And that was the start of our conversation. We're asking ourselves, have prosecutions led us anywhere, to imprisonment, sentences of electoral offenders, naming and shaming? How do we hold the police to account?
Well, I suppose that's a big question. Again, we go back to the parliament. The parliament holds a very important position in a country. Not any more than the executive or judiciary, but because they are the only organ of government that is directly elected by the people. Nobody elects the judiciary, and you only elect the governors. Nobody elects the commissioners or ministers. But the totality of parliamentarians are elected by a people. So they are directly responsible to the people. People can hold them accountable. And when you should be able to hold them accountable to be able to discharge their responsibility. And that is the point. There is different oversight they have. Somebody has an oversight for the police. At the end of the day, the police doesn't exist in a hiatus. It is within a particular system. So there's something that is broken in our national psychic, in our national system that needs to be fixed. Whatever is going on with our electoral processes today is a reflection of the whole country itself, and that is what I'm saying. You need to hold the police accountable. You need to hold the military accountable. But for me, as far as this election is concerned, you need to hold INEC much more accountable than anybody else. INEC is not just something we created yesterday. It's metamorphosed from different, predecessors. FEDECO, this and that, up to what we have today. They must have been learning lessons. Do they have anywhere they train their agents? Even the political parties, as an example. Do they have institutions where they actually train their members to be able to behave in certain ways? Nigeria is not the only country that conducts election. I am just sick and tired that every 4 years the country shuts down because we want to elect a few people into offices, and we don't seem to be able to get to know what to do with it. We are going to come back here in 4 years' time and say the same thing. Logistical problems, people were hijacking vote, they were taking ballot papers, materials are not arriving in time, there will be excuses, there will be deployment of police and this and that. For how long are we going to be doing that for? That is the point. It's high time somebody took responsibility and somebody took a step back and began to look at what we are doing as a nation. We're not doing that at all. And as I said, Nigeria is not the only country that is conducting elections. We have far bigger countries that are conducting elections all over the place, and they don't have this kind of silly things that we deal with on a daily basis. So it's not the only place. The entirety of, it's an enforcement issue. It's a rule of law issue. At the end of, do you imagine, for one second, Bukola, a former president, even a former governor in a state in Nigeria, in the position of Trump? You and I have been watching that. Trump went to court and was being rambunctious against a judge. The judge told him point blank, I will excuse you from this court if you don't behave. And told the lawyers, can you tell your client that is a judge, not a Supreme Court judge, that's a High Court judge talking to the former president of the US, because it's a country of rule of law. When rule of law is buckled, when we don't comply with rule of law, everything goes out of the window. That is our problem in Nigeria.
And that goes to the conduct of politicians. You mentioned that we have a National Assembly that should oversight the law enforcement agents, but therein lies politicians as well, and who have a stake. So can that process be transparent?
I'm hoping, I'm looking for, somebody asked me that question a couple of days ago about, we talk about when there was a coup and this and that. I said, look, at the end of the day, go back to our constitution. It begins with the people. In constitutional law, the people is what we call it the ground norm, is the original basis for legality. If your parliamentarians are not working, you throw them out. You vote them. If they don't want to represent you, you go back to the voter and you throw them out.
And we are talking about the same electoral process, right? Precisely. But by the way, just to bring this to awareness, that INEC may need to pay attention to this. We are getting reports of pre-filled, it's actually on the Twitter handle of Yaga Africa, that there have been reports of pre-filled results sheets discovered in polling unit 004, any ward of Ogori Magongo in Kogi State, before commencement of voting. What is gladdening so far, we have actually seen 2 of those sheets. What is gladdening about that so far, though, is that the sheets are not signed. It has attributed votes to 6 political parties in one sheet and 4 political parties in the other sheet. They are not signed for, there is no name or signature of any polling agent of any political party. But so, INEC, if this is something you are aware of, please give attention immediately so that it doesn't escalate, because these are the kind of things that make security situations worse, Mr. Adekoke, isn't it?
No, I don't agree with, I do like my colleagues at Yaga Africa, but I think there's somewhat not necessary. If a document is not signed, it bears no force of law. If it has no name, no person assigned to it, anybody can publish anything anywhere. It's just giving vent to mere speculation. Remember, during the general election, speculations, fake news, deep fakes, got us to a very feverish level.
Well, allow me to play the devil's advocate.
Yes.
Here. What does it take really to sign a paper?
Nothing. And what does it take to also create a sheet and then publish it? What does that mean? Right. Remember, we had people who made very humongous claims that polling unit results were being adjusted. What you have on IREV is not what it is. We were very forceful on TV to say, hey, there's a technology behind IREV and assigning accreditation. 1, 2, there's a fact that polling unit agents must sign on that result sheet, and yes, even within the remits of the law, there could be some mistakes. You can't tip-ex over it and sign over it. It's still a valid document.
But Mr.
So, I'm just saying that we need to be more responsible. Speaks to what Prof has been saying since. It's an all-of-society problem. This is just sensational news, I think, is rather not necessary at this time.
But
it's
what
not been
about
signed.
The concern that it was discovered before the commencement of voting, and if the document is anything to go by, votes have already been allotted to political parties on the result sheet, but it is not signed.
So this is fantastic nonsense. Forgive my French. So before the elections, you will get to the polling unit and be accredited. The total number of people accredited at polling units is what will determine the total number of people that vote. So how do you know the total number of people that come to a polling unit if they've not yet been accredited and eligible to vote? So I'm saying is that we are still within the remit of excessive sensationalism. and speculation.
But you don't understand. I don't know. Maybe you understand. You don't understand.
Yes.
Well, Prof, you may want to speak to this as
No,
well.
I understand what is
before the commencement of voting.
So before elections commenced.
Yes.
Presiding officers come with result sheets, and it is cited that some of those result sheets have already been filled. Let me read the top of the page to you.
Perhaps you would want to be silent on the political party.
No, of course not.
No, he's not saying that.
The top of the page, statement of result of poll from polling unit, Kogi State 2023 Kogi State governorship election, and the polling unit is clear. The local government is there, registration area is there, polling unit is there.
Not signed for.
Unsigned. No, as I said, it's not, the elections have not held. Go ahead, sir.
Look, Ayo, I think I'll respond to this in two ways. It speaks a bit to what I think is undue optimism of the former professor you spoke to in Ibadan, who said the days of stuffing ballots are over. Because obviously, this is an example of that, if this were to be true. On the other hand, from what Mr. Adekoya said here, I think he's probably more tolerant of certain things than myself, and I commend him for that, in the sense that he did say that it's not been signed, so he cannot really evidence. And we are mindful of what happened also in the last election about all the sensational, very hyperbolized reporting. We cannot overrule that. But however, when he said that, how do you know the number of voters without registering and this and that, I think he's been over-optimistic about Nigerian situation, because in this country, we had the former president, I won't mention his name, who openly said that, how can you have more than 100% vote for me when those, in his own party at that point in time, a particular incident, if you remember very well, there were more results given to his party in that particular place than the entirety of the number of those who are registered in the first place, that they actually had them to go back to revise the number. But what I'm saying is that, look, when we are in a situation in which there is trust deficit, you have all this kind of, we have become very suspicious of one another. And that is the tragedy of our existence today as a country. I did say this during the elections, when they were attacking INEC and this and that beavers feel. I said, look, the fact that INEC has promised to use a technology does not mean that technology will be foolproof at the end of the day. We want Elon Musk, with his fantastic vehicle that he said could not be broken. On prime television, it wasn't even a rock that was hurled at it. It was a small pebble, and the whole glass came down. And the question is, do you think Elon Musk set himself to fail over international space? Number two, NASA. NASA will embark on a program to go to space, sometime for 10, 15 years in the making. On the launch day, after 10,000, trial runs and this and that, on the launch day, that instrument fails. They go back to the drawing board. I said, so don't crucify INEC because it fails in certain areas. You look at the overall thing. And if what we had was correct, that would be the first time in Africa the kind of technology was being used on that scale. And that was the first time INEC could be using it in Nigeria. So there is a margin of error we must allow. But what is important is for us to say, INEC, now you've learned lessons from this, go back and do your homework. In the next 4 years, we don't want that particular.
Perhaps the challenge with that is always the voter education or the amount of voter information or how persuaded people are. But let's just throw a quick caveat. We have not independently confirmed, verified that claim of Yaga Africa, but the document on their Twitter handle or X handle at this time, that's exactly what it says, something to give INEC attention. But Mr. Adekoya, I wanted to...
Yes, I've never said this on national TV before, but I should say that I've been involved with elections, actually provided security consultancy at a statewide level for a gubernatorial election. So I know firsthand what happens behind the scenes. So sometimes when we speak, it's not excessive optimism, but we've also learned to err on the side of caution because we are all professionals. We have a name and a reputation to protect. In my training in security, you first err on the side of caution. You must have all the facts. You must have all the information for you to be able to make a decisive judgment call. And what I was saying initially was that based on evidence that we have seen, that's not anything for us to rile ourselves over, particularly if you don't have, in any document classification, once you don't have it signed, who is the signing authority, what's the person's designation. So once you don't have that on a document, it's like you see leaks of documents. Some documents are classed secret or top secret, and then you see it leaked out. But you look at the signature section, see that the document is not signed. In our own field, we just toss that away. It doesn't make any sense. When you see a fully and properly executed document, then class top secret, and then leaks, then you know that there's a big problem. So, I'm just saying that for my own line of work, a non-signed document means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
But I wonder what implications it has for, the entire electoral process.
Still nothing.
Yeah, still nothing.
Okay, well we have, we all saw the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, casting his vote earlier. I think he spoke about the same time.
The three states that have elections today: Bayelsa State, Imo State, and Kogi State, and which all these states successful elections, peaceful conduct of elections. But basically, because this is an off-season election, and I get worried about the issue of off-season elections, and I will use this unique opportunity to plead with the National Assembly that we need to block this off-season election. It's very odd. It's not a global best practice. A country can elect their people at different times, like America and some countries. They do not elect everybody at the same time. But any time they go on to conduct their election, they elect everybody that's supposed to be elected. If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, to come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that's the time that all of you media people and others should be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. And I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day. Some people may get say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007 that contested as a running mate to meet President Yar'Adua. You know that election. The 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that the election be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria will have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states. And the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today. On the other hand, I wish the election successful. I've been monitoring what is happening in Bayelsa State. I almost ask people across the local governments. And for now, no major things that we will get worried, apart from the part of Nimbe local government, the Basambri part of Nimbe local government that have been in conflict for quite some time before the election. Apart from that, I think the elections are going on well, but we cannot conclude until at the end of the voting.
Former President Goodluck Jonathan there, and in company of journalists after casting his vote, expressing his concerns over, that occasion and the incident that occasioned the conduct of off-cycle elections. And of course, he's saying that if not watched, we might get to the point where off-cycle elections, even the presidential poll itself, will become an off-cycle election. Quickly to the issue we raised about INEC the other time, Bukola.
Yes, indeed. INEC has responded to the bit of news brought about by Yaga Africa, and this is what INEC has to say. Our attention has been drawn to a report that field result sheets were discovered in some polling units in Kogi State. The Commission views this situation seriously Our senior officials deployed to the state are currently investigating. So INEC says it is investigating that situation.
Well, it's something we'll definitely keep looking at as we go on. Well, clearly, as at this time, that is the information that we have right now. We'll bring you more updates on that as events unfold. Now, let's talk, gentlemen. Of course, we have our correspondents all over the place in Imo, in Bayelsa, and in Kogi states. But, you know, gentlemen, so far, no rancors, Prof, no... it seems everything is going as hopefully expected. You said the other time, Prof, that Professor Raji was overly optimistic. And should I say, I don't know if it's a legal term to say you accused Mr. Adekoya also of being overly optimistic. That's perhaps the only thing a number of people might have to do while we tinker with the system. But so far, so good. I mean, no rancors in any part of the country, in any of these states so far. How encouraging is that?
No, actually, I said I commend my colleague for being more tolerable, correct, you know, of situations than myself.
Of INEC.
Of INEC than myself. And I think we are working toward the same solution, but using different, you know, approaches. Even though Professor Raji, I just said, you know, I noticed that when he was talking about stuffing about. But look, what is important is the fact that, as we've said, so far, so good, you know, because the country was very agitated, especially about Imo State, with what happened a week or 2 weeks ago with the Labour Congress and all this stuff and this and that. It was a bated breath, everybody was what was going to happen. But, so we're happy that things are moving on. So far, you know, we haven't had any major issues. But don't let us be fooled by that at the end of the day. That does not obviate the fact that a lot of violence already took place, you know, in the days, in the weeks before today, before this election, before these ballots have been cast today. Don't let us forget that lives have been lost, you know, in different places in all these 3 states. We cannot overlook that. So what is important then is how we go forward. And as the poet says, we must consider how we go forward. That is what is important. Is from now, what lessons can we learn? What lessons can INEC learn? What lessons can the government itself learn? What lessons can the electorate themselves learn? Those are the important things we have to think about.
Mr. Adekoya, while we were in Yenagoa with my colleague Chris Williams, one of the things that I observed, well, he is not INEC, but you have been part of the process before, is that at that particular polling unit, one of the things that I observed that gave me a tiny bit of concern is the proximity of the voting cubicle to where the electoral officers were. It was a little too close for comfort for me, given what we have seen and how that the secrecy, or the secrecy could have been a little more protected if it was a little further. Well, it was a little too close, don't you think?
I think there were like 3 clips. One, you had a safe distance from the whole process. Yeah. The other one involving the former president, wasn't too clear where that voting cubicle was.
Well, that was quite a distance.
So I'm not sure which of them, but remember.
At the point, my apologies, at the point where we were signing off my colleague.
Yes.
That particular cubicle.
Yeah, so remember that a lot of things are situational. Context is everything. Why they chose that approach, remember that all party agents would work with the electoral officer for that particular unit to agree. Once there's alignment, I'm sure there's some reason for it. I may not know the reason for that, but like Prof said, maybe too early to be optimistic because it's still early in the day. Once the heat of the results begin to trickle in, then you begin to see the level of anxiety rise in the hearts of certain politicians, and they might now then have to move to the next phase of their plan. Like Prof was hinting, absolutely, first objective has been achieved, which is to create voter apathy. So when you see that swell of violence, the threats of violence, when people begin to second guess whether or not to go out, whether or not it is safe to do so, then you know already that those people who perpetuated the pre-election violence have perhaps met objective number 1, voter apathy. They then move to second objective is to watch and see voter turnout in area of opposition strength. That they would now measure and see what the eventual numbers are faring towards before you then see cases of ballot box snatching. So if you see in some polling units, they decide to keep the ballot box and the voting cubicle within safe distance, there may be some considerations for that, So I would say that it's still early in the day. We're thankful for the peace, but if I were Commissioner of Police, I would know that the work is not yet done. This is just the opening salvo. We're still doing the pre-match warm-up.
It just brings to mind something for me. My apologies for butting in. I'm looking at the specific functions of ISS agencies, inter-party, security apparatus put up by INEC in the days of Professor Jega. We'll come back to that, but perhaps a quick update on what we talked about the other time, where Yega Africa put out a post concerning, some suspicion, as you can see right there, calling out INEC about a pre-field results sheet discovered in polling unit 004 somewhere in Kogi State before commencement of voting. That's the information right there on the front page, right there on your screen. 6 polling units. And you can see the ones that has the highest votes, the one that does not have the highest vote. Even it's clearly an official form of INEC. And of course, INEC has since that's the second of the forms that we talked about earlier.
The result sheets.
The result sheets, thank you, Bukola, that we spoke to earlier. As you can see, they have not been signed because they are pre-filled before elections. How far that will go, I guess we will see, because INEC also has since responded to that post.
And indeed,
so
you were saying
what did INEC say?
Earlier.
What did INEC say?
Okay, what INEC's reaction? Okay, let's go to INEC's reaction.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I was in a bit of a hurry to look at the implications of it.
Yeah.
But let's go to INEC reaction. INEC has since reacted, and it's spoken in rather firm terms and said that its attention has been drawn to that report that field result sheets were discovered in some polling units in Kogi State. The Commission views this situation seriously. Our senior officials deployed to the state are currently investigating the incident, and the Commission will communicate its decision earnestly. I was going to say, I hope that this will not be the last that we will hear about this. I hope it would lead to, INEC fishing out the officials that may have been in charge of this, because one of the first questions I would ask is, can the result sheets go out without an INEC official being party to it in one way or the other? Because these are sensitive election materials that should be in custody of INEC officials. Mr. Adekoya, that should be for you.
Yeah, this is Nigeria where JAM questions leak, wire questions leak, all sorts of documents are out there, which is why we talk about an all of society problem. Who can lay his or her hand on such a document? Just about anybody. Who can feel such? Just about anybody. Like I said, it's still early in the day. We were engaged for a risk management job with a client, and they said, oh, Mr. Adekoya, you are so calm, you're not in a hurry. I'm like, when you go to the hospital and you see the doctors and the matrons, they are not jumping like the family members of the patients, because this is what you see every day. So I'm saying that it's too early to be excited. We should calm the excitement down. INEC, we must commend them. Last cycle, we gave them a stick. I gave them a big stick. Because in crisis management, you must stay ahead of the narrative. A situation has popped up. You've seen how quickly INEC has put out a statement. Last time when the IRF Beavers team was having issues, they all kept quiet. So you acknowledge the case. you put out a statement to show that you're on top of it and that you're doing something, and then you give the voting public some reassurance.
Okay.
INEC has ticked all that box. What we now need to do is to bury our own teeth into it and say, okay, we now want to see, because there should be some document control. Some of those documents should have a reference, a serial number. So who was supposed to be in custody of that particular document, and how did that sheet get out? So that's the post-mortem that INEC must now do. As to whether it affects the credibility of the election, not yet. Too early. Yeah.
All right. Quick one before we call off this session. Lanre Lasisi has just joined us again to give us updates in Lokoja. But before we go there, DIG Frankumba has just arrived at his own, where he is observing things right there during the elections.
That would be
this is in Imo State, of course, just so you know, not Oshun. So he's perhaps also observing things. My colleague, Tokwe, as you can see, getting ready to give us an update. So, Tokwe, if you are ready, give us an update with the DIG Frankumba there. Have you relocated? Have you moved from where you were? Is it the same place that you've been? What's the update that you can give us, particularly with the arrival of Mr. Frankumba? Can you hear me, Tokwe? All right, we'll get
yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yes, go ahead.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, so any updates that you want to give us, particularly with the arrival of Mr. Frankumba, the DIG?
Well, the DIG is not here.
Okay.
The DIG is not here. He's the commissioner in charge of this election.
Oh, okay.
And we are here at Omuma Ward, polling unit 032 in Oru East local government area of Imo State. And this polling unit is where the governor of Imo State, Opuzodimo, who is also a candidate in this election, is supposed to vote. And in a few minutes time, we just got the reports that he will be here to cast his vote at this polling unit.
Okay. Well, one of the things that we also understand is that VIPs are not supposed to, they're supposed to find a way to manage the use of their security details in ways that it will not intimidate other voters or candidates. Do you see that happening this time around?
Okay, you remember last night when the first PPRO was on channels, he also shed more light on this issue of police moving around with VIPs on election day. And he said there are some special people, there are some specific people. It's not total where the police is supposed to follow some VIPs. So, but for now, this is the governor's polling unit, and I think that is why we're seeing this number of security operatives in this polling unit. They just came a few minutes ago, maybe with the news that the governor will be here in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Tokwe Kuteyi. As soon as the governor is around to vote, you will please let us know. Let's quickly dash to Lokoja in Kogi State. Lanre Lasisi is on standby. Lanre, what's the update?
Okay, well, just pardon me while I check my time. I almost said good afternoon. I have to tell you, the sun is high, the heat is intense, and for a minute I wasn't quite sure, but it's good morning, so please, good morning. I'll just let you see behind me here. That's PU 069, one of the two polling units that is at this Crowder Memorial College. And we have voters that have come in after that morning rush. We just have them trickling in one after the other right now. And that's what's happening at both polling units. If you look at the shot of the polling unit 012, there's nobody there. So we just have the ad hoc staff waiting as more will come in immediately after the person casting her vote there does that. No update here for now, outside the fact that the atmosphere is peaceful. Everything is going as it should be and we'll keep monitoring as the time trickles to the point when the voting should conclude.
Well, Larry, it's in Kogi State that incident happened that was reported by Yaga Africa and reacted to by INEC, where, some result sheets were said to have been pre-filled before voting commenced. Of course, INEC has confirmed it, but we understand that the resident electoral commissioner is saying something maybe a little different. Is there anything you want to tell us about that?
Okay, well, just when we got that information and saw it online, we reached out. I called the resident electoral commissioner to understand if he had also seen it and what was happening. He told me he hadn't actually seen that information and he cannot speak to it one way or the other. So I think the clearest signal we have right now is the information from the headquarters in Abuja saying that has been seen, that is being looked into, and that's the information I think we'll go with.
Thank you so much, Lanre Lasisi in Lokoja, Kogi State. Certainly, updates will come from you, and we will take as they do. In the meantime, Prof, let's take your final word on this. I mean, you've all been responding to institutions, but how about what people will call the critical mass, which is the expectations of the electorate? What do you think, how do we manage their expectations in ways that at the end of the day, the results will not end up in the courts?
Well, that's a very tough call, because I don't think the electorate in Nigeria today are now waiting for their expectations to be managed by an institution they don't absolutely trust. You have to understand there is a trust deficit. So I think the electorate today will tread with caution to say, look, we will still go out and do our bit. It's our civic obligation. We will go out and cast our vote. And we can only hope that INEC and everybody else will wake up to their own responsibility. So I don't think we can expect too much from the electorate at this point, apart from to say, we just want to go and exercise our civic responsibility in an atmosphere devoid of violence and instability. And just let us do that, and then we are trusting everybody else to be able to do their part. Look, whether a case goes to court or not is immaterial. I was just saying earlier on this month to a couple of friends that sometimes, the way I see violence, when whatever the politicians cannot achieve through guns and bullets in terms of pre and during election, they resort to court. Okay. The court is today being treated as an extension of that violence, in the sense that they will go there and do that. I would just hope that, again, the institution responsible for judiciary in this country can begin to actually lay down certain rules in terms of what kind of electoral cases come to court. So they don't come and waste anybody's time.
For you, Mr. Dikoya, closely related to that, despite the concern about the low trust quotient, from what you have seen so far, from the pictures that we have broadcast in these 3 states, do you sense that the electorate still want to own the process, particularly in the turnout?
Yeah, Nigerians are very hopeful, but I think we're also very reasonable. Every man we want to believe is rational. If the risk to life is high, self-preservation becomes the first thing you want to do. So while we all remain very hopeful, I was just saying off camera with Prof that I really hope that the president, who is the leader of the country, would seize the opportunity presented by time to help further deepen and change the narrative to elections. It cannot be this do or die affairs, and it will take the politicians. Like I said to you earlier, it's beginning to pop off now. We have some unconfirmed, unsubstantiated reports in Bayelsa, somewhere around the Fangbe area of Yenagoa, of armed clashes. There are some reports around Brass 2, Brass Ward 2, some around Agoro Gbene, Unit 6, 7, 8, Ward 11. So maybe I was speaking too earlier. So it's about the time now the heat is on gradually.
Well,
11:24 a.m.
Yeah, I think you already mentioned it.
No, I told you this. So it's going to start. So it's
yeah.
for the police to do their jobs.
And then you also said it's unconfirmed. So
yes,
let's just wait for some confirmation.
To look into that.
Absolutely.
For them,
Adekoya, security analyst, as well as Professor Demola Abbas, global security analyst. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Let's stay with the election studios, and we'll take a short break. When we return, there is more. Just stay with us.
Right now, where we are now, we are in the right center. And we are ready. I have received my material, and we are trying to go into our vehicle side, and the election will be commenced by 8:30, and we are ready to go now. Where we are going to the back of State Secretariat, Lokoja here. That is our polling unit. That we are praying that the election will be successful.
I'm for Lokoja Ward A, polling unit 28. We are set, very much ready for today's election. As you can see, everybody is already up, and the vehicles are already around to convey us to our various polling units. And by the special grace of God, today's election is going to be perfect. Everything is going to be smooth as everyone is ready for today.
I was the first person, so as we want to capture both my eye and this side of the nostril. That is why they asked me to sit. Later, maybe they are going to do something like that.
Okay, so you've not voted yet?
I have not voted. Since my district, my everything was not.
If you want.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded. Our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials, and INEC is promptly taking action. So I'd like to appreciate INEC on that. Again, for the boat that capsized, they have already alerted us, so we're also aware, and they are taking actions on that. I think those were the only two incidents that we recorded from yesterday to today.
Welcome back to the 2023 verdict. We're reaching you live from our studios, Channels Television studios here in Lagos. And it's been a mixed bag in the first segment during our election broadcast, where we had guests look at the situation. And of course, we also have our correspondents spread across who have been filling us in with reports. We're progressing onto the next segment now. We have joining us Mr. Sulaiman Aribabu. He's the Executive Secretary, Head Resource Center. Mr. Sulaiman Aribabu, welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Yes, and during the break, we had the opportunity to hear the governor of Bayelsa State and candidate of the PDP, Doye Diri, and his wife, and he was addressing the press earlier on, and he said quite a number of things about the concerns arising from different parts of the country. He appealed for patience and that the situation is being looked into. But former president also talked about something earlier on that perhaps should form the beginning of this next conversation about how it's important, to take a second look at, the attitudes towards the conduct of the election, such that we do not begin to have off-cycle elections for our presidential election. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, thank you. Let me start by commending Channel TV for reminding Nigeria that something is happening in 3 states, something that we all should be concerned about, because driving through Lagos, people don't even know anything is happening anywhere unless they are watching.
Even in Abuja, please. Don't vilify us only, just us.
But I haven't said that. Really, to Governor Doye Diri, the candidate of the PDP, he has said what he should say as a governor, as a leader of the state, and as a candidate in an election. He has said, well, from what we see, things are going on. He has commended where he should. And then as a candidate, he's also expressed, because whatever he says could be part of what anybody will bring and say, oh, but he said so. So he has also said that we have concerns in certain places. He mentioned Nembe. He mentioned the boat mishap in southern Niger and some other areas. So that said, we were not expecting an election without incidents. That's a fact. As unfortunate as it is, we were not expecting an election without incidents. So we know some of these things will happen. Hopefully, the security agents and INEC will rise to the occasion. In terms of what President former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said about he gave example of his election with his former principal, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, where there was nearly a split judgment, 4-3, and he was talking about how we could have been having off-cycle presidential election. Well, if that happened and it was for the good, the nation will not fall, really. Okay. This is something that we need to sit down and think about, because lately there's been a lot of concerns raised about the role of the judiciary in our elections. Yes, we would prefer an election that do not become so litigious, where people, take every sort of thing, like your last guest was saying, we don't take everything to court and all. We would want that. But right now, the judiciary is playing it. So yes, there are areas where they falter. There are some judgment that you wonder. Yeah. Pre-election, for instance, when we're looking at the Yobe State senatorial...
My apologies, sir. One of the questions that will naturally come is whether or not we have pre-election cases that may come out as a result of this. But please don't answer that one yet. Let's quickly go to our Abuja studio, where Dr. Yunusa Zakariya, convener Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, is joining us. Thanks for joining us this morning, Doctor. Well, so far, the reports that we have received, everything that is happening, what is your take? What are your observations, and what are the things that should be taken into account by which agency of government?
Well, good morning. I think that what we have been hearing are not exactly out of our projection. There are a couple of delays in terms of the distribution of materials, particularly with respect to Bayelsa. And I think that is understandable, because in one area we have had that incidence of a boat capsizing, and then there was the capture of abduction of an SPO. We have also heard of the incidents of in some polling units in Kogi State, where they found that the result sheets were missing, and then they discovered it was somebody who had already written the outcome of the elections for those particular states. And so I think it's important for INEC to respond quickly to those incidences, particularly to the one that has results being found, written before the election is conducted. As for the delay in terms of arrival of election materials, our hope is that they will quickly make sure that every polling unit is supplied with the necessary materials for election to take place today, and not delay elections in any unit until tomorrow. Where there are low turnout, that is not something INEC can do anything about, and we only hope that as time progresses, more and more people will turn up for the vote in those particular places where people are only trickling.
Well, we'll definitely bring updates on those issues as they evolve, Dr. Zakariya. But one other issue of concern is something we posted on our Twitter handle about 6-7 minutes ago, less than 10 minutes ago, where people in the Tombia market in Bayelsa State, in fact, as we speak, the market is very, very active. And they're saying that, look, they have to eat before they can vote, underscoring perhaps the issues of, lack of things that people are unable to, voter apathy, so to speak. But as we can see, the governor of Imo State is going to cast his vote right now, himself, of course, with his wife getting ready to vote. The process has begun for them, presenting his
and that's
his voter card.
Omuma Ward, where our correspondent Itope Kutoyi reported from
not too long ago.
He already gave us a heads up that the governor will be arriving shortly, and he has in fact arrived and is getting set to cast his ballot.
Well, in company of his wife, perhaps, and of course you can see that he's been attended to by officials of INEC. Beaver seems to be getting into action now. just to verify that he's an eligible voter as per that. You know what our guests were talking about the other time, that the beavers might also be able to do the work of voting. That will be later, but guess what? That name has to change. It will no longer be beavers.
So what would it be?
It has to be. No, this one is beavers, biometric voter accreditation. So maybe just beaver or whatever it is. I don't even know.
Biometric voter accreditation and voting
system. Oh God. Well, anyway, as you can see, the governor is okay. But it would seem like all things are looking smooth. Dr. Zachariah, all things are looking smooth right now in Owerri, where the governor is voting, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it looks very promising. I think that the high level of expectation of violence, at least it doesn't show. Yeah, we hope that this will be sustained the end of the election and to the announcement of results. We know that in this country, after the election would go smoothly, and then when counting and collation starts, then something will not break. You know, we hope that in this time we will get it right, that there will be no violence, and there will be no destructions of the counting and collation of results. We hope that the security agencies are on the watch out.
Okay, we are hoping that we'll be able to, journalists would normally want to engage the governor just before he leaves his voting. He leaves after voting, but he may not really want to stay right there at the voting cubicle to speak to journalists. Looks like he's just about to do that right now.
I imagine that they're trying to, get a proper arrangement where all pressmen will be accommodated as they interact with the governor. But while we wait for that, and that can come any moment, let's just warn you ahead of time. So we may be taking another break. But while we wait for that, Dr. Yunusa, earlier on, we started by talking about the incident in Bayelsa in southern Ijo, Sagbama, to be precise, and the one to which we were alerted by Yaga Africa in Kogi State. Could these events have a significant outcome on the electoral process in these states where politicians could use them as instruments, perhaps in court?
I think it depends on the way in which INEC responds to the situation. If they act quickly and release this investigation results, assuring people that they have found out the person responsible for that, and that they have taken measures to supply fresh result sheets to the affected stations, and to ensure that no similar thing is recorded, then I don't think that it would impact negatively on the election. But if they do not do that and they leave it on, it may also be suspected that there are other places where similar things could or have occurred.
Okay.
So I think that all depends really.
Doctor, just one moment, as Bukola mentioned the other time. Just if you can hear me, Doctor, the governor is speaking now. Let's just listen to him.
And the conduct has been very orderly. You can see the queue is very strict, and there is no interference. I have not seen anything that is suggesting that there will be any likelihood of disorganization. So it's an impressive outing too. You can see the number of people that have come out to vote. I'm not surprised because this is my hometown. Of course, you know that the prophet is rather known very strongly in his hometown. So the conduct is very impressive. I want to commend INEC. I want also to commend the security agencies with the kind of deployment they have done and how orderly the environment has become. And contrary to the ugly expectation that the environment will not be there for voting to take place. You can see that the INEC has risen to the occasion and everything seems to be very normal.
Your Excellency, we noticed low voter turnout in some polling units. What do you have to say about that?
It is not over yet. I think I just came to vote, and other people will still come to vote. But what I have seen here, compared to what happened during February election, is very impressive. And it is our hope that more people will come out. But at least my happiness is that we have the environment to conduct this election. And people have come to exercise their franchise, and voting is going on. I think INEC has done well, and we must commend them.
How would you assess the
Well, you see for yourself that the security agencies have properly deployed, and the entire space is manned and occupied. And the people are responding positively, and people are behaving themselves. I've not heard that there's any knockout anywhere, to talk of bullets. So I think Imo State is good to go.
So before now, there's been this perception about Imo State due to the insecurity situation ahead of this election, and now we're here. How will you tell the people that those things people hear outside are not what is happening? Because most people are even afraid to even come down to Imo State to vote for this election.
Some of us who are in politics to serve the people, some of us who are in politics for the interest of the people, stay with the people, discuss with people, and say what is really on ground. Some of us who are out to confuse the public, just go to the social media, fabricate stories, and publish. I want the whole world to now see that Imo State is a destination, and there is peace here. And the election, contrary to that ugly expectation, is going on free, fair, and very credible. And you can see how freely I've come here to cast my vote, and how also INEC was able to process it under a few minutes. So I think that this is an evidence for all of us in the country to know that the good minds in Imo State, the patriotic citizens of Imo State, people who are committed to the interests of our state, are really desirous of having Imo State blossom. But those who are in the name of politics, sponsoring and financing mischief, banditry, and all other forms of criminality, must repent of their sins.
Excellency, will you expect the outcome of the election?
The outcome, only God knows the outcome. I have voted, and people are still voting. At the end of the day, whatever God approved will be announced by INEC.
Your Excellency, sir. Your Excellency, sir, on behalf of the INEC Observer and Monitoring Team, we really want to commend you. You have been able to distinguish yourself between the governor and the candidates. That is what we commend about you, sir.
Thank you.
We pray that just as the last question was posed to you, and you answered it very fairly and in patriotism, that whoever wins depends on God. And we also believe that whoever wins depends on God.
Are you a journalist now?
Even as we wish you well, sir, we are the heads of Observer Group, sir.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Observe very well.
Thank you very much.
Samanyawo of the PDP, the counterpart of the governor who just spoke to you, has also cast his vote. That was earlier before this time. Of course, what you saw of the governor was something that happened live here. But this happened earlier on before now. Samuel Anyanwu is the PDP gubernatorial candidate in Imo State, and as you see, he cast his vote earlier. And I believe he also spoke with journalists. Might be able to take his own voice as well if and when we have it. But so there you have it.
A place that west, they have named. They carried away some of the polling units, and I also heard that a place like Kogi Municipal, there's causing mayhem there. In fact, couple of reports. But like I said, the day is today. We're watching. The more people are desirous of change. So no matter how you try to bring it will not work because the more people are going to resistance.
The plainclothes men the men that were wearing police uniform that you talked about earlier, we heard the gunshots earlier. They were, the security agencies had to ward off. What happened to them? Were they arrested? Where are they right now?
Well, because I was not here, I wouldn't know what they're taking them to, but I know they were apprehended by the real police officers who are on duty. And we shouldn't encourage this. This is one of the reasons why we have insecurity in Imo State. When you hire these people to come and rig election for you and campaign them, they will not go back. They will remain here and they'll start causing havoc and mayhem for the people. And it's not a society we expect. A very responsible government such as should not encourage insecurity. But what you're seeing today is a government-induced insecurity.
Samayamu, PDP gubernatorial candidate in Imo, casting his vote, and those are his comments. Those were his comments after he cast his vote. So that concern, is no doubt there. Well, Mr. Rigbabu, so far, both sides of the divide, do you say that they are both on the same page, or it's different strokes for different folks?
From what we have seen from Imo, they don't seem to be on the same page, though. The governor, we heard him, he said, after all the nice things he said about INEC and his satisfaction with the process as it is ongoing, he said that there's been no evil noise from firecrackers, knockout. So not to talk of gunshots. But when you listen to the PDP candidate, there had been an earlier reported incident of gunshot, which he also confirmed that the police appear to be on top of the situation. So because these small details later, by the time it's amplified, they become some serious issues. But looking at the bigger picture, Imo seemed to be going on more peacefully than was even anticipated. And credit must be given to the people of the state. It is too early to say whether voter turnout is poor or not. We know that voter turnout in Nigeria is poor. But whether it's going to be poorer compared to the February general election cycle or not, it's until after the election we see the stats from INEC that will be able to say whether all the threats of insecurity did get to the people. But on the big picture, INEC seem to be doing fairly well. We know, of course, they had the usual unanticipated issue of deploying early enough, but perhaps this is looking like it's better than what we saw, during the general elections. And like I said, we're not expecting an election without incident. There are a lot of issues that you need to consider when you're looking at the performance of INEC, whether it is their logistics, whether it's security. There are so many other duty bearers that need to come to the table, that need to play their part properly for us to have a general overview of the election and say whether it went well. But in terms of INEC, I think INEC can be given a thumbs up so far. Of course, except for the incidents in Kogi. And I want to join the position of your earlier guest, Mr. Onyekachi Adekoya, who said that compared to when we were having problem with IREF, INEC has seen the importance of being on top of the narrative. So in Kogi, immediately Yaga Africa came up with that tweet. INEC also went live to say, oh, we have heard about this, we're on top of it. Now, what they need to now do is to give us a feedback soon enough. Don't give us that we're on top of it kind of response.
Well, and what they said is that they're investigating.
Yes,
I just hope that
we appreciate that.
We'll get back to they will get back to us.
So that's what we're saying. They should get back.
Yeah,
on time.
Dr. Zachariah, very quickly. Okay, there are some observers of the Yaga Africa that we just saw on your screen. Dr. Zachariah, quick one to respond to some of the things that you've heard happen in Imo State from both the two candidates of the election. What is your assessment of their position?
Well, the assessment is that the two of them are actually telling us different narratives, which of course are not fundamentally apart. The governor seems to say that everything is going smoothly, nobody is being harassed, and no noise is coming out, and so forth. The EDP has told us that he had heard gunshots, and so there is some incidents of shooting. But he also confirmed that the police have taken action. So if the police have taken action and they are more alert to ensure that they preempt any other further occurrence of that incident, then we would be happy that the elections would continue to be free. But it's still the very minute instance of locations of voting that we are hearing. The governor has gone to one place, the other candidates are gone to one. So we are just building on just two polling stations. There are many others, so we need first to be sure what is happening in all those other places, or at least in the majority of these places, that we can make sense whether this election is going on smoothly, adhering to the guidelines, and of course being peaceful. So I think that for now there isn't sufficient information to come to a conclusion that the conduct of the election is actually peaceful. But I mean, if we are just hearing only these two narratives from the important people.
Well, Dr. Yunusa, I'd like to return to the earlier commentary you were making about the findings in Kogi and the incident reported from Bayelsa. But as we wrap up on this, it's just a few minutes before midday. Isn't it too early to tell about the entire pattern of the elections in all of these states, as submitted by our first set of guests who said things could change? It's not that we hope that they would change. We hope they remain peaceful as they've been largely so far. But isn't it too early to tell? We're still hours away from the conclusion of voting. And that would be for you and for our guests in the studio. Dr. Yunusa.
Yeah, precisely. That was the point I'm saying. That it's too early to make an emphatic conclusion on the conduct of the election. And, so we cannot at this moment, based on what is available to us, to conclude that the elections would go this way or that way. I think what we can say for the moment is that the elections are going on smoothly, peacefully, at least in areas that we have information. So we need more information to know what is happening in other places and to be able to project what would be the likely outcome or the conclusion of the election, not in terms of the result itself, but in terms of the conduct of the election itself. Because for us as observers, we are more interested in the conduct of itself, whether it's free, fair, credible, and peaceful. And that's what we are looking forward to.
And just before we come to you, Mr. Ibabu, we have our correspondent, Dari Duwu, who is in Owerri Central, standing by to bring us updates. Dari, what's new to tell from Owerri Central?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bukola. Of course, I've been following updates as well from East and what's going on in West with some of my colleagues there. I'm right here in Uzi Primary School in Owerri Municipal. The day started really slow here at this polling unit, and it hasn't picked up as well because, again, look at it, it's 12 o'clock. And most of the INEC officials, ad hoc officials, are just sitting and waiting for 2:30, when polls will close, and probably they will start the sorting and counting. Because again, we've been speaking to people who said they cannot really give reasons why there's political apathy, especially if you're referring to this primary school. I've also gone round the municipal, so many polling units. This is supposed to be one of the busiest in this particular area, and if this is the busiest around this time, it's not like you've had any queue since the polls opened at 8:30. What we've been having are people trickling in, once or two persons at a time, and with officials attending to them. I've also had a conversation with the officials, so I think the camera is capturing them at the moment, so nobody's approaching them, and that gives you an idea, because again, we can only just wait for what the numbers would eventually tell us at the end of the poll. Out of the more than 2.3 million people who picked up their PVCs and who are eligible to vote in this election, let's see what the numbers will tell us when the numbers start coming in, when they start counting the vote. But if we're to go by what I have seen around moving from one polling unit to the other in Owerri Municipal, the turnout has been far from impressive, Bukola.
That's a surprise. It's supposed to be the capital. But I wonder if you've had cause to interact with some of the people there to find out the reason for the seeming lack of interest.
Yes, I've actually chatted with a few persons who have come in, and some of them said there might have been a reason why people are staying back. A voter who I chatted with earlier, I recorded that, he said maybe some people have lost trust in the entire process. That is his own opinion on the matter. But someone else I chatted with said he was hoping that by the time that conversation happened around, say, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, he was hoping that things will pick up. But again, less than 2 or 3 hours to the end of this particular process, the voting process, and that is what you can see. I just want everyone who is watching right now just to have a feel of what is going on. This particular primary school has 7 polling units, like I mentioned. It's Uzi Ward 4 in Owerri Municipal, and again, the turnout has been so low. Bukola.
And what's security been like since the commencement of voting in that area, and indeed the entire Owerri Municipal where you have monitored?
Yes, the security situation here has been quite really good, because, again, I made sure that I walked from point A to point B, and even interacting with some of the security officials who would not be able to speak on camera, but we've not heard or pretty much heard anything from any security report that is damning or anything that would cause any worry. People have been moving around, and one other thing that has to do with security is that, or maybe the apathy, so to say, is the fact that a lot of youths, every street you turn to in Owerri Municipal, youths are playing football. So it's like the feast today for a football match. So every street you will see them playing the football. So to an extent, if that's a good thing, that to an extent there's a level of security, because if there's been gunshots, you won't see anyone on the street playing football. But it speaks to the apathy, so to say, Bukola.
Indeed, Dari. It's a surprise, but it's still early in the day. It's still 2 hours to the end of voting time, a little over 2 hours. We hope that things change and there'll be more updates that you can share before that time. Our correspondent, Dari Dowu, reporting from Owerri Municipal, to be precise, Uzi, where he has reported voter apathy and amid voting in peace in that area. We'll get to Dari when he has more to tell. Mr. Babu, I guess that brings us additional talking point to what we were discussing earlier. In addition to the timing, which is a bit, we're thinking it's early for conclusion. So go ahead.
Yeah, that primary school you mentioned is supposed to be where you have, it's right in the capital in Owerri. And those are one of those mega voting centers that you expect that. So, of course, that's an indication of voter apathy, unfortunately. Like I said, we will know the stats later in the day, but it's obvious. You can tell from this that... so what will be the reasons why people are not coming out? All of this will have to be election post-mortem. But yes, like we were discussing earlier, it's a bit early in the day to even tell whether this election is going on peacefully, because the agitations, the temperature will start to rise from about 1 p.m., 2 p.m., when the counting will start. Those who want to foment crisis, this is the time that they will be waiting for. So this is the time where the bigger responsibility shifts to security agencies. They need to protect INEC's personnel to be able to deliver on their assignment. When we're talking earlier, you showed the clip from Kogi where observers from Uzabe, that's our friend, one of our friends who is an observer from Uzabe was addressing and trying to calm
Mr.
down.
Ahmed. Connected
Ahmed.
Development.
Yes, code, yes. No, he was trying to calm down the electorate, and he was engaging also the officials.
Hamza Lawal.
Hamza Lawal.
Yeah, Hamza Lawal.
Hamzi, thank you very much, Hamzi. Now, he was trying to say, do certain things. Now, the reality is that going by INEC's regulations for observers, we are not allowed to really have that kind of attack. But the reality, from my field experience in 2003, going to the field on election day, is that people look up to observers to come bring some sanity. They trust observers more. When anything is not going, even many of the officials look up to observers to, because most of the time security agencies just stand by, and they only, if there is going to be any fisticuff or anything, that's when they engage. But when it comes to the issue of why should this be here, why should this not be there, when should you start, some process issues that INEC has laid down, and maybe they are polling agents, polling unit officers are having issues with. Observers are usually on top of the information. Observers have more credibility to come. But by INEC's rule, and I'm raising that so that it becomes part of the conversation we have post-election.
Okay.
Observers can actually help the process a lot more than we are having.
Well, Dr. Zachariah, is that a concern you have as well? Because it is actually quite important. On the one hand, it is something observers should not do, but on the other hand, on the field, it's something observers have had to do in order to be able to maintain the peace. If you agree with Mr. Aribabu here, please go ahead. What are your comments on that?
Yeah, I think that observers are actually more experienced than even many of the ad hoc staff of INEC. And so they are able to explain things. They know the procedure, they know the processes, they are on top in terms of information. But as Suleiman has said, the regulation says that you don't do anything. Observation is C, and don't talk, don't get involved. Now, I think that given this experience, the knowledge, and the fact that they have better credibility rating, acceptance before the electorate, I think they are able to intervene and explain things and calm tempers, many times that the observers are actually people who are rooted within their own communities. In other words, that the community also know them, so, and they know this background, this pedigree, and this conduct in the past, and therefore are able to accept things that are explained to them.
And Dr. Yunusa, not that we expect that things could get worse, but you are the convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room. What are your observations about the response of security agents, or the lack of it, when things turn really chaotic and security agents are nowhere to be found to secure ballot boxes or to even secure the electorate themselves?
Sometimes it's not just that they are not where to be. Sometimes they just look at and do nothing really to prevent that type of thing happening. Sometimes also one think that there is some collusion between the perpetrators of box snatching, destruction of counting, and also the security people who are there supposed to protect this event. We hope that in this particular instance that they are properly drilled, they are properly informed, and there will be properly guided so that this conduct is really to secure the election processes, from distribution of materials to voting to collation and to announcement of results. We hope that they have learned lessons from the past and that they would act in accordance with expected standards of behavior of security personnel on election duty.
And that is really troubling. But the police force is not acting alone. We have other paramilitary agencies that are assisting in this process. And, that was how we started our conversation, asking what would be the role of the NSCDC, for instance, if they cannot arrest. What supporting role do they provide, particularly in polling units where things turn chaotic?
I expect that they are supposed to be used for crowd control, and be able to calm tempers, be able to, sort out things. Generally preempt the breakdown of rule and law and order, and make sure the conduct of election is orderly, and the threat to violence is eliminated. They could also act in terms of escalating signals that violence is likely to occur, so that those who have responsibility for either arresting or preventing, would step in and take over from where this own duties are stopped.
We do hope that they rise to the occasion. But back to the studio, Ms. Arigbabu, you said earlier that you've also had cause to monitor elections in the past. Do you have any experiences to share in similar situation?
Yeah, and thank you. Just to immediately corroborate what Ogaya just said, I disagree with the regulations that says that agencies like Federal Road Safety that we deploy on election day, like the NSCDC, cannot effect arrest. The truth is that even outside of elections, citizens can effect arrest to prevent a crime from being committed. So do we deploy them and they are on the field and somebody is about to snatch ballot and the person is not armed, or they think they can disarm the person, but they are expected to stay back and not do anything, because you confuse the people you deploy to the field by giving certain hand-tying regulations. So we need to be clear. When you see a situation where a crime is going to be committed and there's no police around, they should be able to stop that process, and that might result in, arresting. These are the bigger challenge we have, and we've seen this going across. Many times, the people you have deployed sometimes they're just sitting down, watching, and making sure that you do not even equip them. And this is an appeal to the IG and to the agency, consultative committee on election security. When you deploy people, at least give them body cam and a phone.
Okay.
All right.
Well, quite a number of things to unpack, because the 3 layers of the security at the very least and a number of other things, those conversations are still there. We have to wrap this up at this time, and as events unfold, this coverage continues.
Yes.
After this break. We have to first of all thank you, Sulaiman Arigbabu, Executive Secretary, Header Resource Center. Thank you for your time. As well as Dr. Yunusa Zakariya, Convener, Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, who joined us from Abuja studio. Thank you again for your time, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we need to wrap this up at this time, Bukola.
Yes, indeed. It's been a marathon of 3 hours, but we are back again.
Yeah.
In the meantime, however, we're handing over to our colleagues in Abuja.
Yeah, but just to say, as you said, this conversation actually started for us here at Channels Television at 8 o'clock with Shewa Kimbaloye. We've taken this, we're handing the baton over after this break. But just to let you know very quickly, in Kogi, Emperor Simon told us that voters turned out in large numbers at Unit 001 LEA Primary School 2 at Kanaja in Ajaokuta local government area of Kogi State to exercise their franchise. Voting commenced there at 9 a.m.
And we also have Dobra Timiwood, our correspondent in Bayelsa State, who's reporting this time from 5 communities in Ogbea local government. She's standing by to bring us up to speed with what's happening there. While we say our goodbyes.
We visited at least 5 communities in Ogia local government area, from Imiringi to Emeya to Tweke to Elebele. Voting began by 9 a.m. and the protocol was similar in all the communities. The voters come, they check the list to ensure that their names are captured there. Then they queue and vote. Now, interestingly, most of the people that voted stayed behind to ensure that they monitor the process. We can confirm to you that the governor of Bayelsa State has voted. Now, the candidate for the APC, Chief Tibi Silva, is yet to vote. He's at Okpoma in Brass local government area of Bayelsa State, but he's yet to vote. In Yenagua, voting is going on smoothly in most of the polling units we visited. Earlier on, we spoke with the police regarding if they have any headway regarding freeing the abducted INEC official, and they said they are still on it and would give us updates immediately they get any information. We're covering the 8 local governments in Bayelsa State, and we'll give you up-to-date information as they unfold. From Yenagua, Dobra TV Wood, Channel Television.
I have just casted my vote, and as you can see, it's just like carnival-like. And I want to use this medium to commend the INEC management for putting in place a very transparent, hitch-free electoral processes. And again, the security agencies, they are doing very wonderfully. As you can see, the election is peaceful and orderly, so I'm happy about that. As you can see, I am on ground. This is my village. I am close to the people. I am part of them. You can see, everybody is happy, just like carnival-like.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded. Our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials, and INEC.
Drama in Owerri as Senator Anyang, the PDP candidate, alleges some controversy. He says gunshots were fired in some locations.
8 a.m. in the morning, we discharged all our duties. Our agents were present everywhere.
Already filled result sheets in Kogi State.
Former President Goodluck Jonathan raises concerns about off-cycle elections.
There's an election in Nigeria may be off-cycle.
Well, we have our correspondents in those states, Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi. They'll be bringing us updates. But in Imo, we've got Kayla Megwa.
The election has started.
And in Bayelsa, we have Chris Ilems.
Well, the Bayelsa state capital, Chris Ilems, Channels Television News.
Well, we also do have our correspondent in Kogi, in Ajaokuta.
I am Emperor Simon, and I'm here in Ajaokuta local government area of Kogi State to bring you updates on the governorship election.
Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the off-cycle elections. It's still our theme, the 2023 elections. We will bring you updates, as you've heard from our correspondents, across those states, the state capital, and beyond. They are in almost every nook and cranny, so they will be telling us all the controversies, the good results, the improvements, what is INEC doing, security, and the voters themselves. They'll be bringing you all of that here on the 2023 verdict.
Indeed, Neo Tagbe, and it is remarkable the things that have happened so far. It's amazing the number of people that have come out to cast their votes, but also the happenings there, as Chimlin has already said. We'll bring you blow-by-blow account of everything as it happens. Indeed, there are some things that also need to be clarified, and we'll bring you our analyst in the studio that'll help you to understand exactly what's going on ground.
Well, we'll go over to Kogi State. We do have Hamza there, so he's got some observations. Remember, civil society organizations did deploy their members in these 3 states, and so they have noticed, and they say they have some concerns, even though, yes, they are watching across board in terms of how all of those agencies responsible, either the security, INEC themselves, and how the voters are performing on the day. So, well, Hamza is on standby, so he's going to be talking to us about his observation. He did say previously that they have their members of the CSO deployed in different parts of the state, so they will be talking to us soon about what is going to go on. So we might as well just go over now to, well, if you can see that. So he's getting set. He's supposed to have some briefing today, but he's just on cue with us to go ahead and talk to us about what is going on where he is. So let's go over now to Hamza Lawal. He's of Connected Development. They're monitoring the elections. Hello, Hamza. What's going on now? We understand that you have observed something. So what is it that is worthy of note this time?
Oh, thank you very much, Amberlin. Just to say that currently I'm at Connected Development User Situation Room here in Lokoja. I would like to take us back 72 hours. I arrived Kogi State 72 hours ago. I was received by the State Resident Electoral Commissioner. Jointly, we inspected the sensitive materials at the CBN in Lokoja, and I observed that it was sorted and distributed to various local governments. I traveled to Okene. I went to Okene, Ihima, Ogorimagogo. I went to the various local government offices of INEC to ensure that when they've received this sensitive material and they've sorted it, aligning it to various polling units. Yesterday by 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. this morning, we went to various rack centers to ensure that these materials have been transported, both sensitive and non-sensitive material, to the rack centers. So I met with various INEC ad hoc staff, and just to also mention that there was heavy security personnel protecting these materials and the ad hoc staff. Today by 7 a.m., I head out to the polling units in Upogoro Udenku ward, passing through Agasa, just to mention that these are the polling station and wards where the current sitting governor and the candidate for his party would cast their ballots. First, I observed that by 7:30 a.m., INEC ad hoc staff were arriving various polling units. By 7:45, they've set up, and by 8 a.m., these polling units were open for voting. It's also important to mention that even as an observer, I have my right to exercise my franchise, and this is what Connected Development actually preached, that as observers, you must also ensure that you observe around where you're casting your ballot. So as you can see, I've thumb printed and, I've casted my ballot. And it took me less than 30 seconds to get accredited and handed over my ballot paper where I cast my ballot and put in the ballot box. From there, I went to different polling units. It's also important to note that in every polling unit, you have at least 3 unarmed security personnel. So that's jointly with civil defense police in this polling unit. And at the corridor, so providing perimeter security, you have armed personnel. And I got feedback from electorate saying, they have confidence to come out en masse to cast their ballot because they feel a sense of protection of life and property. And you can see from various clips digitally and also from your correspondent that we have massive turnouts in Kogi State. And mind you, we also deployed observers in Imo State and in Bayelsa State for these off-cycle elections.
So from the fellas that you do get, even so, you spoke about the turnout. Well, is it going to be significant, or can we extrapolate? I mean, if you say you use the word massive, wouldn't we wait to see perhaps a little further to actually measure properly the turnout? Because previously, several people had said that the amount of those who went to pick up the PVCs and those who were intending to come out to vote dropped drastically compared to the previous one. So when you say previously, when you say massive, how do we reconcile that?
Well, data has showed that over 95% of people in Kogi State and across Imo and Bayelsa have collected their permanent voters card. And with the presence of security personnel, people feel a sense of safety, of protection of their lives and property. And we've seen that, particularly in Kogi State, people have come out in mass. And if you can see from the video clip on the screen, I even had to intervene and tell people in local language to please listen to the INEC ad hoc staff so that they can move backward. It's also important to note that people with disability and older people are being prioritized in the various polling units that we observe here in Kogi, in Imo, and in Bayelsa State.
Hamza, it's a good thing that you're on ground and you also participated in the polls. What about this matter we had? Indeed, that area where you are, you said you visited the Ogori Mangogo in Kogi State, and you observed a couple of things that people came out en masse to vote. But there's this thing about pre-filled result sheets. Did you observe anything of the sort, and what's the reaction like on ground?
So I've left before this was flagged by our observers on the ground. And what we did was to also engage some of our media friends to do fact-checking and verification. And we've also escalated to INEC, which they've also publicly recognized that they are now investigating the matter. So we're waiting to hear back from that investigation. But I'm calling for calm and peace. I know that in my presence, the Resident Electoral Commission signed the result sheet that would be collated in various local government coalition centers. So I believe that INEC would investigate this matter and tell us what exactly went wrong in this polling units. I've left before this information was released or was brought to our attention. and it has been fact-checked, and we're waiting to hear from INEC further on exactly what happened. And they've said that they are currently investigating the matter that happened in Ogodi-Magongo area.
You know, Hamza, the last time a similar thing occurred was in this last elections, and incidentally, part of the people who are alleging that this is going on now were also involved in that last elections, and they brought it to the Coalition Center, and they quoted all sorts of laws. They talked about what they expected the commission, INEC, to do in such circumstance. So now that, yes, the commission, and you also underscore that, saying they're looking into this matter, you're calling for calm. So in this kind of scenario, what do you expect to be done?
Well, first, results should be pasted rather at every polling unit, which we do now move to local government coalition centers. So when it gets there, we need to ensure that whatever result that will be collated is the result sheet that was signed by the resident electoral commissioner. I remember hearing the resident electoral commissioner that any result that is collated in any result sheet that he did not personally sign, that is verifiable, it will be null and void. So I'm confident that nobody can manipulate this process. Mind you, also, the BVAS itself would have to corroborate with any results that is being released. So, as we talk...
Yeah, if I could just jump in, pardon me. You know, of course, everyone, at least those key people who are participating, even the voters themselves, will have an expectation of the commission in this regard. When a scenario like this occurs, where they say they found something and the commission, incidentally, this time swiftly responding, saying we're looking into the matter, people will expect certain action. Some will expect them to speak up immediately in terms of hasten up your investigation. What is the impact or implication of what you found on the results, and such kinds of expectations? So in that guise, would you recommend or would you expect the commission to perhaps make your investigation as fast as you can, speak up on this matter, clear it out of the way so it doesn't become something someone might reference if the result doesn't go their way, for instance?
Chamberlain, in previous experience, usually INEC would even stay mute. But this time around, and from our engagement and advocacy with the leadership of INEC, they've acknowledged and responded adequately. I think, as much as I agree that time is not on our side, but we hope that INEC respond to the general public. We know that they are now enjoying public trust and public support, and rebuilding back, that public trust and support. So they need to work on time and ensure that they respond adequately. But you also know that an election matter like this, and with the mass number of people that they need to, work on to ensure that everyone is not disenfranchised. But I hope in coming hours, INEC will come out with another public statement. But we need to also commend them for being transparent, publicly acknowledging that, yes, we're in such reports, we're now investigating. Mind you, INEC deployed 8 resident electoral commissioners, and you have a national commissioner here. So this means that they're not taking this election for granted, and they're on top of their game. So, and that's why I'm calling for calm and for peace, and knowing that INEC will do due diligence on her electoral and constitutional mandate as the polls continues.
Okay, so Hamza, in some of the clips, footage we've seen of you, we've seen that you were engaging the electorate and from different quarters, obviously. Can you just give us an idea of their thinking or what their expectations are from the whole process, what they've told you in the course of interacting with them?
So you can see beyond just engaging the electorate, I was also engaging INEC ad hoc staff on the ground. So as an observer, I need to identify with them. I need to also feel the register that, I've been to this polling unit. So what I did was first getting feedback from the electoral officers if there were any issue, if they had enough materials, if there was any shortages, and if there was any challenge. I also asked the securities on the ground that were unarmed. So for the electorate, one, I was saying, are they prioritizing older people? Are they also prioritizing people with disability? I was also asking them, I was asking them, and if you can see on the other video, because in a polling unit, there was some disagreement because of the numbers and tally that was shared, because of the numbers of people that actually came out in mass to vote. So I was telling them in local language, because I I observed that the INEC staff did not understand local language, and there was that heated debate. And we know time is not on our side because by 2 p.m., voting would stop, even if INEC had committed that the last person would get to cast their ballot. So I was speaking local language, saying, they should listen to the INEC ad hoc staff. They're asking them to move backwards, and that women and older people and people with disability would be prioritized in local language. And as you can see, they were listening to me and they were calm and they were doing as the INEC staff said. I'm just a translator trying to calm the situation in between both the INEC ad hoc staff and the electorate on the ground. Feedback from them is they feel safe. They're happy that the Joint Security Task Force actually mobilized their men. And this is actually helping to ensure that they feel protected. And that's why they're coming out in mass, to cast their ballots.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about where you want to vote in terms of the punctuality or otherwise of the commission, logistics, always a thing when this kind of elections come through. So at the time you went to vote, did they come in early? And then from there on, what reports did your team get in other polling units?
They came early, Chamberlain, because I got to my own polling units around 7:30. INEC ad hoc staff arrived in their boats by 7:40, and they set up by 7:45 and was ready by 7:50. And by 8 a.m., they opened polling. They opened for voting, and it took less than 30 seconds to accredit and verify using the beaver. So they used, my facial recognition and, accredited me after looking through their records and gave me my ballot paper. So yes, and all the reports we're getting, particularly in Kogi State, is they came on time. But just to also mention that we just got another report as I came online from ANPA that there's a polling unit that materials have not yet arrived. So I'm using this opportunity to escalate it, and hopefully INEC will respond to that. We also got a report from Bayelsa State and in Imo State that INEC came on time. So we've got some positive feedback that they came on time. But another issue to flag, particularly Imo State, is voter inducement. So we got reports that they're inducing voter with 1,000 naira to sell their votes. And also in Bayelsa State, we got a report that they're inducing voter between 5,000 to 10,000 naira to buy their votes. It's interesting to mention that in Kogi State here, I've not witnessed or observed any case of voter inducement or intimidation, as the case may be. And just so you know, the way we deploy Usabe is, yes, some of our men are dressed like me with their tag. We also have citizens observers who are sending us, reports, and these are verifiable reports because, Connected Development have a database of 20,000 observers. Yes, this is an off-cycle election, so we don't have 20,000, domicile in these 3 states, but we have people who are electorate and who are trained by us to also send verifiable reports that we can fact check before it goes on our platform. That's userb.org, which is a real-time situation report platform that looks at what's happening on the ground and how to check fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. And talking about fake news, we need to also be wary because we've now seen, because we've been watching the chatter and following the trend. Because for us, we deployed a week before now because we're doing pre-election assessment, election day real-time monitoring and observation, and post-election observation. So we're seeing that chatter of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation, particularly by political actors who have digital, influencers pushing a certain narrative.
Okay, Hamza, yes, we do know that you're going to go for your press conference, but if you could just hang on a little bit, we'll connect with you soon again. But we also do have a correspondent in all of those states, and Chris Ilems is in Bayelsa, but the governor of Bayelsa State, who is seeking re-election, also voted in this election. So we'll hear him out, and then we'll bring you our correspondent, Chris Ilems, who is on ground in Bayelsa.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded, our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials. And INEC is promptly taking action. So I'd like to appreciate INEC on that. Again, for the boat that capsized, they have already alerted us, so we're also aware, and they are taking actions on that. I think those were the only two incidents that we recorded from yesterday to today.
Okay, yes, we did talk about Chris Ilems. I thought he was just going to go ahead and talk to us about what is going on, where he is. Hello, Chris. What's happening today?
Oh, Chamberlain. How are you doing? Well, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. From this polling unit where we are, a lot of people have come out and they've done what they should do. They came out as early as possible to cast their vote. And of course, INEC also was on ground to do what they promised that they were going to do. Materials came early.
Right now, you can see a lot of people just waiting to see that the counting begins, and of course they are privy to everything that happens eventually. But of these 5 polling units here, they're almost done. People just come in from time to time, trickle in and just cast their votes, and they wait behind. You know, initially we talked about the non-presence of security personnel here, apart from the NSCDC. But along the line, the police commissioner came and we saw some policemen. They came out from nowhere, but right now we can still see a few of them still very much around. And concerning some of the issues that have happened across the state, including the case of abduction of the INEC staff, the police commissioner said they've actually gotten in touch. They've gotten some positives about that case, and hopefully they should be able to resolve that issue any moment from now. And that was also confirmed by an INEC national commissioner who we also spoke with. They said that the staff is hale and hearty, and that any moment, hopefully, that staff would be released. Then across the state, definitely, we've heard some skirmishes here and there, but the police commissioner continues to assure of their presence, that they would continue what they are supposed to do to ensure that security is watertight during this election. What we've seen on the major roads are, of course, police presence, but not on all polling booths. So we don't really know why they are not at every polling booth as much as they should be. But that is what is happening at the moment. But hopefully we would be here to see what happens when counting eventually begins.
Yeah, so Chris, if I could just jump in. I mean, earlier you did say at the point where you were earlier in the day, You didn't cite the presence of any security personnel, but now you have seen some of them. But even in some local government, I beg your pardon, in some voting areas, you still didn't see some policemen. So how are people reacting to that? Do people think, okay, well, if I can't find any security agencies here, I should be apprehensive, or is voting going on normally, even in those areas where there is no presence of police officers?
Chamberlain, a lot of people actually have made up their mind on what to do. And judging by what we saw on ground here, people came out irrespective of what happened. They didn't mind if they didn't have police presence here. It was, I was just the one, I just looked around and I saw that there was no police presence, but yet a lot of people actually came out. You know, that did not deter people, especially here. We've seen in some other elections, especially the general elections of 2023, where we had police presence at polling units, we still had issues, you know. But I think people just made up their mind to say, whether there's no police presence, we would come out and we'll cast our votes. And so that is what is happening. It has not stopped people from coming out at all.
Okay. So, Chris, if I may come in here, the matter of the boat capsizing, that did not deter the voters where you are?
Okay, well, I know I'm not in the River Ride area, but I spoke with the National Commissioner for INEC, who controls Akwa Ibom, Yenagoa, and one of the states. And she said, well, in spite of that, but over 90% of deployment had been done successfully. And some of the monitoring groups that we have around also confirmed the fact that things have been going very well in spite of the mishap. But we hope that in future elections, we would be able to deal with the issues of both mishap, and of course, we'll be able to put safety and regulations in place. But I'd like to speak with one of the observer that is here, Chief Nengi James, is of the Transition Monitoring Group. He should be able to give us a bit about what has been happening. He's gone around town, and of course, he's got a lot of members also around the state. Chief, could you just give me a brief of what has been happening? We've heard of skirmishes in some of these areas. What actually is happening?
Yes, I'm very happy that Channels is on ground, and there were pre-election violence, and during the election we have heard of the shooting at Fangbe, and somebody's being hospitalized. We are aware that at Akubini some material have been hijacked, and an SPO and an INEC staff was also abducted while going to his assignments, and are also aware that there was some skirmishes of issues that are happening in Southern Nigeria, where beavers are also thrown into the river for 17 racks, 17. And I want to say that those are part of the issues, but I have been going around since morning, and here we have 6 units in Ward 6, and it's like a BF of activities going on. However, I can experience vote buying very visible here. I want to see that all the political parties that are canvassing for who is voting for them, I can see them going around and doing that very visibly. Nobody will deny that. And I want to say that it has never happened. This is more happening than 2015 and 2019. But my surprise is that the EFCC and others came here. They only be interviewed and they left. They didn't even know what was going on. And I'm surprised. I thought that they are here for official assignment, and they've claimed not to have seen what is going on. Although man must work according to the people. So many, 75% of the people said they need money because permanently they have been kept in abject poverty. People are hungry. Man must work. And unfortunately, when we were in a seminar conducted by the police, one of the chairmen of the political parties categorically informed the Commissioner of Police that the area you are talking about vote buying, it will never stop. Because leadership, we have bad leadership. And two, there is serious situation where people are hungry. So vote buying cannot stop. And today I have confirmed what the chairman said. I think that is that area. But I want to say that the logistics of INEC, I think, is extraordinary, very perfect. I follow up from the CBN to the INEC, the 9 electoral supporting officers. We are deployed accordingly to the 8 local governments, and the securities, especially in the state capital. I'm from Membe community, but I'm assigned here for official assignment. I've been there several times, and today I'm assigned here, so I'm doing my humanitarian job. But however, I want to see that INEC has done enough. INEC has done enough. We pray that INEC should continue, and the security agencies, definitely, they are doing their work. Up and down, they are doing, but I sympathize with the Nigerian police, because at Ingbi Road Junction, one of their armored car had a serious accident. MPF 5790D is there. I sympathize with that. I also sympathize with INEC that their boat capsized at Kolama. These are the things. But vote, accreditation and voting is continuing. We are waiting for collation and sorting and announcement of results. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, that's Chief Nengi of one of the Transition Monitoring Group. Chamberlain, that's the situation so far here. We hope that the weather is good, and we hope it continues like that till the end of the exercise.
So, Chris, just before you go, a quick one here. Hamza mentioned something about reports from observers about vote buying. How much of that did you encounter when you were on ground? Again, the man you interviewed also talked about people being hungry and needing food and all of that. So what do you have to say about it?
So one of the concerns before this election was that of some of these malpractices, that it would definitely happen. There will be issues of non-state actors, impacting votes, and of course, money, inducement with money, also affecting or impacting people's choice. Well, it's been happening. It's quite visible around here. You see people actually exchanging money. Some, I can't really tell how much right now, but it's been happening. And because no other party is talking against it, it shows that they are probably all in cahoots in these particular issues. They've agreed on this to say, induce as much as you want to induce. I won't talk about yours. Don't talk about mine. So there's been no issue about conflicts concerning that. But it is actually happening. Money is exchanging hands here.
Right. So, Chris, when Nengi James says the commission has done enough, and I did ask Hamza, it's in the early days yet to go with those kind of assumptions. For instance, what are people saying about transmission and uploading the results? So what do they expect at that point? Because if that hasn't happened yet, can they really say then that enough has been done?
You say from the beginning, we need to first appreciate them, because in 2019, people came in here and they were waiting for INEC officials. So right now, they came in here waiting for people. So that was where the commendation started from, but we're hoping it continues. They've used the beavers for accreditation. It was quite seamless in most of the cases here, around town. So that's another plus for them. So uploading, which is the reason a lot of people are waiting. They are waiting to see that process, and they want to monitor to ensure that their vote counts. But right now, from the body language of the people, they are waiting until they start counting, collating, and of course, uploading of the results. They are still very, very confident that INEC would do the needful, because INEC has actually promised. And of course,
it's just going to be one point of evaluating the performance of this present administration. The administration has actually promised that, okay, it will be credible, it will be very fair. So we're waiting to see that is what happens at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. The whole state is waiting alongside the two other states. So waiting for information as to where people have voted. Has there been, after the use of beavers, has it been transmitted? Has it been uploaded? So we'll keep our ears open as well through you and other correspondents there in Bayelsa. So Chris Ilems, well done for your work there.
Thank you.
Okay, so while Chris is not the only correspondent we've got in Bayelsa, we did tell you that several others are in all over different parts of the state. Well, Dobra is also there. Dobra Tibiwood also filed in this report.
We visited at least 5 communities in Ogia local government area, from Imiringi to Emeya to Tweke to Elebele. Voting began by 9 a.m. and the protocol was similar in all the communities. The voters come, they check the list to ensure that their names are captured there. Then they queue and vote. Now, interestingly, most of the people that voted stayed behind to ensure that they monitor the process. We can confirm to you that the governor of Bayelsa State has voted. Now, the candidate for the APC, Chief Tibi Silva, is yet to vote. He's at Okpoma in Brass local government area of Bayelsa State, but he's yet to vote. In Yenagua, voting is going on smoothly in most of the polling units we visited. Earlier on, we spoke with the police regarding if they have any headway regarding freeing the abducted INEC official, and they said they are still on it and would give us updates immediately they get any information. We're covering the 8 local governments in Bayelsa State and will give you up-to-date information as they unfold. From Yenagua, Dobra Tibiwood, Channel Television.
Jonathan.
All right, so former President Goodluck Jonathan, remember, also they speak about off-cycle elections. He raised concerns about those elections, and so here is what he thought of the off-cycle elections.
If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, it will come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that's the time that all of you media people and others will be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. And when I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day, some people may get say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007. I contested as a running mate to late President Yaradua. You know that election, the 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that elections be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria would have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states, and the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today.
Well, Nigeria's former president, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan there, who probably went out there to vote and cast his, and decide also who's going to rule Bayelsa State for the next 4 years. But having said that, this matter of the off-cycle elections, let's bring in someone from the Situation Room to talk to us, Mr. Bukola Idowu, who joins us virtually. Mr. Idowu, thank you for joining us on 2023 verdict.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for having me.
Good. Mr. Idowu, let's start off with that matter that the former president talked about, the off-cycle elections in as they are right now in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi. What he said about the possibility, if we continue this way, the possibility of even the presidential elections taking place in an off-cycle manner.
Yes, there is all possibility that this trend continues. And I keep saying that by the time we get into the Supreme Court, we attend to all the cases of the governorship election. Possibly, we may have more states joining the off-cycle, and that is a worrying trend that we are seeing presently. And it has to do with the conduct of the election security administration. If you don't get it right, we may begin to move gradually. More states begin to move gradually to off-cycle, and possibly the presidency too.
The former president talked about what the National Assembly can do to help resolve this matter. But what else can be done, if we say, to get it right? Because there's those who had gone to court to say, my tenure is not over, it's supposed to be 4 years, but owing to the court cases, I mean, a couple of months have been taken off my tenure. And some governors, if you ask them, they're still arguing that matter as well. So what can be done beyond just going to the National Assembly?
Well, it still have to start with the National Assembly, and then we need to begin to see how we have unambiguous constitution and electoral act that is direct, that is straightforward, written in plain language. I see, whether you like it or not, it seems we begin to have issues around interpretation. Not only citizens interpreting legal pronouncements, that is one. Not only the citizen interpreting what the Constitution is saying to suit themselves, politicians also have another interpretation. And then again, you have the judiciary, another interpretation. Now, the legislators who also put it there, they have another interpretation. And you can see that where before the election, where we begin to ask ourselves, is Abuja a state or not? Do you need to have 25% in Abuja or not? That is just what it means. So what am I trying to say is that we need unambiguously stated constitutional provision to address this. That is number one. Number two is it has to do with electoral integrity. We cannot be having our election the way we are having it and be thinking that we are not going to be having a fee day at the court and people going there to seek electoral justice. Now, so if the election cases or if the election itself is not conducted in a free, fair, credible manner, and also being perceived to be conducted by the citizens in a free, fair, credible manner, you are going to now begin to have litigations upon litigations. Now, what do I mean? Election is basically about perception. Now, and we can't shy away from that. So INEC can say, look, we are ready. What is the perception of the citizens? Do citizens see that you are ready? And again, after the 2023 election, you find a bit of trust in INEC drop. You know, we now begin to have a bit of trust deficit around INEC. So when you now put this together, you are looking at an election management body conducting an election that the citizens are doubting, and then politicians ride upon the doubt of the citizen to go to court to overturn. Now, that is number one. Then we also need to begin to talk about the integrity of the judiciary to be able to administer electoral justice accurately, unambiguous. Now, we still have a lot of cases in the court. Do we have justice? Are people going to have justice at the court or at the tribunal? That is another conversation. So, but again, I think for too long, we have neglected the judiciary in terms of citizen attention, media attention to the judiciary. So most times, they just made pronouncement. Nobody interrogates some of those pronouncements. But my point is this: we need to bring judiciary up to speed with the current changes that we are having in the electoral cycle. For instance, when you look at the judgment of the tribunal, I mean the presidential tribunal on election, which the Supreme Court affirmed, automatically this is already putting the electoral technology, most especially the IREV, in a shaky stand. And these are the issues we are beginning to look at. So the judges must understand the current trend of the electoral process, as well as the legislator have to be in the same space, on the same page, so that we will have credible elections. However, if we continue like this, we will begin to see court pronouncement changing this. Before now, we didn't even have Imo as part of the off-cycle. Now, how many people are likely going to join this time around? And this should call for concern.
You know, all eyes will be on IREV. How does it function this time? Well, you are of the civil society situation room. So could you tell us what indices, what is taken out, what is the situation in your situation room at the moment?
So we set up this situation room at Shimbalin to track basically the issue of electoral violence. We are tracking, we are mitigating. And you remember we had the town hall with Shanes on election security. And then, so what we are doing was to begin to track the commitment of the stakeholder to have election violence. And if I just show you what we have been able to track from the from on the feed, we already, as of this time around now, 1246 presently, we already have 18 cases of electoral violence across the 3 states, 18 cases, and that is what we have. So, and then we have Bayelsa have recorded 3 so far, and then Imo 6, and then Kogi have recorded 9. And if I go to Bayelsa to let us know where these 3 cases of electoral violence have been recorded. So we have one in Ekeremo now, and then the other one in Southern Niger. Then Sagbama also have recorded cases of electoral violence. And for instance, in Ekeremo, we have 1 case of ballot box snatch, and then and the rest. Just let me go to Imo, you know. And in Imo now, basically what we have is we have 3 cases in Owerri Municipal, and then we have in Owerri North, and then Obowo in 1 case there. We also have a case of electoral violence. So in Imo now, we've recorded 6. And the time is still just after 12. But this is our concern, that most of the cases of electoral violence do happen in the afternoon. But let's look at Kogi, and then I will talk about that a bit of our concern. Now, with what we have in Kogi, we have 3 cases of electoral violence that are taking place in Basa local government, then Ida, and then Igalamela, and then Ogorimagongo. So when you look at, then we have Yagba West too, over there. We have Dekina, who has also recorded cases of electoral violence. Of course, and if we can record these at this particular time, is worrying, because most of these things happen anytime. I mean, you have a spike from our monitoring and the trend analysis. We always have spike anytime by 2 o'clock when they want to start counting. But if you keep having this, it's worrying. But we cannot say all we can say now is that the security agencies, drawing from the commitment the Inspector General of Police made during the town hall, they need to now step up their game as we move closer to counting.
Is there any information or communication between your situation room and the security agencies about these cases you've heard?
Yes, of course. We are escalating some of these cases, but at the same time, many of them are, you know, by the time they happen, the only thing remaining for the police to do is just to react. But we are really, really concerned, and we have escalated some issues that has to do with cases of potential for violence. Of course, potential for violence is not yet violence, but can develop to be violence. And those ones we are escalating and to INEC and to security agencies so that they could actually nip that at the bud and just be proactive and not be reactive. For instance, you see the case of the result sheet before election, and that is one area we need. We are encouraging the INEC to make a definite statement on what is going to happen, and then the security agencies, those local government that it's happened, that they should this time around place that particular local government on red alert, and because that alone is a potential for violence. I mean,
it will be a plus if they could pinpoint where that originated from. But the narrative from the commission over the week is that where there happen to be violence, results of those areas will or may be cancelled. So from your analysis, from what you've seen, the trend, is it likely that what you've recorded, violence in those local government areas, do you think that there will be such that at the end of the day, results in those specific areas may or will be cancelled?
So two things are involved here. For now, we just mentioned the local governments we recorded those violence from, but of course it went down to the polling unit. Of course, not the entire local government. Now, some of them, by the time they start counting the result, you begin to see some of those polling units declared cancelled. But again, and that is the provision of the law. But again, what should worry us is that we need to understand, Timberland, that election violence is a form of rigging. People need to understand that, because the moment that has been put, and that was our position, the moment you have put that in the law, that you have violence in a particular polling unit, and then that place is going to be cancelled. Now, what do politicians do? They look at the stronghold of their opponent, and where the man has strength. What they need to do is to foment trouble in that particular place. And what is the aim? Cancel that place so that you can reduce the results of your opponent in that the number of your opponent in that particular place. And that is a strategy. But that is one. But what is the provision of the law on election violence when it comes to the election petition tribunal? As you know, you can only approach the tribunal on 3 major grounds, and which violence is not stated expressly. And what I mean is that violence is just subsumed under what you call corrupt practices. So, and it depends on how you are able to prove this in the at the tribunal, which is very, very tricky. So I think we need definite, and this is where I talked about the unambiguous, provision that we have around our electoral provisions. And this is where what we need to start making definite statement, because as it is now, all you need to do, look at the stronghold of your opponent, cause violence there, and then the place is cancelled, and then you protect yours. So what it is a strategy, but what we need to do is, well, we need a statement, like I said, on that. Then again, are people being held accountable? And I go back in history. In 2019, over 1,346 electoral offenders were arrested after, and I mean after the 2019 general election. What happened? Nothing.
Mr. Ado, if I may come in, since you're going down this line, just put this together. Let's see. Would the setting up of an electoral offences commission make any difference?
It will actually make a difference, because why did I say it will actually make a difference? Because it's such a it's going to be a commission, just like ICPC and just like EFCC. And why am I saying that is this? Number one, INEC presently, and I have not seen any INEC around the world that is as powerful as our own INEC, that have a lot to do. For instance, we go to the US, the replica of the commission in the US doesn't even bother themselves about conducting election nationally, going to conduct election in a state. The state conducts the election. So which means they have enough time to even follow campaign, look after campaign finance and the rest. But here, INEC is in charge of election security, part of ICES. In fact, as a matter of fact, the chairman of INEC is a co-chair of ICES, Election Security Committee, Election Consultative Committee, Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security. Now, INEC is in charge of election logistics. INEC is in charge of voter education. INEC is in charge of administration. INEC is in charge of procurement. And at the same time, they go to courts. In fact, in about 1,209 election petition after 2023 election, INEC was joined in all. And that is why you saw their budget was in billions for election litigation. So they also do that. Then again, you also find out that, look, the moment police investigates, they pass the file to INEC to prosecute. And if you follow the town hall we had on Sunday, the Inspector General of Police, when the question was asked about 2015, he said they have passed the form to INEC. So we feel that if you have the commission, they will be able to take this burden off INEC, and then they will pride themselves. Their what we call their contract will be how many have they been able to prosecute? How many people have they been able to brought to book? But if we have it now and we take them to the regular court, I'm afraid we are still going to be going in the same direction.
So that clearly is an area where civil society, National Assembly, and the people need to call attention to, because it was specifically specified that where perhaps materials do not arrive early and voting does not conclude, they can continue the next day. So with this one specifically about violence, perhaps it will need some specific attention so that no one takes advantage of that clause or ambiguity, hide under that, and disenfranchise several other people. Well, we do thank you, Bukola Idowu, Civil Society Situation Room, for your perspectives here today. All right, so we also did bring you earlier about some concerns that certain persons had expressed about the elections as they turned out. But remember, Senator Anyao Samanyao, he also vying for elections in Imo State, and here were his concerns.
Local government, they took away all about 7 wards, a place at the west, at Nempi. They carried away some of the polling units, and I also heard that a place like Kogi Municipal, there's causing mayhem there. We've had a couple of reports, but like I said, the D-Days, today, we're watching. The more people are desirous of change. So no matter how you try to bring it will not work, because they know who are going to resist it.
The plainclothes men the men that were wearing police uniform that you talked about earlier, we heard the gunshots earlier, they were, the security agencies had to ward off. What happened to them? Were they arrested? Where are they right now?
Well, because I was not here, I wouldn't know where they had taken them to, but I know they were apprehended by the real police officers who are on duty. And we shouldn't encourage this. This is one of the reasons why we have insecurity in Imo State. When you hire these people to come and rig election for you, and you can't pay them, they will not go back. They will remain here and they start causing havoc and mayhem for the people. And it's not a society we expect. A very responsible government should not encourage insecurity. But what you're seeing today is a government-induced insecurity.
Well, that's one of those contesting for the elections in Imo State, Senator Anyao there. But our correspondent, Kayla Megwa, is also in Imo State, in a way, to be precise, and she's here to give us an update on what the situation is over there. Kayla, let's start off from that interview you had with the candidate there. From what you found, or what he said, and what you've seen on ground, piece the two together for us as you update us. What's the situation on ground?
Thank you so much, Nelta. So he's actually speaking, or he was speaking from his polling unit in his hometown, not very far from his house, in Ikeduru. We were there very early. One of the first things that we noticed was that the INEC officials and voting materials came late. The elections there started at about past 10 at Ikeduru. And we heard gunshots, before the election started. And of course, everyone ran for cover, not knowing what was going on. But what we did realize was that some people were wearing uniform. We saw some people in uniform, but we didn't know if they were actual security operatives or not. So we all went away, and then we heard the gunshots, and everyone dispersed. And not long after that, when Mr. Samanyao came to cast his votes at the same place, he said, we asked him about it, and he explained. He said, well, these were some thugs who were wearing, according to him, thugs who were dressed in security operative uniforms and were trying to scuttle the process at that particular polling unit. So I tried to find out if they had been arrested, had they been apprehended, what was happening. He said he couldn't give us any updates on that. And no one at the time could give us any update on what has happened to those particular people. But that is what we noticed in that particular polling unit in Ikeduru. We have left there. We actually went around to about 3 or 4 polling units in Ikeduru local government area. And one of the few things that we noticed was low voter turnout. Although in that particular polling unit where the PDP governorship candidate had cast his vote, we did see quite a turnout, but not as much as maybe I'm used to, probably, but not as much as, I thought was going to be seen, as over 2.3 million people had collected their PVCs before this election. So after that, we decided to go around to see what the situation was. And it's actually, sorry to say, pretty low voter turnout. We went to, Ahmad John, low voter turnout as well. And right now, we're actually we're in North right now. We're at the Oji Town Primary School. Yes, Oji Town Primary School. That's where we are right now. And I'm seeing a lot of voting going on behind me. Also not a massive turnout as we thought it was going to be, considering the number of people who've collected their PVCs. And one of the things that we have heard, at least since we got to this polling unit in Oji Town Primary School, is that there is some vote buying going on in this area. They said it was vote buying earlier and that it's been going on, but we can't find the people. We've actually took our time to walk around to see if we could find any of that, but we couldn't see any of that actually happening. But we did hear from a number of people that there has been vote buying going on at this particular polling unit today. So that's the situation. But a very interesting election we're having here in Owerri, the Imo State capital. Quite a number, more people out here in Owerri, because we're in Owerri North right now. So more people out here in Owerri than when we were in Ikeduru. Okay. But the elections are still ongoing. We're watching to see what happens.
Okay, just tell us what quite comprehensive what you've seen so far on ground. But let's look at what the spread is like and what you've seen as regards the age, the demographics. I know that about 33% of those that have collected their PVCs are considered youth. That's between the age of 18 to 34. So amongst the voters you've seen, how would you say the demography is? More of the youth or the older generation?
Actually, in Ikeduru, we're seeing more elderly people in Ikeduru. And it was pertinent to note, because a lot of them, as they get older, they have to use walking sticks. So we had a bunch of women who I made friends with. We decided to spend some time together. So a lot of elderly women and elderly men in the Ikeduru local government area part of Imo State, when we were, checking those who are coming out. Of course, when we went to some other places, there was a hall we went to somewhere in Ikeduru as well. That is also a polling unit. We did see quite a number of young people in that particular polling unit. But now that we are on our way, we're in North right now, we're entering into Owerri. I'm seeing a lot of young people. At least at this Oji community primary school, quite a number of young people. So I'm going to say, from the little that I've seen, because we haven't been to everywhere, a mix of the elderly and young people, Nelta.
All right, thank you so much, Kayla, and do stay safe even as you keep us updated. We'll get back to you in the course of the programming here, but take care and we'll get back to you soon.
Thank you.
Our correspondent, Kayla Megwade, and from what she said so far, it looks like Owerri is good to go.
Well, I think lots of people should have to wait and see what happens with the uploading of the results. That is going to be key.
It's the uploading.
Because the BVAS and this, they're not mutually exclusive. So when some people say, well, yeah, the BVAS worked very well last time out, or it's working well here, it was similar narrative the last time out. But they want to see something. They want to see the transparency in the transmission and distribution and publishing of those results. Thereupon, people can then say, to a large extent, I think many people, depending on what they see, will make up their minds on that one. But in Kogi, where election is also going on, the governor is not seeking another term. Well, he speaks here now on the day.
I have just casted my vote, along with my family members, and others are casting their vote. It is timely. All materials were deployed within the time stipulated. And so far, I have not received any complaint from any quarter. The conduct of INEC so far has been so fantastic. All the security agencies have conducted themselves so far very professionally. All the citizens that are exercising their franchise are doing that freely. There's no hitches, no rancor. We're united, and we are happy over this exercise. And by the special grace of God, we are going to come off very triumphant in this particular exercise. The issue of electoral violence in Kogi State, in my own time, is a media creation, or those that are not on ground here in Kogi State. Go into history, go into record, and compare my own regime and that of the previous ones. You will discover that the regime of Governor Yahaya Bello, conduct of elections, have been the most freest, the most free, fair, and credible, and violent-free elections. So the issue of violence in our election in Kogi State is a media creation, is a figment of imagination of all those who does not want good things happen here in Kogi State. But to the glory of God, you are seeing the atmosphere very tranquil, very, very peaceful, very, very in harmonious relationship. So there's nothing like violence. And the conduct of free and fair and credible election is in the hands of both INEC, security agencies.
Okay, so they had the governor of Kogi State speaking about the elections going on now and his own elections that brought him in. Well, Prof joins us this morning, Professor Jide Ofadibe. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming on today.
Good afternoon. Even it's good morning, it's okay.
I mean, whenever anybody wakes up,
that becomes your good morning.
You know that proverb, don't you?
Yes,
so I woke up a long time ago, actually. So, I mean, the governor saying the question of election violence during his time, media creation. I think I'm hearing this from him for the first time. It looks, I don't know if anybody has heard that before, but listening to that, what do you make of it?
Well, he has to say what he has to say, but let me say this, the whole conversation about youth and politics, whether you really need young people, to push the process forward and, bring forward a new form of politics. We have to ask ourselves, Yaya Bello is the youngest. Does that epitomize, does that reflect the aspiration, the expectation that the younger you are, the better the brand of politics you bring on board? If you remember his own issues with Natasha and others, remember that thing that was said. And even in terms of performance, it just doesn't, confirm the whole idea that once you bring in young people into politics, into positions of governance, things will dramatically change. I think for me, Yaya Bello demonstrates the fact that you can start to talk of young, old people and old, young people, that it's more, your mentality, your initiative, and your own experience and your own personality that matter, rather than your chronological age. I haven't seen a validation of the argument that the young people will usher in a new generation of better politics. I'm sorry, that's my feeling.
Well, I know that it will be a bone of contention, but we'll have Emperor Simon. He is in Kogi State, the same place where the governor was talking about. So he sends in his report as well. Emperor.
Welcome to Kogi State once again, and we are currently at the LEA Primary School 2 here in Ganaja Ward in Ajaokuta local government area, where we've been monitoring the process, which I would say for now has been peaceful and orderly. Voters have turned out in their number under the scorching sun. It's hot here, but they have defied the heat of the sun to exercise their franchise and to participate in the selection process for the next person that would steer the affairs of Kogi State for another 4 years. And saw, they have turned out. Many of them came as early as 7 a.m. But election officials arrived at around 7:40 a.m. We have two polling units here, 057 and 009. But because of the number of voters, 009 had to be split into 5 voting points to ensure smoothness and to make the process fast. And so far, there is no any complaint in terms of the functionality of the equipment deployed by INEC for the exercise. Voters are orderly. Security personnel are on ground also to ensure that everything goes smoothly and without any kind of hitches. We're monitoring the process, and we will bring you everything that is going on here in Kogi State, the much that we can capture and ensure that our audience, are kept abreast of what is happening here.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Emperor Simon, our correspondent there in Kogi State. So, Prof, so far, what do you make of what you've heard about the result, I beg your pardon, about the process in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi States?
Well, I think it's been a mixed bag. Some places we've had, reports of violence, and remember the 3 states are really violence prone. We haven't had it to the scale that some people feared. For example, in Imo State, there were some anxiety on whether the elections will actually take place, because a couple of days ago, I think there were reports of Simon Epa, or somebody masquerading as him, issuing a sit-at-home order. So we don't know, because one of the things that we feared in this election is misinformation and disinformation and fake news. If you can use that, you can use it to demarcate, and you can use to create kind of tension. So far, the process seems to be going on. We saw Senator Anyang talking about his own reservations about the process. And in some places that I listened to, in some areas in Kogi earlier in the day, Kenya and all that, the process seemed to be going on seamlessly. But don't forget that it's not yet time for us. Usually the violence and the snatching of everything, it's at the collation center, at this level of collation. So it's too early. So at this stage, the concern is more with logistics. And in some places, you can see there were areas where they started even before 8:30. And then in some areas later. I think also we have to take into consideration the terrain in different areas. Yesterday, somebody was talking about if you have to take a trip from one part of Kogi to other, it might take 8 hours. And then you have to look at Bayelsa, the terrain, out of the 8 local governments area, 4 are riverine, which means, you have to rely on speedboats and the rest of them. So far, the process is a mixed bag, but not terribly bad. We're also looking at INEC. For me, I took a position that if I were Professor Mahmoud, whether he was convinced or not, given the whole contestations about the way the conduct was gone, I would have stepped aside to preserve the legitimacy of that institution.
Prof, I was going to take you up on that, what you were talking about earlier about when the governor was talking about demography and the quality of, leadership and electioneering that might be. Some would say it's not necessarily the players as much as it has to do with the regulator, INEC in this case here now, being overburdened, so to speak, regulating and monitoring the parties, regulating and monitoring the electorate and educating the electorate, and at the same time conducting the election. There are those who will argue that maybe if INEC was less burdened, things would be somewhat different.
Well, I think, yes, I agree to some extent. I have always believed that it should be unbundled, divided into at least into 3 or 4 more areas. But that will not solve the problem totally, because the position of being an electoral empire in this type of environment is a poison chalice, in the sense that there is always the electoral contests are designed. They are like, you know, the struggle for power is anarchic because of this pervasive fear, partly because of the pervasive fear that whoever captures state power, you use it to privilege your in-group and disadvantage the others. We saw it what happened under the allegations against Buhari, some allegations under the Tinubu government. At the same time, it is an instrument of material accumulation. So the power of whoever will state power is enormous. You saw what happened in Kaduna State and some other, in Rivers under Wike. The governor can decide overnight to demolish your house. So the stakes are just too high. So it's not just a matter of the electoral empire. It's because of the centrality of politics, you know, in our own type of environment. Remember, it was Kwame Nkrumah in his days that says, seek ye first the political kingdom and everything will be added unto you. And Nigerian politicians took that literally. So that once, instead of, in order climb is get the economic power and then other things will come around. So in our own environment, is once capture state power and every other thing will work for you.
So the suggested solution is that if we perhaps do something about this zero-sumness of the game, it will solve the problem.
I don't think it will totally, because remember, it's a reflection of the society. The INEC people, the electoral empires, they do not come from heaven. They come from the society. The judges, they come from the society. So to the extent that the society itself is corrupt and geared towards certain tendencies, the people that occupy those positions, either as electoral empires, judges, they will reflect substantially what is going on at the larger society.
That's on one hand.
On the one hand.
But then if they then say, well, if they contest, because it appears at the moment now, winner takes all. So if winner doesn't take all, if people know that, well, if our second or third something comes in, all of that anxiety or very fierce contestations, wouldn't it reduce to some extent?
It will reduce. Let me just tell you what happens. In the social sciences, there is an argument people have on what we call the structure versus the agency debate. Is it the human agents that can change or constrain or direct certain behavior? There are structures, these things I mentioned to you, like environmental variables, the Nigerian factor, that will constrain the behavior or even the electoral empire. So there is this argument on structure agency debate. Which one do you change first? Like the chicken and egg argument. So what we are arguing is to try to change both at the same time, tinker with the environment, and then see if the human agent will be constrained from behaving through to what we call the Nigerian factor.
The other argument is also reducing the human factor.
Yeah.
Would that make a difference if the human factor? I know there are those who seriously argue that Nigeria is not ready for that point of removing the human or reducing the human.
No, with the human factor, that's why we're saying if we get people at the top that can set example, people, for example, of impeccable character.
And they are coming from the same society.
Yes, but there are some. It is not everybody that is there. The only thing is that they are not in that critical mass to change. But sometimes it takes one person to change the structure. Just like sometimes you can make changes in the structure or environment that can constrain the behavior of the agents. Which means that if we, and that's where people then start talking about institutions, if we can make changes in those structures that become the institution and they're able to constrain the behavior of the agents, then we may get it right. So we, at the same time as we are pushing for the right people, we are pushing for changes in the law, that is Electoral Act and others, which constrain behavior. One of the things I really...
Yeah, but Prof, is it about that? Because my colleagues went to, I think, Liberia.
Yeah, okay.
About 70 million registered voters.
Yeah.
And they said not as half of the kind of violent incidents we had here. They didn't record as half. Because they said it boiled down. They didn't even have as much reforms as we have had with our own electoral acts.
Yeah.
But what they saw was about the people.
Yeah.
The sincerity of purpose, how they all wanted to make things work. So we keep amending our laws here, yet we still have this kind of scenario.
What you have to look at in that case is the extent of the nation-building process. In societies where the nation-building has advanced, you don't need so much of policing because there is an agreement, a consensus on the parameters. I tell you, for example, if you're in the UK and they are conducting an election, maybe it's in a library or passing, you just vote and go to your work. Here, the stakes are just too high because even the basis of statehood, not even nationhood, remains contested.
Well, Prof, we have this situation in Ebuoma ward in Ogota local government area where some agents were in heated arguments over missing result sheets in Owerri, the Imo State capital, where we've got our correspondents over there. So, INEC presiding officer Sandra Ademoye confirmed that some unarmed men on bikes this time took away the result sheets, and she says even though the voting is ongoing, the incident had been reported to INEC to bring new result sheets, and it says that they will enter the figures after the voting exercise. Let's have a listen to what we said.
And I have put my votes free and fair. Anybody having matter here, we have election here is free and fair. And if I want to create a problem, we got problem. And this one, I'm a president. There's no seat here. Yes, we have problem. I'm a president. We have problem here. There's no seat. At the point you didn't see it.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I don't know.
Who collected it?
Some men came here. I don't know them.
And took away the result sheets.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many are there?
I don't know, but I know that it's
Were they armed?
Yeah?
Were they armed?
No.
You just came, collected it and left. Are they INEC officials?
I don't know them.
So what's happening?
Oh, we are doing the election.
How can you do election without?
They are voting.
How will you vote?
They are voting. So we have called the INEC that way. So they are voting.
So where will you enter the results now when there's no result?
Before we enter, before we finish, they are voting. There's not
Well, from then on to Lokoja, Kogi State capital, where there was also an incident that occurred earlier today. Have a look.
6 a.m. in the morning, we discharged all our duties. Our agents were present everywhere. We were ready for elections, and there's no election in Owerri. I want to election material. No election material in Owerri.
Okay, so those incidents in Ogota, Owerri, in Imo State, and then in Lokoja, the Kogi State capital. So, Prof, I know we were saying so far at the time, it appeared as though mixed reactions, but largely not as dramatic as we saw previously up until we get to a certain stage. But even at that, we had these incidents in those areas.
You know, one of the things about these three elections is that it brings to the local subnational some of the arguments we have always had about power rotation and zoning. If you go to, I'm actually keeping an eye on Owerri, particularly Owerri Senatorial District. If you go to that place, the three main candidates, the argument is that if Uzodinma wins, the Olos Senatorial Zone, if he wins, that Senatorial Zone will have ruled them for 24 continuous years. And the Okigwe, who have ruled only under Ihedioha for 4 years. The Owerri, which is from Emeka Ihedioha, who have just the 7 months he was in power. So the Okigwe was under, what's his name? He ruled for just one term in office. So the idea now is that there were people, for the first time, if you look at PVC collected, they've collected more than the Olo, which is, Olo is the bigger one. And of course, the argument is that, okay, you cannot use that as an index because where is a cosmopolitan place and made up of different places. But there is like an argument that this power should come to it, that we are feeling marginalized. You have done 7 months. We have only done 7 months. And you have, if you win these 24 years, you go back to Kogi again. Kogi East, that is Igala, dominated the whole political system until Yaya Bello. Now Yaya Bello, as a young man, and you will expect a more progressive politics. That is that after you go to another zone that have not had it, maybe to the west. So instead of that, you go to your own local government and bring somebody to succeed you. So where is the progressivism in that kind of politics? Now you move to Bayelsa. The argument is, look, allow the East, where Dewey comes, to have 2 terms. And the way you structure the debate, the others are saying, well, Jonathan and both Jonathan and Silva, they did only one term. They should also be allowed to complete 2 terms before another one would complete their. So you see the kind of how we'll try to structure our argument. Remember the PDP Atiku was arguing that Northeast had not really had it. The same thing we were doing. And you see the hypocrisy in politicians. Some of the very activists in arguing for power shift to the south and everything.
Chart of equity, so to speak.
When you go to the sub-national level, some of them...
They're justicing it.
They're justicing it, and just, in fact, some people declare that we don't recognize zoning. And while at the same time, when you're at the national level, you become an advocate of power shift.
It's another question of this leadership thing, that if a leader, as you said, one who is ready to serve the people with equity and make sure that development gets to everybody, steps in, things might be a bit different.
Yes, if we get a good, compelling leader, that's what I say, a leader can be able to change the structure, just like some effective structure can be able to constrain the leader. So that is why we are talking about what kind of leader do we need at this time. I believe if we can get somebody who can lead by example, and I'm not being too critical of Yaya Bello, but as a young man, and people who are advocating for a brand politics that are, driven by young people, you expect something like different. Say, look, I am from the Central. We've taken 2. I've taken 8 years. It's not only us. It's going to go somewhere else. It doesn't really matter what people are saying. And that means then you're a young man, you're bringing new blood, you're bringing new thinking. And we expect something like also in Benue State. And don't say, oh, because you're TV, you're in the majority. You say, no, we have taken our turn. Let it go to somewhere else. And that is say, and if you see a number of people that have, take such positions, after a while, people will start buying into that kind of narrative.
Speaking about violence in some parts of voting areas in these states, let's remind us of the narrative that came through from the NSA and his colleagues about what was going to be done for these elections. In fact, they categorically told us what you're about to hear now.
This election will be even better than whatever we have had in the past. This election is going to be free and fair. This election will be without interference. This election is going to be without violence. This election is going to be credible. It's going to be a litmus test for us. 3 important states. One in this part of Nigeria, one in the southeast, and one in the south-south. And we are ready. We will provide what it takes to ensure that we will have a credible election.
The security agencies are ready for this election. We have received all necessary information from INEC, which has informed us on where to deploy to during this election. We have carried out our threat assessment, and that has informed us with respect to allocation of our resources and deployment of our men. All the security agencies are collaborating strongly to ensure that this election is violence-free.
The armed forces is going to provide full, comprehensive support to ensuring that the police is able to perform its duties without any interference. And so we want to assure Nigerians, especially those in those 3 states for the off-season election, not to have any fear or any doubt that the armed forces and the police and other security agencies will be fully on ground. Every Nigerian, we're sure, is tired of elections with violence, and this we intend to make it different. And we have set warnings. We have court martials on standby. Any of the members of the armed forces who misbehaves in whatever ways will have himself to blame. The court martials are fully operational already. We want to ensure that we act professionally in everything that we do.
What do you think, Prof?
Well, we hear this every election cycle. Is it different from, it's walking the talk. That's the problem. And it is possible that they actually are prepared, and then there are always intervening variables and what the military will call a fog of war, variables that you never anticipate that come in. But INEC as a body, even from the time of Morrissey, if you just listen to what they speak, you will think that, look, there's nothing to fear. But because they say the same thing, they give the same confidence-boosting messages, and they say the same thing, and they disappoint. After a while, people stop believing in them, and that is what called the distrust. People call distrust of the government.
So is it right to then say, if security agencies will actually not be beholden to anybody, just do their job as it should be, we will not have any concerns with either the courts or otherwise?
You said if, and there is a big if. Because even if when the people in power do not tell them what to do, they will try to read the body language or what they think.
From what they were saying there, could they have read the body language from somewhere?
No. I'm just saying they will say this. It is not these top officials that will be everywhere. Now, if you look at what happened during the last election, some security agents will be there, and then they'll just look the other way around. Because you do not want to lose your job, or because you've been compromised. So it's a journey, it's a process. It's not going to happen overnight that we suddenly rise and see an institution. That's when we say institutionalized means
But they can have impact because, yes, the buck stops at that table. In fact, what about some of the cases where we saw the leadership, the hierarchy, IGP of the police, wherein some persons who had misbehaved against citizens, because they saw it on social media, they called for investigation, and those persons were actually kicked out of the force because the buck stopped at their table.
Yeah, they can do that. But in this election, we were told 40,000 plus were deployed. Are you going to keep an eye on everyone? So it's because, again, that institutional framework, has not become like something you do because it is the right thing to do, rather than because you are afraid of being punished. If rules become normalized, that's the argument. If people obey rules and laws because they believe it is the right thing to do, and this is the kind of thing you get in societies where nation-building process is developed, if they think it's the right thing to do, it's much more difficult to compromise them. But if they think, I have to obey because of fear of sanction, at any opportunity to outsmart the system, they will take advantage of that because they are not driven by conviction that is the right thing to do. But rather, if I'm caught, so if I'm caught, if there's a CCTV and I'm caught, I'll be punished. Then I go around to where there's no CCTV. So, as I said,
there can be people's cameras and phones.
I'm just giving an example. What I'm trying to say now is that it is a process. They may mean well at the very top. But if you go down, certainly down, and you see that that the governor is a friend of, and the other people are looking away, you stick out your neck. Will you stick out your neck? If you see that majority of the security people, without anybody telling them, maybe because the big man has come around, and there is a certain interpretation about the big man. After all, why are people able to buy votes when there are still so many police and security people around? It's because some people have to look the other way around.
So what is it that kind of like encourages that looking the other way?
Looking, there are several factors. If you are, one of them is poverty. If you have not eaten properly,
so this
and there's an opportunity for you to, I mean, you can only say don't sell your vote because you go home, you are very sure you eat dinner. But if you have not eaten the last 2 days and your children have been away from school and there's an opportunity to get 5,000, I can tell you. So if you believe that your vote will not make any difference. So you have a choice, stay away. Or if somebody gives you 5,000, well, the economic argument, the choice between staying away and taking this 5,000 to put fuel in your, if you are driving a bike, it becomes up to you. I'm not justifying them.
This picture you painted, again, we'll go back a little bit to what you were talking about, the society itself. Yeah. And the question then will be, at what point do we begin to rework the society so that we come out of that space where we see our elections and votes counting and we see people not looking away but ensuring that the questions that used to be asked, how did you get that money? What are you doing here with that?
I believe we are making progress that is very imperceptible. And many of us believe that the crisis we have is what we call as crisis of aspiration, where we want to be contra where we are. So it doesn't mean that things are not moving. In the early days, in the 1999, it was a crude snatching of ballot boxes. People don't do that now. They went on to collation. And
well, now, what about this one? We just saw in Ogota now.
Well, it's not as it used to. It's not as it used to be. But I'm trying to say that something is changing. We've seen governors defeated in office. We've seen President Buhari lost in his state. That doesn't mean the process was completely faultless, but it's a step that we are moving. It may be like the pace of a tortoise, but we are moving. Our own aspiration is to be able to accelerate the pace at the same time as we are trying to create a nation, because if we are able to build a nation, the pace becomes quicker. Without a nation, every solution you try to throw at the problem sometimes becomes part of the problem.
All right, Prof, I think that's where we'll have to just let it go. So having heard from the NSA, the IGP, Chief of Defense Staff, all eyes will be on security, plus the IREV. We'll wait to see what happens
with the IREV.
With the IREV, the collation, because if largely what we've seen now, not as probably violent as they've seen previously, so you then say, let's wait until you get to collation. That appears to be where the drama usually will be. So hopefully there'll be a lot of cameras and so many security presence there to forestall or ward off anyone who thinks that they can go in there and foment trouble. So we'll hope that they put their money where their mouth is, the security agencies. Well, Professor Jide Falajibe, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Yeah, thanks very much, Joe.
All right, so that is it with this leg of the 2023 verdict. It will continue after news track comes up on the hour. Stay on with us.
Thank you for staying tuned. Welcome to News Track on Channels Television. I am Bukola Koka, and these are the stories we're following for you this hour. It's governorship election day in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi states, and voting began early today in most polling units across the 3 states, although there were reports of delays in the arrival of voting materials in some areas. The total number of voters expected to exercise their franchise in these elections is put at over 5 million. The registered voters in Bayelsa State are over 1.056 million. Imo has 2.4 million, while Kogi State has 1.9 million voters. The turnout of voters in the states has been impressive in some areas, and the BVAS machine worked well largely, while in some other areas the exercise is said to have started late, with not so impressive number of voters coming out to cast their votes. And now let's bring you some early images of the voting in some parts of Imo and Bayelsa State. Areas, some of the candidates contesting in the off-cycle governorship elections were at their different polling units to cast their votes. In Kogi State, one of the governorship candidates, Hamed Ododo, voted at his polling unit in Unit 12, Ward 001 in Ukoro Odenku in Okene. Let's take a listen to him on his experience.
I have just casted my vote, and as you can see, it's just like carnival-like. And I want to use this medium to commend the INEC management for putting in place a very transparent, hitch-free electoral processes. And again, the security agencies, they are doing very wonderfully. As you can see, the election is peaceful and orderly, so I'm happy about that. As you can see, I am on ground. This is my village. I am close to the people. I am part of them. You can see, everybody is happy, just like carnival-like.
In Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodimma of the All Progressives Congress, who is seeking re-election, also cast his vote at a polling unit in his hometown.
Of course, we show now, just to verify.
The conduct has been very orderly. You can see the queue is very strict, and there is no interference. I have not seen anything that is suggesting that there will be any likelihood of disorganization. So it's an impressive outing too. You can see the number of people that have come out to vote. I'm not surprised because this is my hometown. Of course, you know that a prophet is rather known very strongly in his hometown. So the conduct is very impressive. I want to commend INEC. I want also to commend the security agencies with the kind of deployment they have done and how orderly the environment has become. And contrary to the ugly expectation that the environment will not be there for voting to take place, you can see that the INEC has risen to the occasion and everything seems to be very normal. It is not over yet. I think I just came to vote and other people will still come to vote. But what I've seen here compared to what happened during February election is very impressive. And it is our hope that more people will come out. But at least my happiness is that we have the environment to conduct this election. And people have come to exercise their franchise. And voting is going on. I think INEC has done well, and we must commend them. The security agencies have properly deployed. And the entire space is manned and occupied. And the people are responding positively and people are behaving themselves. I've not heard that there's any knockout anywhere to talk of bullets. So I think Imo State is good to go. Some of us who are out to confuse the public just go to the social media, fabricate stories and publish. I want the whole world to now see that Imo State is a destination and there is peace here. And the election, contrary to that ugly expectation, is going on free, fair, and very credible. And you can see how freely I've come here to cast my vote, and how also INEC was able to process it under a few minutes. So I think that this is an evidence for all of us in the country to know that the good minds in Imo State, the patriotic citizens of Imo State, people who are committed to the interests of our state, are really desirous of having Imo State blossom. But those who are in the name of politics, sponsoring and financing mischief, banditry, and all other forms of criminality, must repent of their sins. At the end of the day, whatever God approved will be announced by INEC.
In the meantime, after casting his vote, the PDP governorship candidate in Imo State, Mr. Sam Ayahu, spoke about attempts by some people to disrupt the elections in some polling units.
A place at West, they have named. They carried away some of the polling units, and I also heard that a place like Kogi Municipal, there's causing mayhem there. We've had a couple of reports, but like I said, the D-Day is today. We're watching. The more people are desirous of change. So no matter how you try to make it will not work, because the more people are going to resist.
The plainclothes men the men that were wearing police uniform that you talked about earlier, we heard the gunshots earlier, they were, the security agencies had to ward off. What happened to them? Were they arrested? Where are they right now?
Well, because I was not here, I wouldn't know where they're taking them to, but I know they were apprehended by the real police officers who are on duty. And we shouldn't encourage this. This is one of the reasons why we have insecurity in Imo State. When you hire these people to come and rig election for you, and you can't pay them, they will not go back. They will remain here and they start causing havoc and mayhem for the people. And it's not a society we expect. A very responsible government such as should not encourage insecurity. But what you are seeing today is a government-induced insecurity.
In Kogi State, Governor Yahaya Bello has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission and security agencies over the peaceful conduct of the governorship election in the state. Governor Bello cast his ballot at Agasa Polling Unit 11, Agasa Okeneba Ward in Okene local government area at about 9:15 a.m. and he was accompanied by members of his family. He expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the exercise, adding that he has not heard of any negative report from any quarter. He urged journalists to ignore rumors that may be circulated on social media.
All of the citizens in this particular ward, of course, in the local governments, in this senatorial district, and of course, across the state, we are all enthusiastic about this civic responsibility. We have all come out in our numbers to cast our vote. I have just casted my vote, along with my family members, and others are casting their vote. It is timely. All materials were deployed within the time stipulated. And so far, I have not received any complaint from any quarter. The conduct of INEC so far has been so fantastic. All the security agencies have conducted themselves so far very professionally. All the citizens that are exercising their franchise are doing that freely. There's no hitches, no rancor. We're united, and we are happy over this exercise. And by the special grace of God, we are going to come off very triumphant in this particular exercise. The issue of electoral violence in Kogi State, in my own time, is a media creation. or those that are not on ground here in Kogi State, go into history, go into record, and compare my own regime and that of the previous ones, you will discover that the regime of Governor Yahaya Bello, conduct of elections, have been the most freest, the most free, fair, and credible, and violent-free elections. So the issue of violence in our election in Kogi State is a media creation, is a figment of imagination of all those who does not want good things happen here in Kogi State. But to the glory of God, you are seeing the atmosphere very tranquil, very, very peaceful, very, very in harmonious relationship. So there's nothing like violence. And the conduct of free and fair and credible election is in the hands of both INEC, security agencies, and the citizens. We, the citizens, have conducted ourselves very orderly and very, very cordially. The INEC are doing their job very, very well, and the security agencies are equally assisting.
In Bayelsa State, the electorate have turned out at some polling units with security operatives also out to ensure the conduct of the poll is without hitch. However, trading activities were ongoing at Tombia Market in Yenagua, the state capital, an indication of voter apathy in that area. Meanwhile, Governor Doye Diri of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and governorship candidate in Bayelsa State has voted at his polling unit in Kolokuma-Opokuma local government area.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded. Our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials, and INEC is promptly taking action. So I'd like to appreciate INEC on that. Again, for the boat that capsized, they have already alerted us, so we're also aware, and they are taking actions on that. I think those were the only two incidents that we recorded from yesterday to today.
You're watching News Track on Channels Television. There's more on reactions from a candidate after voting in Bayelsa State and other reactions as well. But that will come your way after the break. Stay with us.
connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. It is a special edition of News Track coming to you amid our continuing election broadcast, the Verdict 2023, focusing on elections in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa State. The governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in Bayelsa State, Timipre Silva, has cast his vote at Ward 4, Unit 4 in Brass, local government area of the state.
I was told that in Nigeria especially there has been a lot of violence, a lot of police action. In fact, this morning I woke up with the story of one of my APC members shot. Because there are pictures, so there are no made up stories. And by afternoon, we had situations where the army presently Bayelsa State has taken over some areas. In fact, listening, I've just spoken to them. They say it's the army that is out there with snatch under boxes. I don't know the extent of what's going on. But frankly speaking, the security in Bayelsa State must be called to order. They are really playing on the side of the people, unfortunately, especially the army is playing on the side of the people. But we're expecting that at the end of the day, people will contain them and will come out. For INEC has been, I would say that INEC, there's a lot of improvement, I would say. This is not a foolproof system. It's a human system, so you expect that there will be lapses. But I was very shocked that the careless mistake only happened in the world, particularly. And the units that were targeted were very big units and large number of voters. We would have had over 4,000 voters disenfranchised if this problem was not rectified. And you begin to wonder, how did this now happen only in the world? But INEC overall is making a lot of improvements. We believe that there is still room for it.
Also, former President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife Patience were among the early voters who showed up at Ward 13, Polling Unit 39 in Otweke to vote. After casting his vote successfully, the former president expressed concern over the incident that occasioned the conduct of off-cycle governorship elections. He believes that if not watched, Nigeria will get to a point where there will be off-cycle elections for presidential polls.
The three states that have elections today, Bayelsa State, Imo State, and Kogi State, and which are the states successful elections, peaceful conduct of elections. But basically, because this is an off-season election, and I get worried about the issue of off-season elections. And I will use this unique opportunity to plead with the National Assembly that we need to block this off-season election. It's very odd. It's not a global best practice. A country can can elect their people at different times, like America or some countries. They do not elect everybody at the same time. But any time they go on to conduct the election, they elect everybody that's supposed to be elected. If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, it will come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that is the time that all of you media people and others should be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. And when I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day, some people may get say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007. I contested as a running mate to meet President Yar'Adua. You know that election, the 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that the election be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria will have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states. And the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today. On the other hand, I wish the election successful. I've been monitoring what is happening in Bayelsa State. I almost ask people across the local governments. And for now, no major things that we will get worried, apart from the part of Nimbe local government, the Basambri part of Nimbe local government that have been in conflict for quite some time before the election. Apart from that, I think the elections are going on well, but we cannot conclude until at the end of the voting period.
Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Now let's bring you some early images from the elections in Imo, Bayelsa and Kogi states. Voters in these states turned out to vote for their choice of leaders for the next 4 years. Our correspondent, Yomi Otaigbe, brings you account of activities in these 3 states.
It's the early hours of the November 11, 2023 off-cycle governorship elections in Imo, Bayelsa and Kogi states. Early images from Lokoja, the Kogi state capital, show electoral officers getting set with their voting materials and heading out to the various polling units.
By the special grace of God, today's election is going to be perfect. Everything is going to be smooth as everyone is ready for today.
Voters in their numbers turn out to exercise their rights.
Everywhere is very calm, peaceful, and people are coming out and they are voting. We thought they would be voting apathy. People would not like to come out, but people, because of the security that is put in place, people came out and they are voting, and we have voted.
When they started the voting, they now said that if you know you are pregnant, your line should be different. Why female line should be different and male line should be different. That is why I voted first.
Election observers also speak on their early assessment of the exercise.
I got here 7 o'clock dot. When I got here, 10 minutes past 7, the INEC officials are here. When they got here, they set the canopy, then they placed the register for people to check their names.
The heavy presence of security have given voter confidence. Voter now feel safe. They feel safe with their lives and property, and now they've come out en masse to cast their ballot because they know they have security protection.
Outside the polling areas, security operatives set barricade against journalists, motorists and travelers entering Okene via Itakwe in Kogi Central. In Imo State, security operatives are also out ensuring compliance to the no movement order, except for persons on essential duties.
Who are they? Who are they? Come and check. See that one there? Stop this one. Wait.
Meanwhile, voting at Amaimo Ward in Ikeduru local government area of Imo State did not start on schedule, but later got underway, according to our correspondent.
We've been here since about 8 a.m. and these women have been waiting for this election to start. Unfortunately, the election started pretty late, at about past 10, about 10:15. And of course, the process has begun. We're seeing accreditation going on, people seeing their names on the wall, and of course the voting has started. In fact, the PDP governorship candidate for the Imo State governorship election, Mr. Samayamu, has also casted his vote at this place. Earlier, we did hear some gunshots in the area, and all of us were too scared. But we asked him about it immediately after he voted, and he said that it was the security agents who were trying to ward off people who he described as thugs trying to scuttle the election process. But of course, there were a lot of issues he mentioned in this particular electoral process in Imo State. But for now, at Amaimo Ward in Ikedu local government area of Imo State, the election has started, the women are on the queue, and everyone is getting ready for the process to be done. Are you excited about the election? Yes!
While some electorates in Bayelsa State are out to also exercise their franchise as a check for their names on INEC register, some others choose to engage in buying and selling activities at the Tombia market in the heart of Yenagoa, the state capital, despite the no movement directive.
And just before we end this, the Independent National Electoral Commission is calling attention to a report circulating on social media claiming that filled result sheets were discovered in some polling units in Kogi State. INEC says it's investigating the claim and will take seriously steps against culprits if found to be correct, noting that the public will be notified of its findings as soon as it concludes its investigation. The electoral umpire has also confirmed the kidnap of one of its officials following a boat mishap in Bayelsa State. The incident happened in Kolwama, a southern Ijaw local government area, where a boat carrying INEC officials capsized, resulting in the loss of some result sheets and other electoral materials. And that does it on this special edition of News Track at this time. Stay with Channels Television all the same, as our election broadcast, the Verdict 2023, will continue shortly. Bye for now.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the off-cycle elections in Imo, Kogi and Bayelsa states. We've got our correspondents in those states and they will bring us up to speed about what is the current situation as we speak. They've been there all day, almost all week, and they've been updating us all on the developments right from the states, the local governments, the state capital, far and wide, they are all there. We've seen some of the candidates who have voted. We've brought you their perspectives, and we will bring you a lot more. So, of course, there's a lot of expectations about uploading the results. Mm-hmm. That is the big one.
As expected. I mean, if that wasn't the major expectation, one would wonder. But so there's this thought that came to mind, especially when we got that report about the missing result sheets in one of those polling units in Imo State. How would they upload the results? And
by the time they're done voting, and I do know that some of the voters were asking the INEC official there, so where are you going to put the results when we're done voting and all that? And she says INEC's going to bring fresh result sheets. Let's hope that those result sheets get in time and they can finish the voting so that it will also be uploaded. But it would also be good to know, and I'm sure our correspondents will also let us know how the uploading is happening in those areas where they've already completed their voting.
So it will be interesting also to see what has really happened where those ballot boxes were snatched, ballot papers were snatched with people on a bike in Imo State. So, yeah, I think we can go to Imo State and then get our correspondent, Dari Idowu, who is on standby to tell us what has happened ever since that time. So, okay, we'll bring you Dari Idowu soon. But we also do have Bukola Idowu, who is of the Civil Society Situation Room. So lots of people expecting to see, after voting, what are they doing? But he is in his own situation room for the civil society. So, hello, Dari. Thank you for joining us again at this time. So, what is going on now? Do you have any details whatsoever about uploading of results in any of the states where voting is going on? Could you just unmute yourself? Bukola, can you hear me? Sorry, that's for you, actually. Yeah, you just need to unmute so we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Okay. Perfect.
So, I think voting has ended in some places from what our observers are sending into the situation room. And then in some places too, counting has commenced. And in some places too, they are already pasting the Form EC8A on the wall after the counting has been completed. And then some of the agents also agreed and signed, and then so they have been pasted on the wall. And then, but however, in some places, voting is still going on. In fact, in some places in southern Niger, specifically in Bayelsa, voting is still going on there because they actually started late. And in some places also in Imo State, voting is still going on. And I wish technically they are not even out of time because even the law is still saying until the last man on the queue is voted, that is when. But what we have seen so far is that the counting process has been peaceful so far, and that is going on. So what we also just want to start monitoring from now is the functionality of the IREV.
Okay, so yeah, so far, because that's where a lot of focus will be, functionality of IREV. So are there any early indications for you in terms of what you've seen, haven't seen some results being uploaded?
Yes, in one or two places, it has been each free, but like I said, now it's just like some few minutes to three, which might be too early to assess. But I can assure you, maybe the next 1 hour we will know, because the functionality of IREV is predicted on two major areas. Number one, the traffic that comes in when majority of these polling units want to upload on the IREV, but now it's still scanty, and that has been done. I mean, people can see in one or two places, we can still see something on IREV, but we want to see the flow, the traffic, and we also want to see the more percentage of upload, because even if you look at the present IREV as it is now, for 2023, you still have like about 8,000 results not still being uploaded, but we want to see and track this functionality of IREV now, but we want to see give this grace till anytime from 3 o'clock, where we want to believe that most voting will have been ended in majority of the polling units, because as it is, we are also witnessing low voter turnout, so which means voting might likely end earlier than expected. So, but we will now begin to see the transmission or transmitting of those results taking place.
You know, Bukola, while everybody's waiting to see that bit of this whole process, where the results begin to pop up on the IRF real time, that will really be interesting. Again, INEC had given assurances that this time there is no going back on that, and some have argued that that was the same assurances they gave in the February elections. But be that as it may, our correspondent reported a couple of things happening from the from different locations in Imo State, for instance. She talked about shooting in the air by some uniformed persons trying to disrupt the process. I think that was around Ikedu or thereabout. And then voting started late in that area, started after 10 a.m. She also talked about low voter turnout. But when she went to Owerri South, or there, was it Owerri South, she said? Owerri South Senatorial District, voting was in progress and there were quite a number of people there. Now, what I wanted to ask you is, from your observations, and again, there was also another location, I think around Ikedu as well, where the result sheets were snatched from one of the polling units, and the INEC official there said she had to report to INEC and they're bringing fresh polling result sheets. Do you think the INEC would have gotten those result sheets to them in time for them to finish their voting, record the results, and upload them?
Yeah, I think with the cooperation of the security agency, they should be able to get it across because don't forget, in each of these local governments too, we still have INEC headquarters. I mean, the local government headquarters there, except for Osu local government that I know that from our reports that INEC relocated out of that place at some point in time. The commission relocated out of that place at some point in time due to insecurity. But you see, what the Imo case is a bit peculiar with what we have seen, because you see more activity and voter turning out within Owerri Municipal and the Owerri axis. But when you go further into those local governments, you see the turnout reduced, and then you see this kind of the incident. We have the report of that incident, shooting and then intimidation and harassment going on outside the vote buying, and that is worrying. However, one of the things we have also seen is that so again, and this goes also beyond Imo, and you see that also in Bayelsa and even in Kogi. Why it looks like in most of these places outside the state capital have lower voter turnout is because you find opposition avoiding the stronghold of the dominant party in that polling unit. What am I trying to say? If Party A is the one controlling this polling unit, anybody that is going to vote outside Party A avoid, the others stay at home and then sit at home and not voting. So is the dynamics we have seen, and I am afraid that by the time the result is being collated, we might, in these three states, this election might be where we are likely going to have lower voter turnout and in the history of these of the states, not generally, but in the history of these states. But we just feel that proactiveness should be the order of the day now, and that result sheet and that is not the only local government, I must say, and that result sheet have to be replaced on time with the swiftness at which they replace 40 beavers, and that is what we wanted to see.
If we look at the numbers so far, and talking about voter turnout, the numbers of those that registered voters as against the population of all of the three states put together comes down to approximately 11 million or thereabout, about that number in terms of population. As regards those that have registered, we have approximately 5 million plus of registered voters in those three states. Now, if we're talking about voter turnout, we're not too sure how many of them collected their PVCs and are out there to vote. But Or when you were talking earlier, you mentioned that so far about 9 incidents of violence had been recorded, if we heard you correctly. But let's look at how much of an impact these violent incidents have had on our electioneering process, vis-a-vis these 3 states, and then the fact that it's something that we're hoping we'll see less and less of as we go along.
One thing we are looking at now is that in terms of that turnout, there are 2 metrics to use to calculate this turnout. Number one, the turnout compared to registered voter, and then the turnout compared to PVC collected. However, I think it is safer to use PVC collected because the people that did not collect their PVC, we are not actually expecting them to come and vote. But even if that as it may, we have like about 5 million thereabout, over 5 million registered voters. But in each of the states, according to the data released by INEC, none of the states has less than 90% PVC collection, less than 90%. So, and what it means is that you have like about 10% of the PVC not collected in those states. So naturally, what it means is that you expect more voter turnout. But like I said, and I used to say, election is about perception and information. So before the election, you have issues of cases of violence. So what that again is already forming a perception around the election that, oh, it's going to be tough, it's going to be war, it's going to be this. That is on one hand. And like I said the other time, so you mentioned about 9, but now, as of now, we have 21 cases of electoral violence. And this is just the breakdown. Bayelsa initially, when I spoke with you last, Bayelsa initially was 2, but now we have 5 in Bayelsa. Now Imo now records 7, and then Kogi is still having 9 cases. So this alone, what from 9 it has jumped to 21. So what it means is that there is a correlation, huge correlation between voter turnout and violence. So whenever you have violence, people don't want to come out. Now, why in the situation room, I also took time to rove within some polling units. And then you get to polling units where you have like about 740 registered voters pasted on the wall, and then you just do a bit of, I just did a bit of head count in those polling units. You have less than 200 people on queue as at the time I got to the place. And then you now begin to see, and then most of the people you see are just young people, the aged people, the older people, couldn't even come out. So the young people just came out and then to cast their votes. And then you also have low participation of women. Of course, women came out, but not that the way they used to come out. So we need, and this is the message, we need to do something about electoral violence before pre-election of electoral violence, because this is what normally come and affect on election day. Now, having said that, why we want elections secured, what is also the perception about heavy, and I use the word heavy consciously, heavy deployment of security agency and the impact of the show of force, and you see this also because, for instance, you see an armored tank, let me just say tank, of the military in the street. These are not the common sight you see, and of course, we all know election is a civic affair, not a military affair. So when you see some of this, do they have impact? And these are the questions we need to begin to ask ourselves. So we need to have serious conversation around this, because it will eventually call to question the legality of or the constitutionality of the election in terms of turnout. I give you an example. In Anna, where we have like about 10% voter turnout in the governorship election. So what is the implication? So which means 10% of the registered voter, not 10% of the population, not 10, if it is 10% of the population, that is still sizable. But you are talking about 10% of the registered voter choosing who govern the entire state for the next 4 years. So we need serious attention, and it goes beyond election security to even administration, the performance of INEC. I mean, these are the things that we feel we increase voter turnout. But with what we have seen, people have come out, people have come out to vote, but to cast their vote. But we also want to see, we are waiting for the official announcement of the result, and then we can put our finger voter turnout and how it is.
So that will be the big weight. So, and it might not happen as fast as many expect it to be, but who knows? But just give us a moment, Bukola. We're going to cross over now to our correspondent, Dari Do, who is in the Imo capital, to just bring us up to speed on what is going on there. Hello, Dari. So, yes, we did hear that there was some snatching of some ballot materials in Ogota, in Imo, but largely, because, I mean, Bukola was talking about usually huge deployment of security, but what impact? So tell us, what is the situation where you are at the moment?
Thank you very much, Chamberlain. I'm in Owerri Municipal, and that is the central. A lot of activities are happening here. CSOs, police, and other stakeholders are coming into a place like this. And this primary school is called Uzi Primary School, Ward 4, with 7 polling units. And again, from what I've been reporting earlier, people have been trickling in. The turnout hasn't been so impressive. So at 2:30, polls closed here because, again, before they closed the poll, people weren't even coming. So what is going on right now, if I should talk about that, and I hope that the camera will capture that process. Electoral officials are striking out papers, unused ballot papers. It is the process. It is expected. It's the standard. They have to strike out unused ballot papers, after which they will start the sorting. The sorting would then involve picking from party to party. After that, they would then start the counting. After counting, they would announce the results and paste the results for all eyes to see. Then capture the results with the beavers and do the upload, which is what everyone is anticipating. If the process will be seamless, because it all boils down to the beavers and the IREV working together for us to have a functional, for us to have said that we have deployed the right device or devices into this election. So that is what we're waiting for now, because again, they're striking out that. But let me also bring you up to speed as to what is also happening around here. The police have just made an arrest of a man they thought might be constituting nuisance. So he's already sitting in their van there, because the guy has actually been going around telling people to leave or that we shoot off the camera. So I think some of the policemen who are on ground called for reinforcement, and the policemen had come and picked the man. So that situation is what is happening on my right at the moment, and I want to believe that at some point you get to see the visual. So it pretty much speaks to what has been happening here in Owerri Municipal, for instance. Because of the heavy deployment, we can't actually say there's been any major security threat or any case to worry about. But my colleagues in Imo West and Imo East have been actually giving us updates and been speaking to some of the security situations there, Chamberlain.
So, Dari, is there any reason? I mean, do you know why the turnout was really low at that polling area?
Okay, thank you very much, Emily, because it's also part of the conversation we've been having with some of the people who have been coming around here. Some people suspected that it could be because speculations now, and I don't want to feed on that particular speculation, that there's been threats going around that they shouldn't come out to vote. One would expect that, because I heard the guest in the studio said something about that. One would expect that Owerri Municipal will be one of those places where you would have enough turnout. But as we've been reporting since the opening of polls, I won't lie to you, I haven't even seen any queue on any of the polling units around there. It's been pretty much people walking in, getting the business done and walking away. So right now, it may be hard to figure out why people haven't been coming, but largely even from the reports some of my colleagues have filed in from Imo, in other parts of Imo, they said the turnout from the polling units where they've covered have been quite low as well. So it's not just Owerri Municipal, it's pretty much what we have observed so far. But again, we have to also rely on the numbers. When the numbers start coming in, when they start counting, when they take the results eventually to the local government, then to the state collation, and after that, we will know. More than 2.3 million people collected their PVCs in this election in Imo State and are expected to vote. So we will be working with a percentage at the end of the day. If that percentage would be 50, 60, we can only wait, Chamberlain.
So speaking about the process, in your interaction with the voters, what did you pick up about their expectation concerning what they expect and the ultimate outcome of the voting process at the end of the day?
Chamberlain, because the conversation had actually started before now, but yesterday I went into the market, the main market in Owerri, and I spoke to a lot of people who came out to shop, and many of them spoke about, the basic human needs, the things that normally you would expect that everyone would have access to: electricity, water, create jobs for us. We need jobs. So these are expectations. Then again, coming into the process now, election process, they wanted a seamless, a smooth, free, fair, credible process. And to a large extent, where I am at the moment, many of them said the process has been quite seamless. It takes them few minutes for them to cast their vote. Once they're able to go through the beavers, the verification, once they're able to go through that, they cast their vote, and that's pretty much the process. So the expectations are also high because they don't want to just leave it here. One person I spoke to earlier actually spoke to the fact that there's a distrust or mistrust, so to say, amongst the electorate, and that may also be responsible for the low turnout. He said, the voting on one hand, what would happen after this polling unit? What would happen when they leave this place? They're also curious. They also would like to know. Those are the expectations expressed by the voters at Chamberlain.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Dari, we have seen that image which you spoke about. We've seen them striking out the unused ballot papers. In fact, we also saw images just now of them trying to sort. So it appears as though that has started. So we do thank you, and we'll let you get back there because many will be looking to see when the sorting starts, the result starts, when it's being uploaded on the IRF. So we'll come back to you to get some updates as we go on. So thank you for your reporting, Dari. Okay, so big expectations there from people.
As we said earlier, we talked about the expectations, and all of that also points to the fact that they're looking to see those results as they begin to build up and on the IRF where they can all sit down. Dari talked about the fact that we're municipal, and I think we can get Mr. Idowu to weigh in on these. The fact that people were coming in and they vote and they go. Mr. Idowu, if you're still there, that bit about...
before you move to Mr. Idowu, I think that Bayelsa is also an area of interest.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, there was some scenario where a boat capsized, and then Chris had told us they hadn't seen, he saw some security in some places, and then not everywhere else, but Dobra is also there.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Dobra, if you could just let us know what the situation is, what's going on in your area. I do know that you were, I think, in Ward 10 or thereabout, but let's hear you. What's the update from where you are, Dobra?
This is Ward 10, Unit 9 of Agodomai-Petiama community. Now, voting has ended. Counting has also ended. The result has already been pasted What the people did was they came out early, voting started on time, counting began actually before 2:30. As INEC officials said, they waited. More voters weren't coming, and to ensure their safety, they had to collate the results, and now the results have already been pasted. Now, this is not the only polling unit that this has taken place in Agodamaipetiama community. We have 3 other polling units, and all voting process has already been concluded, and the voters are already dispersing from Agodamaipetiama.
All right. There you go.
That's a good one. But I do think that Chris also in Bayelsa, and another side of Bayelsa also has something happening as regards collation of results.
So it's a sneak peek.
Yeah,
so there you go.
There you go.
That is a scenario. So remember, at the end of the day, when they strike out the unused ballot papers so that nobody else can go use them and, try to make people, deceive people. So here now are live images coming through from Bayelsa State about, I think they're about to start the next process. So usually they will explain to the people that this is the box, this is the amount of people who voted in. When that is done, Chris had told us previously that all of that housekeeping has got to be done. The people will count. So when they open the box,
they'll break the seal. There's a seal on the seal. See that? That's what he's doing there.
Yeah,
breaking the seal. After which he'll start the process of sorting, which is also there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there you go. They'll go ahead and do all of that sorting, counting, and then you get an idea, a feel of who is where, perhaps in that particular unit. So we'll keep tabs on that as well. Our colleagues will also do all of that. But let's wrap up with Bukola, who is of the Civil Society Institution Room.
Yeah, Mr. Edo, if you're there, I was going to ask you a question as regards the movement of those coming in and going in Owerri Municipal, precisely the reports from the observers on ground, what they saw as regards when they come in to cast their vote and go. I think you're muted. You could just unmute and respond to that movement of the voters in Owerri Municipal.
Yes, I think you have voters casting their vote, moving. However, some people are still waiting. Of course, we've had from our monitors and observers who are also sending us at the situation room, sending us clips of where they are counting, and then you still have voters there, but not like we used to have, and not like the merriment that follows this process of counting. You know what I'm trying to say about that merriment is when you see the presiding officer lift this and the people begin to count. At times you see the chorus, you see the rhythm, and we don't have that this time around, and that is what we have. And of course, voters vote and they move, and then they go out and they go back home, and then we also have people, but they are so scanty, waiting to witness the counting, and that is what we have seen.
Indeed, we do know that some of the voting and counting is also started in Bayelsa. Indeed, we saw live footage from there where they're sorting out some of those ballots, and you mentioned the number of violent incidents that you had in Bayelsa. You said 5 of them, but now we see that some of these guys have started collating and counting their votes. What do we take out from this incident? The fact that even while that's going on, there's no excitement whatsoever from the voters.
Yes, that is the issue here. The excitement is not really there from the voters, and this is across the 3 states, not only in Bayelsa, not only in Imo, it's here also in Kogi. We have that in Kogi too. So the excitement is not there, and this has implication, and this has to be looked into as we have a move on to have conversation around our election. And this is not just that it's just happening now in the 3 states. It's a accumulation of various factors. And for instance, before this election, we've had issues around appointment into INEC. into INEC position, both REC and the National Commissioner. Now, we have civil society. Some of us are already shouting and have been raising concern about appointing partisan people into position in INEC. So this is going, these are the effects we are seeing now. Whether you like it or not, these are the effects you are seeing now, because people, when INEC begin to have trust deficit from the people, this is what, because some people don't want to waste their time. Why am I going to go and vote when I don't know my vote is going to be? So these are the cumulative effects, and then the issue of administration.
So not to worry, just hang in there. We'll still have a long way to go here today ahead of the election results. But we do thank you very much indeed for your perspectives at Bukola Ido Civil Society Situation Room. So yes, indeed, we'll also be bringing you more on this coverage of the 2023 verdicts of season election. So this is where we have to take a pause at this point in time and toss to our colleagues in Lagos. Yes, indeed, you kept us company. We do appreciate it. I'm Chamberlain Uso.
And I'm Neil Tagbe. Thank you.
Well then, as Chamberlain and Neota have told you, it is a continuing coverage of the off-cycle election, the 2023 verdict off-cycle elections happening in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa states. Am I Omakinde once again?
And I am Bukola Koka. It's good to be back here again.
Yeah, so when we left you, people were still voting, lines were still long. But the time is 3:02, going to 3:03 now. By now, most certainly, elections are supposed to be over. And the process would have dovetailed in many senses to counting, sorting, and then counting. And that is where we are now. That's some of the information that has also been put out to you by our colleagues, with information also from the Civil Society Situation Room that you heard our colleagues engage the other time. So to take off, let's know how it's going in Imo State. Tokwe Kuteye is standing by to give us an update. Tokwe. Okay, our understanding we had was that he's there, but now, well, I guess we have to keep that on, but suffice to say, as we have mentioned to you earlier, counting has begun in a good number of the local, the polling units, if not all of them. And even though, of course, which election have we had that politicians have not traded words? We understand that there has been trading of words between the APC and PDP contestants in Bayelsa State, and Uzodimma Anyanwu, that's Hope Uzodimma the governor of Imo State, and Sam Anyanwu as well as Ododo in Kogi State have all voted, and of course all put out their statements to the effect. The vice president, the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has also said something very fundamental that should be given attention, Bukola, and that is the fact that if we are not careful, we might get to a situation where the presidential election itself will be an off-cycle election. That will be one off-cycle election.
And if we took our time to listen to him, you know, just as he landed on the point that he was making, he said we should take note that it is possible to return the off-cycle elections to the normal timetable of elections with the other general elections, and that would be a job of legislation for the National Assembly. So it's instructive to note that. But from where he took off from, it's more of an admonition to politicians, rather than to the entire, electorate and the entire electoral process, because it's the conduct of politicians that is at the heart of the matter. It is, our nature as being a litigious people. We're never satisfied with the electoral process, and then we head to court. So, and there's no other person than an elder statesman himself, whom many agree had been a gentleman during his own election, where he conceded defeat, that he's giving such an admonition. So it's important and it's instructive, to reflect on what the former president has said.
Maybe
but
we
I
should
hate
listen
to
to
say,
him again.
Okay, let's listen to him again.
The three states have elections today: Bayelsa State, Imo State, and Kogi State, and which all these states successful elections, peaceful conduct of elections. But basically, because this is an off-season election, and I get worried about the issue of off-season elections. And I will use this unique opportunity to plead with the National Assembly that we need to block this off-season election. It's very odd. It's not a global best practice. A country can elect their people at different times, like America and some countries. They do not elect everybody at the same time. But any time they go on to conduct their election, they elect everybody that's supposed to be elected. If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, it will come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that's the time that all of you media people and others should be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. And when I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day, some people may say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007. I contested as a running mate to meet President Yar'Adua. You know that election, the 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that the election be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria will have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states. And the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today. On the other hand, I wish the election successful. I've been monitoring what is happening in Bayelsa State. I almost ask people across the local governments. And for now, no major things that we will get worried, apart from the part of Nimbe local government, the Basambri part of Nimbe local government that have been in conflict for quite some time before the election. Apart from that, I think the elections are going on well, but we cannot conclude until at the end of the voting period.
Well, as you can see, Jimmy Silva, the governorship candidate of the APC, casting his vote right there for, that of course that was much earlier, before the end of the voting time of 2:30, and as you can see, he stood on the queue. Proper thing to do, isn't it? Anyway, eventually, that's him being credited, that's him voting, and all of that process went on and on. Of course, he himself also offered a word or two after he voted.
I was told that in Nigeria especially there's been a lot of violence, a lot of police action. In fact, this morning I woke up with the story of one of my APC members shot. Because there are pictures. So I'm impressible. Bayelsa State has taken over some areas, but I've just spoken to them. They say it's the army that is up there with the snatch underdogs. So I don't know how the next one is going. But frankly speaking, the security in Bayelsa State must be called to order. They are really playing on the side of the people, unfortunately, especially the army is playing on the side of the people. We're expecting that at the end of the day, people will contain them and will come out. For INEC has been, I would say that INEC, there's a lot of improvement, I would say. This is not a foolproof system. It's a human system, so you expect that there will be lapses. But I was very shocked that the careless mistake only happened in the world, particularly. And the units that we are targeting were very big units and large number of voters. We would have had over 4,000 voters disenfranchised if this problem was not rectified. And you begin to wonder, how did this now happen only in the world? But INEC overall is making a lot of improvements. We believe that there is still room for improvement.
74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80.
Completed counting has begun in Bayelsa State. Chris Williams, our correspondent in Yenagoa, is on standby. Chris, we can see that there aren't any extensions of the voting time. Counting has begun, and there's been back and forth. Someone saying and another responding. What's the update you can give us so far? Chris Williams, can you hear me? Well, clearly we'll get back to Chris as soon as we can, but as you can see, counting of... yes, Chris, can you hear me now?
Yeah, what did you say?
Yeah, I was just asking, what's the update? As we can see, voting has been completed, counting has begun in this particular polling unit that is on the screen now. Any updates you want to give us?
Ayo, well, as you can see, counting has started right here. The election actually ended at 2:30, and right now they've gone into sorting and, of course, counting. That is what is happening at the moment. You can see some of the party loyalists, they are already celebrating right here, and some others are ready to say, hey, we would contest what is happening here right now. But so far so good. It's been very, very peaceful and orderly. We hope that there are about 6 units here, so we've had 2 of the units, or even the 3rd unit, declare their results. Others are still trying to sort and, of course, end up counting. But for now, everything is still going on as smoothly as possible.
Yes, indeed, Chris. Some of the candidates have had cause to complain about one unrest or the other. For instance, the incumbent and governorship candidate of the PDP, Doyediri, has complained about the tension of some sorts of members of the PDP in Nembe Basambri. I hope I got that correctly. And that they were not allowed to exercise their franchise. The candidate of the APC has also complained about a bit of unrest also in Yenagoa. Can you verify these incidents?
Well, these are expected, even before the election. Pundits already, based on experience, postulated that these things would happen, especially in the strongholds of these two strong contenders. That's the incumbent governor and, of course, the APC candidates. It's more or less a two-horse race right here. And so each of them try to guard their own zone, their own area. And that is what is actually happening. The APC seem to have done a lot to push PDP from voting in those riverine areas. And of course, this side as well, PDP is also holding forth their own zone, but at the end of it all, it's expected. But I feel that the security agencies and INEC would do the needful, because the INEC National Commissioner that we spoke to earlier on said that anywhere infraction is noticed, they would cancel the result. So if you steal a ballot box or whatever you do, once an infraction is noticed, what they would do is to cancel. And that exactly is what they said they would do. But I'm sure they would hold on to that and do exactly what they said.
And with hopes that the process has been without incident in other areas of Bayelsa, can you also, or have you gotten feelers that sorting and counting is also ongoing in other parts aside the state capital, Yenagoa?
Yes, Dubra is somewhere outside of the state capital, and she actually got across to me that counting had started in that part where she is at the moment. And I'm quite sure every other part, because according to INEC timetable, by 2:30, voting stops and, of course, counting begins. And that is what we're witnessing here at the moment. And since Dobra also confirmed that similar thing is happening where she is at the moment. So I want to believe that it's the same thing across the state.
All right. Crystal Lemza, correspondent reporting from Bayelsa, Yenagoa, the capital to be precise, where we also saw images of voting, sorting and counting of votes. Let's head now to Imo State, where our correspondent Eitokwe Kutoi is standing by to bring us up to speed with a continuation of the exercise. Tokwe, what can you report? What's new at this time?
Okay, Bukola, I'm here at Union Primary School in Burishi community in Oaji-Egbema local government area of Imo State. And here the voting has ended and the INEC officials are sorting the papers here to see and count the votes that have been computed by these officials here. So we've been here and there's been no issue here. It's been peaceful. But there was something that happened earlier, like the INEC officials said that they started a little bit late. They started around 10 a.m. So there was a consensus amongst the political party agents to extend voting to about 3 o'clock. So they extended voting for a while, then they ended voting. Now they're sorting, the INEC officials are sorting the outcome of the polls at this behind me here. So that's what is happening here right now in Union Primary School, Umburichi, in Oaji-Egbema local government area of Imo State.
Yeah, Topa, let's quickly touch on an area that, hasn't featured prominently in the last few hours of voting. I wonder if you observe about whether INEC made good its promise to ensure a conducive environment, an inclusive process for persons with disability during the voting exercise.
Okay, yeah, there was earlier at Oguta local government area of the state where I also monitored the election. I got a lady, physically challenged lady, who was enthusiastic to cast her vote, and she was there. I had it on camera too. She was there to cast her vote, and with that, in one or two other places too, we've also seen some physically challenged. And don't forget that yesterday we spoke to one of the observers who are more concerned about the physically challenged, and they said they've had talks with INEC on this election on how to ensure that the physically challenged at these elections exercise their civic responsibility without any problem. So it's for the physically challenged, from what I've seen and from places I've monitored so far, I think they've also been able to exercise their civic responsibility at their different polling units. And we've actually gone around on the conduct of the election by INEC. We've gone around, we've spoken to observers, we've spoken to party agents, we've spoken to electorates, and the thing they're saying is that, number one, they're commending INEC for early arrival of materials in at least 80% of the places across where I've monitored, that INEC officials came early and they've conducted themselves. Compared to the state assembly elections and the presidential election, this is a better outcome for INEC. So I think from what we have now, we're trying to see after now the results, after being imputed in the result sheet, we go to the collation center, then from the different collation centers then to the headquarters. So we'll also monitor and go further to check what INEC will be doing around this time.
You know, allow me to take you back a little, Tokwe, to what you said about the consensus among the political parties. I wish elections would be that easy, where, I mean, we would all agree that, okay, let's just move the time from 2 to 3. Everyone would just agree. How easy was that to achieve? How did they come to that agreement so easily and so peacefully, such that there was no rancor?
You know, this polling unit, it's Imbirichi community itself. It's an agrarian community. From what the people here are saying, that most of the people went to the farms in the morning, and normally before now, even previous elections, they come to the polling booths late. So that's what they said, and that as of now, people are now coming back from the farms to come and exercise their civic responsibility. So it was a consensus between all the political party agents and even the INEC officials to extend the time a little so they could allow some people vote. And so we were here also, we saw some people also coming around to vote, and they gave excuses that they went to the farms and also. But now it has ended, and they're sorting the results.
Well, I asked that question because earlier in the day you told us that there was some kind of disagreement in another polling unit altogether. You showed us, even on camera, the disagreements that were happening among party agents. That's why I'm asking how easy this was. I mean, it is a good thing that it happened. I'm just wondering how it's not so easy somewhere, and here it's just so smooth and easy.
Can you take that again, Ayo?
I said I asked that question against the background of what you told us earlier. The one scenario you showed us in the morning when party agents did not agree on a particular thing and they were quarreling among themselves, and you even showed us on camera. But here we are, they all agreed without any rancor whatsoever. That's why I'm just curious, you know.
This is another polling unit. Where I was in the morning, it's another local government entirely, and this is another polling unit. Okay, now let me just bring you up to speed with one or two things that happened in the morning. You know, I was also in one of the polling units in Oguta local government area where polling agents were having arguments, and the argument was that some unarmed, according to the INEC officials, that some unarmed men came and took away the result sheets at the place and at the polling unit. But the INEC official continued with the voting because she said she had already informed the INEC office about what happened when some unarmed men came to pick the result sheets and took it away, but that as they're voting, INEC officials would come, bring new result sheets for them to enter the results. But this became a very big argument between the political party agents, and they were trying to tell the INEC official to stop voting and settle that. But the INEC official says no, she's not going to stop the voting because there's always a way out. INEC officials in Owerri will bring this the new result sheet so they could enter. It wasn't, and so it became a real an argument between 3 or 4 political parties around there. But eventually, I think they also came to a consensus that they were waiting for INEC to bring. But they were vigilant before we left there to ensure that INEC brings these result sheets for them to enter during. But we left before the end of the voting to also monitor some other places around Imo West Senatorial District where we are right now. This is another local government, or Aji Egbema local government area.
Emphasizing again the question that I was asking, but hey, it's just a different stroke from different folks, I get. However, this issue that you just mentioned now about some disturbance in some areas, your colleague, our colleague, Kayla Megwa, also mentioned the same thing to one of the candidates right there. So what can you tell us about that particular skirmish? We understand that some people were taken away. How far? What's new about that one? Any updates? Can you hear me, Tokwe?
Please, can you take that again? I can't hear you.
Yeah, the issue that you just mentioned, the skirmish, the little tiff that you talked about earlier, of some people cutting away the polling result sheets. No. What's the latest about that one? We understand that some of them were arrested or taken away by security agencies. Okay, well, clearly Tokwe cannot hear me, but we'll get back to you as soon as we can to give us updates on that one. Tokwe Kute is our correspondent in Imo State. Now, of course, to continue this conversation, let's welcome Mr. Wahab Shitu, who is a senior advocate of Nigeria. He joins us right here in the studio. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
So this is where we are. It's the only day that we're going to have these elections, and different strokes for different folks, as you have heard. In some areas, 80% of the way, they started on time, according to the reports that we've been receiving. And but in some areas, such as the one that our colleague just reported from, they started at 10 a.m. and decided to take it until 3.
I believe.
Yeah. So what's your take on how far we've gone so far?
Well, I think it is a salutary development, particularly when you look at the report that there was a consensus that we should extend. I think what is critical in an election day like this, in my view, is the transparency of the process. Everybody concerned must worry about how transparent is the process. Outside the transparency of the process, the other issue that is critical is the security of the process. All those who are involved, whether as voters or political agents, observers, and other people who are central to the election, must operate under an environment that is secure. Because the essence of democracy is free expression of the will of the people, devoid of intimidation, devoid of inducement, devoid of violence. People must be able to freely elect leaders of their choice without being afraid of any violence being unleashed on their persons. So the will of the people is also very critical, outside the fact that we must worry about the transparency of the process.
Now, something that you've also spoken about, in fact, it was earlier in the year, you were speaking at another forum and you were saying that with free and fair elections, pressure on the judiciary should ease.
Yes.
Now, given what we have observed so far, Do you see anyone still going to court, or you think, I mean, given that it's been adjudged as free and fair so far, do you see it just being allowed by the political class to go, or you still see contention?
Except those who are involved are willing to create jobs for lawyers, and those who can also take advantage of the process. In any election, if the process is free, fair, and credible, my expectation is that those who are involved in the process should be ready to accept the outcome. You see, there's no perfect elections anywhere, and I think we must make that very clear. Yeah. Even if you look at the language of the law is not concerned about minor irregularities. The law is concerned about substantial irregularities that is capable of overturning the outcome of an election.
Is that what they call technicalities?
It's not technical. It's everywhere. You see, where you want to, if you look at the grounds for voiding any election, if you say there is malpractices, or that the election was not conducted in substantial compliance with the Electoral Act, what the international observers or everybody is concerned with is that the malpractices that you have alleged, are they substantial enough?
And the question is, what's the measure of what's considered to be substantial? Well, what does the Electoral Act say about what? There's no agreement on what is substantial, really, especially particularly going by the pattern of elections that have been determined in the courts. What's more, I think the challenge goes to with the burden of proof, which is what I want you to talk to us about.
The burden of proof. You see, the way the law operates, the electoral jurisprudence operates everywhere, Nigeria not being an exception. Now, if you have 20 polling booths, for instance, and you are talking of incidents in just 1, 2 of the polling booths, but in all other 18 areas, polling booths, there are no incidents. You will not use what has happened in just 2 polling booths to overturn the entirety of the election. The assumption of the law is that what has happened is just a fraction in terms of incidents, and is not capable of overturning. I must also concede that the burden of proof in an election petition, proceeding is very high. When you say there are irregularities, for instance, if you are talking of violence, and this is why everybody should be concerned, you are talking of violence, you are talking of multiple thumb printing, or you are talking of mutilation of results, or you are talking of cancellation of results. These are criminal offenses. And the law expects you to be able to prove these incidents, these allegations, beyond reasonable doubt, as if you are in a criminal trial. You have to be able to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. And you must also acknowledge that proving any allegation beyond reasonable doubt is Herculean. So that is why the law says, if you want to also prove any of these allegations, you must rely on the evidence of eyewitnesses. And if you see a particular polling booth, who are the eyewitnesses there in a polling booth? You have party agents. You have election observers. You also have, INEC officials in a polling booth who witness firsthand what is going on. So if you want to prove any irregularity, then you must have a way of being able to, recall some of these incidents as they occur. At the level of the polling booth. You don't rely on third-party reports. You don't rely on analysis from you and I who are not there physically to see what is going on. And that is what the court has done. And we must salute our court. It's not easy. You are asking somebody to come and determine the outcome of a process that they did not witness. And what they are saying is that bring evidence.
And it seems a tall order.
You understand me? So that we can, to convince us that this is what actually happened. We're not there. If you are alleging so and so happened, bring evidence that those things happened that will be naked to everybody to see. And so that is why if anybody blames the judiciary, I think such people have been unfair. Because there are rules. You see, and let me also make it clear. Election petition proceedings is sui generis. What does that mean? It's regulated by special rules. For instance, even if we witness rigging in an election, the three of us witness rigging in a particular election, you must bring your petition within 21 days of the announcement of the results. Now, if you now bring your petition 22 or 23 days after the announcement of the result, the door is already shut against you. That is the law. Those are the rules. You can't blame the judges to say, oh, okay, you are saying there are allegations of rigging. But you came to court late. You didn't, and you are supposed to bring all your evidence at the time you are filing your petition within 21 days. It's a cool year. So those who are interested in challenging the process must begin to compile the evidence from the minute the process starts, the minute the election results are announced. You don't wait until the late hour and then you start blaming the judges. The judges, as far as I'm concerned, in handling all the election petitions, right from the tribunal, the Presidential Court of Appeal tribunal, to the Supreme Court, have done exceedingly well. And what we should commend them. Everybody saw it. It's not everywhere that you see proceedings of court being televised. It's because we have a lot of skeptics here. A lot of people who do not believe anybody can be transparent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
So
it's
that's
definitely something very, very concerning. In fact, one of the issues,
yes,
you know, that kind of, you know, opened up in the conversation towards this off-cycle election is that of security.
Yes.
And we have a track of the Commissioner of Police. He spoke to us earlier. He's the Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa State, Tolani Alausa, who was reacting to the kidnap of some INEC officials.
We've actually gone around a couple of places, and what we have seen there is that the election is going on peacefully. Electors are casting their ballots. The security in all the places we have visited is tight. In fact, for now, there is no problem in any of the polling units we have visited.
We heard about an abduction, you know, around the riverine area. Not too sure of that place. Do you want to give us clarity as to that and what is happening at the moment?
That place happens to be somewhere in southern Niger, Amasoma to be precise. We have been making efforts to know why the electoral officer went alone, because it was the decision of the commanders there and INEC that no INEC official should move without security. So I wonder how that lady moved without security. That being said, from 4-5 o'clock, I sent all my tactical team out to go and see how we can rescue that lady. As we're talking now, they're still covering for her. On all sides, both in Sagbama and Amasoma. But there's a name that is being peddled. We are working on that. We don't want to say that on air. We're working on it. As soon as we're able to pick the guy, I'm sure we'll rescue the woman that is abducted.
So you are assuring us of smooth process all through the day?
Very well.
As the Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa State giving us assurance upon assurance, and of course speaking about that kidnapped INEC official in Bayelsa State. It was one of those issues that preempted this election. But, you know, if you heard the CP there, he said she shouldn't have moved without security detail. How concerning is that, the fact that she did?
I think all those who are involved in this process have the schedule of duties strictly defined. The business of INEC, whether by its officials or its agents, is not to provide security. It's to organize and conduct elections. I think it is the duty of security agencies to provide cover for the INEC officials while discharging this duty.
Okay, well,
and what I'm saying is that it is not the duty of INEC to provide security.
But there could be rules of procedural rules to transporting sensitive and non-sensitive
sensitive materials should be transported under security cover.
So she should have known.
She should have known, and she should have known. Yes, of course. Now, if negligently you walk into a moving train.
But there are two other issues on that particular matter. Earlier in the day, our correspondent, the same Chris Lems, reported that at a particular polling unit, the INEC officials were there. In fact, the process was going on quite smoothly, but there was no police presence. Only, you know, NSCDC and maybe one or two other security apparatus of state. The lead agency for security, internal security in the country, the police, were not there for quite some time until about 10:30, according to Chris. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I think it was in Kogi State, Lanre Lasisi, our correspondent, also reported that without the presence of police personnel, INEC officials had to headbutt materials to their polling units because the policemen or the security agents were not on duty. And clearly, of course, people were already at those polling units at the time. In that kind of situation, exactly what do you think happened?
If a failure of security operatives or the police to be available when they ought to be available, ought to attract consequences. And when such situations happen, INEC is also entitled to say, no, we won't move until we get security cover. Go beyond organizing an election, lives are also involved. When you move under such situations, you endanger your lives. I think before the conduct of any election, all the critical stakeholders ought to meet and agree on how the process will be conducted. And that also means that INEC must liaise and consult with other critical stakeholders, including security agencies. All of these elements must understand that they have a stake in the process. And any one of them that is negligent ought to be brought to book. For instance, you can't place the blame of failure of security on INEC shoulders. You can only place blame on INEC shoulders if it's placed to organize a free, fair, and credible poll. But failure of security should be placed at the doorstep of the relevant security agencies involved. And there must be consequences for infractions. And
I understand that could also speak to coordination because, you know, as we always say, election is a multi-stakeholder exercise where everyone is working
in harmony.
We also have the programs director of Yaga Africa, Cynthia Mbamalu, who has joined us from our Abuja studio. Hello, Cynthia. It's good to have you join us. We understand you've been on for some time. Thank you for holding on.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon indeed. It's been sort of a mixed bag, but from your own end, what's your assessment of the conduct of the exercise so far?
Well, I think so far what we're seeing, because Yaga Africa, we issued a midday statement based on the reports from observers in the field. We deployed in Kogi and in Imo State our process and result verification for transparency methodology. And from our findings so far, one of the things we can say is first, to commend the number of voters who turned out to vote, especially in Imo State, where before the elections, there was that atmosphere of fear due to the complex security challenges within the state. And there was a lot of worry on if our voters would come out to vote, but we did see a good number of voters coming out to vote. Same also in Kogi, and so that for us is a plus. We know that the turnout may not be as high, but the fact we had voters still coming out was an important factor for us. The other is also general assessments, and based on our findings, indicate that we have a reasonable number of polling units commencing the polls, the process, at least by 9:30 a.m. From Imo and from Bayelsa, over half of our sample polling units had commenced the process. However, by 12 noon, we still have locations where polling units were yet to commence. So we expect that in a state like Imo, some locations should have voting going into late in the evening, and a few locations in Kogi State. Another thing we did observe generally beyond that, and I think I want to add that to the issue around the security, your discussion earlier. I heard the Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa make a comment around officials were not to move without the presence of security, security personnel. It's also important to note that where you have delay on the part of the security personnel, sometimes INEC officials are forced to proceed just so that they don't delay the process, because we did observe this in some locations in Onu-Imo local government area in Imo State, where the police officials were not ready or willing to deploy, and the INEC officials, some of them had to proceed to their polling units with their materials because they did not want to arrive very late at the polling unit. At the instance, the police had said there were issues around some allowances or what have you. Although we did track those locations, and at least some minutes after 10 a.m., the police officers had started some of the issues and then started to deploy. But INEC had commenced with their process in the polling unit. So for those instances, would you really blame the officials if they did not want to delay the process and had to move, especially if they were ready to move? So it's also important to note that when it came to police deployment, we still had locations where we did not see sufficient deployment of police officers. And that in itself is worrying, especially because of the security context in states like Imo and in some locations in Kogi State. And so it's also a call to the police, to the Nigerian police, because they provide the leadership when it comes to election security, to ensure that as polls are coming to an end and collation processes are commencing, that we want to see adequate deployment across the ward collation centers and the LGA results collation centers to ensure that personnel are properly protected, and even for media and observer groups deployed, that they are properly protected. Interestingly, we had results, we had reports of some locations in Kogi, I know that has been discussed already, where result sheets were pre-filled. And Yaga Africa, we called on INEC, and we do hope that those locations, that the elections are suspended and the issues are properly investigated. However, it's important that INEC informs the people on when elections will be conducted in those locations, because while we call for those processes to be suspended in those locations because of the indication of electoral fraud, we do believe that the voters in those locations have a right to vote, and they should not be to be penalized for an action that they had no control over. And so there's also that call for INEC to ensure that polling units where the process was either suspended because of indication of electoral fraud, like we had in these locations in Kogi, or places like in southern Niger, where the materials, and due to the boat mishap, some of the materials were also destroyed, and that INEC ensures that those polling units affected, that they do receive their elections day materials, and the voters have the right to cast their vote. So we don't mind if they vote tomorrow or later in the day, but it's important that every voter who turns out to vote in their respective polling unit has that right, has that opportunity to vote, because it's a constitutionally guaranteed right. And I think the other incident, the other observation for us across the polling units, beyond the presence of personnel and the presence of security, is also some of the critical incidents that we did observe in some locations. Thankfully, we've not had many reports of electoral violence because there was that apparent fear ahead of the elections that there may be likelihood of violence. What we're seeing more are just the attempts for some INEC officials in some locations in collusion with party agents to either restrict some voters from voting for the party of their choice, or even restrict observers from observing. In some locations in Imo, our observers were denied access to observe and their observation materials destroyed. And that for us is important for the Electoral Commission and the police officials to look into, because that is an element of intimidation, and no voter deserves to be intimidated in this process. And so for Yaga Africa, our general assessment is we have a relatively peaceful process, and we have the process ongoing in some locations. Although we had late commencement in some places, we expect that polls would continue till later in the evening. But at this point, our call is to the Electoral Commission to ensure that the rules are complied with as the process is coming to an end at polling units, especially as it relates to collation. Two important things for us is INEC had promised citizens that the results will be uploaded on the INEC result viewing portal. At this point, a lot of voters are already on the portal trying to follow the result process. And we expect that polling unit result sheets from EC8A from the polling unit are uploaded on the results portal using the Beavers machine. We also expect that as the polls conclude in the polling unit, the second thing for us is that the collation process is done in such a way that media practitioners, party agents, and observers are granted access to observe the process of collation in both the ward and the LGA collation process. And so we also expect to see that the rules, the INEC's guideline for results collation are strictly adhered to in these locations, because we've always identified that the results collation process is the weakest link in our electoral process. And for these elections, we hope that a different story will be told around results collation. So we are still observing the process, and we're hoping that the relative peace we've observed so far would still be maintained as we go into the collation process. And for those locations where there are malpractices, we're hoping that INEC gives us updates on, one, the steps taken to sanction the respective officials who are found wanting and their accomplices. And for locations where the Beavers was not used to accredit voters, we have one particular polling unit in Kogi State that INEC also informs the public on what to be done, because we know that the use of Beavers is now mandatory based on our electoral laws. And any location where Beavers is not used, those polling unit results ought to be cancelled. And so those are some of our observations so far, and we're hoping that the Electoral Commission provides that adequate oversight, especially as we move to the process of results collation.
Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. Quite expansive, an aerial view perspective. And now we understand the reason for the late deployment of security agents to some parts of Bayelsa State. But earlier on, the information put out by your organization in the day, caused was a big talking point on the program. Can you provide an insight into the locations where this pre-filled results sheets were discovered in Kogi State, the locations, the polling units to be precise, with names attached? And then I noted that in your commentary, you didn't make any observation about vote buying, which has also been significantly absent even on social media. How significant is it that it's very low, low activity in that regard in this particular off-cycle election?
Yeah, I think if I begin with the votes buying. So interestingly, there seems to be a lot more reports on voter inducement in the pre-elections phase. And if we notice the trend, this was also almost the case in the 2023 general elections, where you had the prepayment to voters to induce how they will vote on elections day, or to influence how they vote on elections day. And so we're not surprised to see less incident of widespread cases or less incidents of vote buying across polling units. And that is because I would say it's a bit sad that we have a lot more reports in the pre-elections phase of votes buying that happens via money transfers. So you have reports of people who were induced, they received different amounts of money, some as high as 10,000 naira, some in gift items ahead of the elections. And so perhaps we can say that it's a positive that we're not seeing votes buying on elections day happening in the open like we had before, but it's also a call to the political parties and the candidates to restrain from devising new ways of influencing the vote through voter inducement in the pre-elections phase. If you notice, even in our space, a lot of cash transactions are a bit more limited. So we did have reports in the pre-elections phase, but on elections day, we've not received a lot of reports across polling units like we usually have. But we did project that we may not have incidents of open buying of votes in locations. However, we did have reports from a location where some personnel officials of INEC were demanding for cash inducements or cash payments at the polling unit. I would have to get the detail of that particular location to share, and it was an isolated case, and would also be sharing the details with the Electoral Commission, because we also believe that proper sanctions from INEC would limit those kinds of occurrences in the future. Now, on the issues around the results that were pre-filled, sadly I don't have the names in my head. I know we had shared it on our social media. Interestingly, we escalated the matter with the Electoral Commission, and we have received the confirmation that INEC is investigating the reports, and the respective officials will be properly dealt with. And I also know that INEC also tweeted from their official Twitter handle saying that they got these reports and that they would be investigating to understand what really happened. The result sheets with the respective locations were tweeted out. If I'm to call the local government areas, I'm not good with the names. We have Ogori, Magongo, LGA, and Okehi, LGA in Kogi State. What happened was in the morning, our LGA supervisor, our state coordinator, sent us a picture of a result sheet that was pre-filled. And it was quite, we were concerned. And we reached out to another LGA supervisor in that particular location to confirm, because for us, we verify our information before we put it out. And then we got another report, another result sheet. Now, for us to reach out to the Electoral Commission, we needed to confirm that those numbers were accurate. And so what we had done behind the scene was to compare the total number of registered voters on the result sheet that was pre-filled with the number of registered voters with that respective location based on the official INEC voter register list that we have access to. And so we did the comparison, and it did indicate that the numbers were accurate. And so it showed that this was not this was a premeditated action, because if it wasn't if the numbers were not accurate, then it would mean that someone was just trying to be mischievous with that. But to get the exact numbers of registered voters for those respective locations in the two result sheet that we had that was shared with us, and the calculation on the projected numbers of rejected, everything tallied. So it just showed that someone had done a premeditated act, and there was a likelihood that if that wasn't escalated, we don't know what would have happened. And so, like I said, the matter is being investigated by INEC. Thankfully, the Electoral Commission was responsive to the particular issue.
Well, Cynthia, I wonder how valid would that document be? Because in the morning, as Bukola said, we discussed it quite a bit with our guests at the time, and one of them was like, look, so long as it's an unsigned document, it doesn't hold any power of law. It's not legitimate, so to speak. Yes, it is pre-election. It was before election started that it was noticed, but it had no force of law because it doesn't have any signature. How valid is that argument?
Yeah, so I'm also a lawyer, and I've worked on elections. We've observed the elections over a period of time, and one of the ways that has been identified at which results are rigged, there is one of substituting result sheets. And so if you ask me if this was something that could impact on the credibility of the process, I would say yes. If, for instance, result sheets are pre-filled before elections, all that needs to be done, because remember, is the presiding officer that signs, stamps, and dates the result sheets. The PO has the official stamp and signs and dates the result sheet. Now, all that needs to be done if there is if electoral fraud would be committed is at the close of polls, you conclude the results at the polling unit to fill a result sheet, and then you just have to, once the voters are not there, you can easily substitute and sign, stamp, and date the same result sheet. So it's not signed, stamped, and dated from the national. It's done by the PO. It's done by the officials at that level. And so for us, there was a breach of a guideline, which is first, at every polling unit, at the commencement of poll, part of the setup procedure is the ballot papers and must one be confirmed that all ballot papers are complete and they are blank, that they do not have any thumbprint or mark. And ballot papers at the point of issue, it is when they sign, stamp, and date. So ballot papers are actually signed, stamped, and dated at the point of issuing.
So, sorry, just one moment. Just one moment.
Guideline.
Yes, just one moment. Talking about, it not being signed, it's not just the PO that will sign. On the same line as any political party is a place for the party agents to sign. That also is not signed. So
yes.
How would how would that substitution happen when, one had already been signed and another one is not signed?
Okay, so I was actually coming to that because I want to get to the result part. Now, the result sheet, like I mentioned, ought to be blank. That's the guideline. At the point of setup and commencement of polls, every result sheet ought to be blank. So already one rule of the setup of the guideline has been breached because you have a pre-filled result sheet for that elections. Now, the other part is every result sheet is signed and countersigned by party agents, which is one of the arguments, because we've also seen people making arguments online. And we said, okay, now this is also what happens based on our observation. There are instances of community collusion. There are instances where party agents collide to share votes based on who has the most buying power at respective polling units. And we've had reports in previous elections where party agents agree, okay, let's agree, this party is winning, we give this party take the vote, we pay off party agents. And that is why Young Africa has consistently called on political parties to ensure that they only deploy trained party agents that are members of their parties who are deployed in the best interest of their parties, because most times party agents are the major problem of their parties because they go to polling units and they negotiate for who pays the most. And so for us, that was an indication of electoral fraud because there is a likelihood, which is what we said, it was a likelihood that at the close of polls, result sheet could either be substituted, party agents can be cajoled, or there could be a negotiation. And this result sheet, what matters is that it is finally countersigned and has the official stamp, and it will be transmitted to the next phase. So for us, indication of fraud ought to be investigated.
Absolutely, and which is what INEC is doing. But Mr. Shitu, what do you make of that discussion?
Well, I'm impressed with the details given by the guest. I think my own take on it is that these incidents are pervasive because we don't have a regime of consequences for infractions. That's the reason. For instance, outside the electoral process, we should have electoral, commission, tribunals to be able to deal with incidents of malpractices perpetrated by either polling agents or people acting for one political party or the other. In her narrations, she has identified a number of malpractices that could be perpetrated, even before and during the election. Do we have a mechanism for monitoring this process? Do you have a mechanism for ensuring that these violations are redressed? When you have consequences, when people are punished either for multiple tampering or predetermined alteration of results, if there are consequences, these incidents will not occur. But you can see that in some cases, you have a lot of collusion by agreement.
But isn't that also some dissonance between the political parties themselves?
Yes. If the political parties themselves are involved in these malpractices, what is the moral of complaining?
Okay. But doesn't it also speak to the weak link in our electoral process, which is, the relations between INEC officials and politicians? How can that be eliminated such that in the future we can guarantee the integrity of the electoral process and specifically those sensitive documents?
In my view, I think technology has a big role to play. At the level of the polling units, there must be a record of proceedings. we must record proceedings of what's going on.
Isn't that...
no, I mean, we should record it.
Okay, absolutely.
For instance, if in every polling unit, so that when you want to allege practices, you have
evidence.
Evidence.
Okay. One would have thought that part of the process was for election observers to do that, but hey, they're doing their own bit, aren't they? We'll take a short break, and when we return, this conversation continues, and hopefully we'll take reports from our correspondents on the field. By the way, you may go ahead and check IREV now. Some results are already coming in. We'll update you on that when we return. Thank you for staying with us in the off-cycle election studios of Channels Television. Well, just to give you a quick update, our colleagues, our guests here this morning this afternoon, particularly Cynthia in our Abuja studio, has mentioned IREV. And the uploads on IREV are already showing some good results. It's about, what time now? 6 minutes past 4. And the governorship election for Kogi State already has almost 20% of the results in. In Imo, more than 30%, almost 31% already in. In fact, it's now 32.37% of votes that have already been sent into the IREV for Imo election results. And in Bayelsa, 33.33% of the results have been pushed in. You may want to go check and just find out whether your local government or your polling unit has already been uploaded. Well, closing moments with you now, Mr. Wahabshitu. Generally, both in terms of the conduct of the people, in terms of the conduct of the security agencies, in terms of the conduct of INEC officials, and in terms of the conduct of politicians and their cronies, what would be your assessment of how far we've done?
Well, I think there is an improvement in terms of voters' attitude and the level of preparations. And we must acknowledge these improvements. Again, I must also caution the responsibility for announcement of results rests with INEC.
Absolutely.
INEC, only INEC has the official right to announce results. And I think all concerned in this process must also respect that. So if you have any representations to make it to INEC. That is also assisting the independence and autonomy of INEC, including the integrity of the process. I think we should reinvest faith in the process and do everything possible to ensure that INEC succeeds. This country belongs to all of us, and we all have a stake in its survival.
And to join faith with yours, we hope that the end of the results and the announcement of the results terminates the process and doesn't end up in the judiciary again. Thank you so much for being here.
Just to add to that, we hope that, you know, the end of the results that are being uploaded are exactly the same
as the ones that will be announced.
Exactly. The judiciary.
Exactly.
With extra body. And if you must come to the judice, come with your solid evidence.
Absolutely.
Not
Thank
hearsay
you.
Evidence.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being a part of our conversation this morning. Mr. Wahab Shitu is a senior advocate of Nigeria. So, well, hopefully, some comments have been coming in. A good number of people have been going back and forth about things. Well, Cynthia, let's come back to you, you know, very briefly. You talked about the uploads of results. No one can announce anything until we hear from IREV. The Supreme Court has also said that IREV is not a collation center. It's not, and even INEC has said it is not a transmission center, according to the CPS, to the chairman of INEC. It's just a transfer center, I don't know, or the legalese. But how impressed are you about the rate at which these results are being uploaded on IREV? Do you think it is helping the credibility that many are pushing for?
Yes, definitely, because the thing is, the IREV was introduced to promote transparency in the results management process, which is why what is uploaded is the result sheet from the polling units. And because by our elections, you know, the polling units, the results from the polling units are in the purest form. Most times voters stay back to count, you have party agents there. So it's really difficult to manipulate the figures there. And as long as the result sheet is uploaded at the polling unit level using the BVAS, because the idea is a picture of the BVAS is used to take a picture or scan the results sheet from EC8A at the polling unit and upload to the IREV, not at any other location. And the expectation is if this is done, it will promote transparency, because then you can always rely on the result that you see at the polling unit level. It's also for the political parties to also observe and track that particular process. And I'm glad to see that for these elections, the results are being uploaded as at this time. This is barely 4:15 p.m. For those locations that have concluded the process, we are seeing the results up. We know that we may not see a large number at this point because of the late commencement in some locations, but we're hoping that by 8 p.m., 10 p.m., we should start seeing at least more than half of the results sheets from respective polling units where elections held. Hopefully, INEC ensures that all its personnel adheres to this rule. Yes, it may not be a collation, because what is done is an upload of the result sheet. The manual process is still ongoing because the results collation is happening at the ward level and at the LGA Results Collation Center before the State Collation Center. And so we also observe that we also hope that party agents will be deployed to observe that process at each level of collation. The idea is if there is any discrepancy at the level of collation, you can easily identify that, because if you sum up result sheets downloaded from polling units from different ward levels, the idea is whatever you sum up from the results uploaded in the INEC's result portal should tally with whatever is finally collated at the ward collation centers. And if they don't tally, then that means there is a problem with that. However, it's important to note that most times you have cancellations that may happen at the ward collation level. And so we also expect that INEC publishes any cancellation of results that happens at the ward level. Because If that happens, if cancellation happens at the ward level, it also means that you may not easily identify that on the IREV, because remember that what is uploaded on the IREV is the result sheet from EC8A, which is the PU level result. And so it's also important to call on INEC that if cancellation happens, it's important to make that public with clarity on what led to the cancellation, just so that we do not have arbitrary cancellation. And I wanted to state this point because in 2019, we observed that in some locations, there were what we call undue cancellation that may have become an indication of fraud. And where you have cancellation happening in a location that could affect the vote shares in a way that raises suspicion, it's important for INEC to also look into that. And I hope that parties are vigilant in this process of results collation.
Besides cancellation as an issue of discrepancy, remember the just concluded general elections, presidential and governorship, where candidates, aggrieved candidates, complained and in fact presented result sheets that they had snapped that was different from what was uploaded. Are you, in a few words, are you confident that this upload process will carry the same integrity as what has been signed, the physical result sheets, by all party agents?
I would just say that we need INEC to do the right thing, because I wouldn't say I'm confident, I'm only hopeful that the officials at the polling unit upload what is the accurate result for that polling unit.
All right, well, thank you so much for being a part of our conversation this afternoon, and we can only wish you the best as well. Cynthia Mbamalu is Programs Director with Yaga Africa. Well, other conversations going on. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southeast and coordinator of the election in Imo State, Frank Mba, has been speaking on the conduct of officers and general security outlook at the polls.
Things have been moving smoothly. The reports from the metropolis where we are right now, and the reports even from the suburbs, all show that the election has been largely peaceful. We're still monitoring situation, and we're still embarking on more patrols. If I leave here, I'm not returning to the office. We still engage in other patrols. I intend also to engage to conduct an area patrol with the police chopper so that I can have a better view of situation across the entire state. We are cautiously optimistic that with the kind of intelligence-driven deployments we've done, we will not have major issues. But even in spite of the largely peaceful conduct so far, we are not letting down our guards. We expect the best, but we have trained, planned, and prepared for the worst. But so far, we just want to encourage Imolites to continue to support this civic process, continue to conduct themselves in very civil, orderly, and law-abiding manners. For the politicians, that's where we get the bulk of the pressures and the bulk of the problems. We still want to appeal to them that power should be for the service of the people. And if it's truly for the service of the people, they should also consider the interests of the state, the interests of the citizens, and the interests of all of us while making their statements and while conducting themselves in and around the polls today. We believe that the same manners we were able to provide adequate and sufficient security for election materials from the time they arrive at the airport to the time we move them to Central Bank office, to the time we move them to INEC headquarters, and then the downward distribution to the local government areas and to the wards, we'll still go through that same processes while returning those materials back to the collation centers. We have adequate numbers and adequate gadgets from the explosive ordnance department. Our bomb disposal squads have also been properly trained and adequately deployed. And so we will also be deploying the EOD experts to all those collation centers and making sure that even before the materials begin to arrive, before the INEC officials begin to arrive, before the party agents begin to arrive, we must have done a thorough sweeping of those areas. We are generally positive about the outcome of these elections. We are committed to protecting the democratic space. We are committed to providing a level playing field. We are doing our best. We have challenges on ground, but these are not challenges that are insurmountable. You know, elections in our clime are usually characterized by all kinds of fake news, deliberate misinformation, deliberate disinformation. So whenever you pick up information or pieces of information around this time, you need to fact check them thoroughly. You need to be sure that what you're saying is correct. So for me, we will investigate those aspects, these claims. But for voters' apathy, if I may use that word, and I'm using it advisedly, there is the best we can do is what we are doing and what we've done, providing sufficient security to guarantee the safety of Imolites as they come out to exercise their franchise. And so one of the major reasons of providing a superb security arrangement for an election for elections in Nigeria is to actually guarantee the electorates, the politicians, the observers, INEC officials, journalists like you, and the rest of us that their safety, their lives will be protected as they come out to vote. So we've done our part. We've provided sufficient security. We've provided a level playing field. We have policemen in all the polling units. We have striking forces on patrol. We have quick response units roving around the town and the hinterlands. So we have done what we should do. Probably moving forward, Nigerians will just continue to strengthen our voters' enlightenment and education processes, deepen them, and deal with such issues. But again, looking at the time, you might still not say it is over until it is over. Some voters might be early risers, some might be mid-day risers, while others might be late-day risers.
As the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southeast and coordinator of the election in Imo State, Mr. Frank Mba, speaking to us right there about the process in Imo State. And talking about Imo State, we mentioned the other time that the governorship elections in Imo State, as is ongoing, results are already being uploaded on the IREV for those who are interested. So out of 4,720 polling units being expected, results have come in from 1,672 of them, making 35.14 that for Imo State. We're expecting results from 27 local governments, and as at this moment, that's the update. And guess what? You can even refresh on IREV just to give you the latest. And the latest now is 36.55% of results have come in Imo State. And for you, if you would like to check it out, it is right there. The same thing for, that's for Imo State. That's the latest result that you have right there. If you go also to not too far away, Bayelsa State, out of 2,242 expected results, 834 as at 419. Now it's 424. 39.35% of results have been uploaded. That's 883 of those results. And we're expecting results from 8 local governments so far. Neither of them has given us results up to 50% yet, going by what Cynthia was saying the other time.
That means what I have here is Kogi, where 24% of the entire election results have been uploaded. That means we're still expecting results from about 76 local government areas. But you can go ahead and do yourself a favor by looking at the IRF website, and you can see the local governments where results have come in from. Quite a number there.
Yeah, so 21 local government results are being expected, and so far 24.71% of results located. As you can see, 2 gentlemen have joined us this evening. We have with us Professor Samuel Odelmi, who is the Dean, School of Transport at the Lagos State University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I think I've moved on from deanship now.
Oh.
I'm now another statesman in the faculty.
Congratulations on that achievement.
It's one Professor Charles Asenime that is now the
okay.
Dean. Yeah.
So, is there such a thing as is there such a thing as Dean Emeritus? Don't answer that one.
No, in fact, because I stayed too long there, my people there call me Grand Dean.
Well, Mr. Kule Lawal is also here with us. He's Executive Director of the Electoral College. Thanks for joining us this morning, this evening. Well, gentlemen, let's begin with you, Prof. One of the issues earlier mentioned that raised some concern is that of the logistics of moving stuff around, which is an area of specialty for you, and one that you have been concerned about over the years.
Yes.
What's your assessment this time around?
Well, there's been an improvement. That's my general overview. But let me say something quickly. And I want, because Channel is one of the top media houses that you can get the best. I want to say that this result cannot be more than 30% plus or minus 5. And I want to say it critically so that we don't continue to repeat a wrong narrative that the voters' turnout is low. You see, when you turn out that narrative year after year, it means it will make us to be looking for solution in the wrong direction. Because the solution we'll be looking for is, why are they not turning out? Is it violence? Is it whatever reason it is? Is it because they are tired? Because they are not too sure? It is wrong, absolutely wrong. That last election that we had in February, I said the same thing. When people were expecting 50 to 60, I said if it is more than that, between 35 and 40 at most, I will surrender my PhD certificate as a statistician. Now, the point is that voters register is loaded. You have a room where what you are having is you are loading the room. There is no exit. So that voters register is bloated. So I want us to be driving attention to how we will correct what is perceived as a low voters turnout.
First of all, when you say it's loaded, what do you mean?
Since we've done the registration, maybe I did my first registration during the Jega time. How many people have they exited? Minimum, by my calculation, at least 10% will have died. 10% will have moved. 10% will have lost their PVC. So that's 30% out already. Then, because of the difficulty of voting, another 10 to 15% will not. So every time media kept saying the voters turn out, that is all you can get.
But are you removing the fact that there was quite a number of people who increased the voter card before the 2023 elections. The
That is
people
what,
who
that is
registered
what
to
even
vote for the
matters.
first time.
That is what I'm saying. The voters figure that you are having, registered voters card or voters that have collected their PVC, they are cumulative.
I get that. But if you are calculating that about 30% would have exited because of the reasons that you adduced, what percentage would have been added before 2019 election? Before the 2023
the registration for 2023 was massive because of the youth and the obedient movement and all that. The registration. Then there was continuous registration for a long time. When they kept loading, we kept increasing, and there is no exit window.
No, but Prof, I wonder if you also recall that amid that registration exercise, some political party organizations raised the alarm that there were strange names introduced into the INEC register. And INEC sufficiently made announcements to the effect that it had not completed its work on the register at the time, and it was working on that such that it will produce an authentic register. So shouldn't that process have involved exiting names of the dead that are not supposed to be in the register before the 2023 general elections?
Correct. That is what we should be demanding. That we want to know exactly what is this voters register.
It sounds like
without knowing it, you kept saying voters turnout is... Look, if it is more than 35%, we are just lucky.
Well, it sounds like
because that's the reality.
You're asking us for another process, Prof. I don't know how many... I'll come back to you. I wonder if that's what you think he's doing. So we have to now have a voter verification process, Mr. Lawal?
For me, I think it's critical to note that for the first time in Nigeria in 2023, you have people under 30 being the highest population of voters. That's between 18 and 30. They're higher than those and above. Also, I think that a few people that were disinterested in politics also are now becoming interested in politics. But I think when media says there's an issue with voter turnout, I think what is being referred to is, if you look at the voter turnout, and this is, let's say, using the existing numbers, Prof. If you look at entire voting population for presidential election, you're going to have about 30 million. When you come to gubernatorial and you sum all states together, it has dropped to 20 million. By the time you get to local government election, you are below 7%. That's about 7 million across Nigeria of the entire. So that is the argument, I think, that is being made on poor turnout in elections. That's the argument. Why is everyone interested in the presidency? Why are they not interested in, why does it dip with governorship, dip lower with State House of Assembly, and then finally crash? What will even shock you to know is that there's a massive disparity if you put the entire people that voted, who were at the polling unit that voted for president, on the same day, Senate and House of Rep is a lower number, meaning people do not care. And this goes down to the level and the understanding of political literacy of Nigerians.
Then pardon me, Prof, then it means that the problem is not the authenticity of the register, but with the attitude of the people, because there is a huge difference between the voters' register and the accredited number of voters. And in fact, on the votes that are confirmed valid after sorting and counting has been concluded when elections are announced.
It's only half of the story. The fact that, you see, it is the way we relate with things in Nigeria. Anything federal, if your gutter in front of the house is not draining, it is federal government. It is Tinubu in Abuja. The media, we have wired our mind to always look at the center. So immediately the election of the presidential result came up, and that's what it's a bandwagon effect. I have friends that I told immediately after the presidential election that, look, you people who are crying, wipe up your tears. That is the obedient movement. And go and ensure you get some gubernatorial election, because with this, your best voters will stay away from the polls, because it is a psychological defeat. So they will not turn out. That is why the figure is always dropping for the governor. Because immediately after the presidency, and all of us are always fixated on the federal. And once we lose that game, it's like a football match. Once you lose a major match and you know that, okay, the trophy is already won, you won't watch the rest game.
The question then is why?
No,
Mr. Lawal?
I'd like to come. I would like to come from this.
Just a second.
I'd like to come from this angle, and for me, this is how I see it. Prof, of course, is talking about statistics of the register in general. I'm taking it from those who have already come out and participated in the election and the drop that comes down. Now, it's a clear point that we think everything, like Prof has rightly pointed out, we think everything is emanating from the presidency. But I would like to come from a whole different angle. I believe it is the poor political understanding or poor political knowledge. The Electoral College puts political literacy in Nigeria, that's political illiteracy in Nigeria at averagely 83%. And here is why.
That's a pass mark.
No, 83%.
83.
That's political illiteracy.
Oh, illiteracy, not literacy.
Not literacy. Illiteracy at 83%. And here is why. Prof has already explained it. If your gutter has a problem, you want to talk to the center. You don't talk to the local government. You don't talk to the state government. So Nigerians are totally oblivious to what state governors do, or state functionaries do, or local governments do. Nobody knows that the councillors are supposed to function as National Assembly of the local government. Nobody even thinks that. But when you think about the National Assembly in Abuja, the first thing that comes to your mind is constituency projects, but that's wrong. Constituency projects are not even constitutional. It's not in our constitution at any point. So it's a total infringement by the National Assembly.
It's one of the narratives we attempt at Channels Television to correct. We often say, I say it all the time, that the federal government has citizens, but the state governments have indigents. And those are the ones that are directly affected by specifics of what happens, here and there. So, well, gentlemen, because we are covering the elections, but how do we reserve these numbers, this narrative?
So first, we have to have the correct narrative, because you see, if you do the narrative is that the reason why it drops from president to the governor is because of our fixation on the center.
How did that start in the first place?
No, sorry, that's our reality for now. Our reality that people always think federal. Press is part of it. Let me tell you something. I was telling our guys in the monitoring, my very good friend Ezenwa, that look, let us all focus on local government election, that all the state governors are rigging like no man business. Nobody cares. They rig that election because a governor will win 100% or 90% and nobody is shouting. Why can't we supervise the local government election? Because if we get it right from that base, things will grow. But all of us, we are all ready to go to town.
Maybe we should even be asking civil society organizations such as yourself, Mr. Lawal.
No, I'd say very much.
Look, local government election is...
I'd explain something. The Electoral College has been very fixated on local government. Over last week, I think we were putting out that over last year alone, local governments took 2.02 trillion from FAC allocations alone, minus IGR. How this was spent, nobody talks about. There's no local government in Nigeria that takes less than 180 million per month in FAC allocation, minus IGR. I keep emphasizing per month.
That is sent
IGR.
to the joint account.
Now, that is also an infringement. So here's the joke. We naturally want to instigate into law that local government must be autonomous. Please show me where in the Constitution it states that states are autonomous. You cannot kidnap, and I'll be honest, local governments were fully functional under military rule. We all remember where police got its first cars. If people are old enough to remember, I was young then, but I still remember. How can a local government be more functional under a military rule than it is under a democracy?
But you have to define what you mean by states being autonomous that will aid the autonomy that we keep talking about.
No, what I'm saying indirectly, it's like a contradiction. There's nowhere in the Constitution where it states that states are autonomous. So why should there be somewhere in the Constitution that it states clearly that local governments should be autonomous?
The argument a number of people make about that is that in the schedules that describe the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, it talks about federal government, it talks about legislature, executive, and judiciary. Then it goes to states, talks about legislature, the executive and the judiciary. But there is no such arrangement in the Constitution. Maybe that's where that argument is coming from.
Then it will be blamed on the inaction of the National Assembly, which of course is not performing its duties.
But the same Constitution declares there shall be a local government system. It even goes ahead to list all 774 by name.
By name.
Each of them in the
local fact, they also have their own legislative arm.
Doesn't that make them autonomous? Once I give you a name, are you not a person?
So looking at what is happening then, which Prof is speaking to, what then is the problem? They conduct their elections. The state independent electoral commissions conduct those elections.
I'll explain, and interacting with the electorate, I'll explain what I think the problem is. I think we're still a little bit tipsy on military rule. We seem to remember only Abuja. And then coming back again, political illiteracy. Nobody knows what the local government is supposed to do. Like, I'll give you an example. Somewhere like Alimosho in the first 6 months of 2023 has barely taken less than $1 billion a month. The only time I think they took below $1 billion was 953 million in May. Yeah, they will say it's separated into 2 LCDAs. Okay, divide it. So what does it change? That's over 400 and something million in those LCDAs. So the people don't care about this, or rather, the people are oblivious to this fact, or they choose not to understand what it is. Because let's look at it. At local government level, Lagos, that's supposed to be the most educated and, in quotes, the most activated state, the state of activists, provides less than 6.5% in local government election participation. Who are you going to blame for that? So I believe basically that the issues around our system, one, we do not care about the process. Two, and we want a good product. So we don't care about the process and we want a good product. And the biggest problem, our political illiteracy.
When you say we're tipsy on military rule, does that also speak to the attitude of the state executives themselves who have instituted court actions to contest the autonomy of the local government?
Yes, and then
just to add to that, will you then blame the people for their lethargy when you have cases like this?
I need to critically state this. You can't engage a system you don't understand. If I remember not long ago, sometime in 2019, a governor somewhere in the Southwest tried to remove elected local government chairmen. How do you do that? He doesn't have the power, but he found out, and he didn't do it because he thought it was wrong or right. He did it because he had seen a culture of people doing it. And the Supreme Court came out and said clearly, you cannot remove an elected. It's just like the president saying he's going to remove a governor. That's wrong. So you can't do the same. Until that was cleared in court, governors taught. So we've created a culture of politics in Nigeria, which isn't necessarily right, but it has always been done this way. So we think that's the reality.
Interesting that, Prof, and I'll come to you on that, if we can do a little bit on that part. The fourth schedule of the Constitution is very, very elaborate, Mr. Lawal, on the functions of the local government. Extremely elaborate. In fact, I quote frequently that in the 70s, well, I was old enough to know how to handle myself in the late 70s. And I realized that in those years, environmental health officials came to the houses. If your pot of water had tadpoles, thank you, sir. If your pot of water had tadpoles, it was destroyed. So, and that was not a function of the federal government, and as you said, yes, it was under the military government. It was the function of the local government system. Dare I also draw your attention to the Third Republic. In the 90s, early 90s, when the Third Republic was trying to take off, even though we had a military president, we had democratically elected governors, the local governments were very, very active. Sure. Because the local government chairman had internally generated revenue capacities, which they did. I still remember the gold service, or was it the Apapa local government or Lagos Island local government at the time? Very active, and the competition in Lagos was extremely, active. It was very, very healthy among them. So what did we lose, and where do we go back? How do we go back there? But you may want to begin with what he said about the fact that local governments were more active during the military than now.
You see, the first principle is that whatever is your right, if you sleep on it, it goes into oblivion. It's forgotten. And no right is given a la carte. You must always fight for it. You know, the local government just lost the spirit to fight. And all of us went into this sleep state. Everybody, we started neglecting local government as an arm of government. Look at what Tinubu did when Obasanjo stopped the... He fought it, and he got his money back, although it was in Fashola's time that he got the money back. Then when Obasanjo removed the governor of Ekiti State, they said, you don't have the powers. If nobody had gone to court, they won't know. So when they did the same thing to this guy in Jos, in Plateau, they said, look, you can't do it. They now have to use another technical term. So the truth is, local government matter, all of us are guilty. That anything about local government, we treat it as it's not. Look, for example, I want all this attention to be focused on when the governor says, I'm going to hold election at local government level, because they've already programmed it to fail. That is, they will rig it. And we all assume they will rig it, and nobody is saying anything about it. We all now, if it is governor, if it is presidential, we all sit down and we all watch it. We all want IRF to come up. Until we check this foundation, it's like failing at the primary school level. Your entire stream of education is crashing.
Maybe we should begin to consider, you know, this same kind of, let all local government elections be held on the same day. But don't answer that one yet, Bukola.
Yes, and I'm reflecting on how, you know, local governments were effective in the era of the military rule, and then we have a downward slope under democracy. You'll have time to respond to that. But let's now turn to our correspondents who are standing by to bring us up to speed with events in some states, starting with Dobra Timiwood, who is reporting that there's collation of results in Ward 6, Unit 15, in a number of areas in Yenagoa, the state capital, I believe, and other environs. Dobra?
I'm at Ward 6, Unit 15 in Amarata, Ompadek, and counting has just been concluded. In fact, they're imputing the results into the official INEC results sheet. Now, at Brass, I can confirm to you that counting has already started. At Kolokuma Opokuma local government, counting is already on the way. In Sagbama, counting is all the way. At Southern Ijo and Masoma, to be precise, counting is on the way. Now, in Bayelsa State, the voting process for polling units that got their materials early has ended. What is going on now is counting and collation of the votes. Now, the police just had a press briefing where they said they are on ground monitoring their men, and they are at the moment satisfied with what they've seen. They believe that at the end of the day, Bayelsas would have enjoyed a free, fair, and credible election, but we're still on ground to see if they will make good their promise of ensuring that the governorship election in Bayelsa State this year does not experience a high level of violence. From Yenagoa, Dobra Timiwood, Channel Television.
Yes, our correspondent Dobra reporting there. And we also wonder if INEC made good its promise to ensure that election is conducted in Southern Ijo, where an incident was reported earlier on Friday, but specifically about the boat mishap that led to the loss of materials, but all of the INEC officials were rescued. INEC had promised that it would ensure that elections still hold there. So we're expecting INEC to give a report on that process. We also have our correspondent in Imo State, Kayla Megwa, who's reporting that voting has ended and results are being sorted by party agents in Ikenegu Girls Secondary School in Owerri. Let's have Kayla Megwa.
At Ikenegu Girls in Ward 2, right here in the way, Municipal, the elections have been completed. We've seen them count the votes. The votes were actually uploaded to the IRF right before our eyes, and that process has ended right here at Ikenegu Girls in the way, Municipal. It's been a very interesting electoral process right here in Imo State. We've seen violence, we've seen vote buying. In fact, by the time we got here, we saw some members of the EFCC leaving, and they just told us that some people were trying to buy votes here, and those people were arrested by the men of the EFCC. So quite a very interesting process, but it is ended right here at Ikenegu Girls, at least for now, and the collation and announcement of results will be coming up soon. Kayla Megwa, Channels Television News.
Yes, Kayla Megwa reporting there from Ikenegbu Girls Secondary School. And we can confirm that as voting and counting, sorting rather, and counting is progressing, we're seeing it on the IREV portal where results are being uploaded. And from what we initially reported earlier, about 33% of votes uploaded to the IREV portal for Imo, that has moved up to 44.18% of results uploaded for Imo State. We'll bring you up to speed with that as it progresses, not just for Imo now, for the other two states as well, Kogi and Bayelsa.
And talking about Kogi, we have an update as well. It's moved up from 24% to 31%. 31.67% of results have been uploaded on IREV. And for Bayelsa, as at this very moment, it's 48.13% of results.
Some progress.
So maybe before 6 p.m., we'll cross the 50% mark, as Ms. Mbamalu was mentioning the other time.
But don't be in a hurry, Ayo.
I'm just
coming
saying.
back very soon.
Just saying.
Until announcements have been made, there's no rest for you. But it's interesting how our discussion has taken a life of its own, you know, moving from the electoral process to the issues affecting it in the first place. I'd like to know what we missed, particularly from the beginning of Ayo's commentary about what local government administration looked like under the military rule, how it was effective. So what was different? Why do we have a less than desired result under democracy?
Sorry, Bukola, let me fund that question a little more. Back in time, the agric sector had some certain class of people that I forgot the name that they called them. Those are the ones that ensure that the right things are produced at the farms. Extension officers. Then in the education sector, they had
Education district officers.
They had inspectors that would go to each school, primary school, and if anything happens as a headmaster and you cannot explain it, woe betide you. So yes, back to your question.
Yes. So, Mr. Lawal, you want to start with that?
Let me clarify a few parts. I didn't live really at that time. But, you know, from what I saw in the early 90s, let me try to clarify. Everything that existed under military rule still exists today.
Yeah.
Now, where the problem is the implementation of the action within the system. So, if you look at, let's say, like you mentioned, educational inspectors, first, we Nigerians seem to have forgotten, but primary education and primary health care is invested in the local government fully. If the local government refuses to act on this, then it means that whatever money we pump into health is going to fail on the ground. The present local government chairman, and if you go back and you come back to local government chairman you have now, local government chairmen you have now have not even read the functions of the local government. Please, I would be very, very impressed. And I've met quite a lot of them. I'm not saying all, but if you're going to take a ratio, I will say approximately 91% don't even know the full functions of local government. That's how bad it is. So if they don't know in Lagos, are you going to expect those in Yobe to understand? So it's a critical thing. So the inaction of the local government also, it's on two fronts.
Is it inaction or party coloration? For instance, under military rule, the military administrators were loyal to the military head of state. But that's not the case in this situation. We have political parties. A state governor is the leader of a political party, and by extension, all the local government administrators or executive secretary, as the case may be, are loyal to or are appendages to the executive.
What they should actually all be loyal to is the flag of the country and Nigeria and the Constitution. Those are the two godfathers that you have. If you have any other godfather, the people are going to suffer. Let's remember, the first handshake of government to the people is the local government. If that fails, no matter what you do at the center or at the state, not as federal or at the state, it's not going to come down to the people. So if anybody wants to ask a question why Nigeria is failing, it is the local government that has failed. If we get the local government right, what's the job of the president, really? Declare war if we are going to war. That's the president's job. It's a relaxed job. No? It's not supposed to be taking care of rubbish, transformer. That's totally outside his jurisdiction.
What should be is different from what is. Prof, you have additional
yeah, of course.
insights.
You see, let me tell you the general principle. Don't stress your brain. Use it or lose it, the law of nature. If you have a right, you don't fight for that right, you will lose it. We have all lost the desire to fight for the rights and privileges and the constitutional role of local government, and gradually they are dying. I want to repeat. You see, until you fight for a right, look, by the time Obi was fighting to be governor, people thought he was just joking, that he was just on a full errand in Anambra. Until he got it, people said, so this is possible. Then later he himself said, somebody said, so he was expecting that he will just complete the 1 year because he has used almost 3 years. Said, look, you cannot do that. Go back to the court, and that you have a mandate of 4 years. And that takes us to what happened now that Jonathan is making reference to. And I want us to address that because it's another person. So then he got back his full term. All of us are guilty. And it is said, look, let me tell you, if you leave this hand, not using it, for the next 30 days, it will wither. Because blood will not circulate in it. You see, all the local government, why it was on that time is that the military is a structure, they observe all the elements of it. But politicians, by their nature, are selfish. Once they know that this is something we can capture, it is a natural instinct. So nobody again was fighting at the local government level. They all get consumed. Look, let me challenge any media house. Is there any media house that sends its men to the field on the day they are having local government election? It's just election. We all must go back because it is now so weak. It's the weakest link, and it should be one of the strongest links. Because those are the ones that could fix a whole lot of our problems. Not, we are looking at how many local government can Sanwo-Olu look at the same time. Your road is bad and you are talking of Sanwo-Olu in Ojo, in Ikorodu. Whereas the local government chairman is passing by that place every day. So it must be a resolution that the local government is the baseline where we... And I'm challenging all of us and the NGOs and the civil society. So let us go back to the basics of democracy.
How do we reverse that? I asked a question the other time, Mr. Lawal. One of the things that because the reason attention focuses on the big elections or the general elections, so to speak, is that there is a date set for them and everyone prepares for that date. But in most cases, it will seem like the dates for local government elections are decided willy-nilly, maybe just by some fellow in the office of the governor, and then the State Independent Electoral Commission is just told, okay, this is the day you should fix elections. I don't know if that's the way it happens, but if you can tell us how, if you can educate us on how it happens, and would you subscribe to a day for all local government elections in all 774 local governments and LCDS, no matter what the number, should hold elections on one day in Nigeria so that all eyes can be on them the same way all eyes are on these governorship elections?
Okay, that's quite a complex question, but I'm going to try attempt to answer it. First and foremost, we need to understand that in the name of the so-called restructure which governors have always asked for, INEC has restructured and handed over power of elections for local government to the state. Do I agree with it? No. But is it law? Yes. I don't agree with it, and here's why. The emperors of democracy happen to be governors. And for me, they're the biggest culprits in the system. And the only way to empower the governors is to take away the power of local government, the control they have over local government by taking away the election. I believe, but from seeing what, so there's what is. We shouldn't try and be America so fast. We don't yet have the morality for governors to conduct local government elections.
If I can pause you there for a bit. We had problems with the presidency as well. But because of all attention,
we are always correcting it.
Because of all attention, the focus on them, the federal government began to adjust a number of things. The National Assembly was an appendage, so to speak, of the presidency at some point, such that, of course, you remember the speed at which presidents of the National Assembly were changed from time to time. It's a whole lot different now. So maybe it's the function of what Prof talked about, the focus on that process.
I'll be honest. You know, you asked what was I was coming there. It's just I was explaining the whole block. So, of course, the Electoral College Nigeria is the first political literacy institution in the country, and we've spent quite a lot of time, trained over 10,000. We spent quite a lot of time with massive focus on this. We believe that if we can socially re-engineer by a political education, we believe that things can change. Because the real issue, and which I stated earlier, you cannot engage a system you don't understand. And we feel that if the people understand, they will begin to demand more. And when they begin to demand more, you know, I always say this. Example, I mentioned Ali Mosho, who's sitting down on 1 billion per month. Even if you divide it through two LCDs. That's why. No, wait, I'm coming to something. What we've driven into the minds of people to begin to care about the local government is that we've made them understand that constitutionally, local government chairpersons do not have immunity. Now, when you start this conversation, and it has triggered quite a lot of response. We had a lot of conversation over it last week, and I was on different fora discussing this matter. Just the fact I put that forward, local government became interesting to quite a lot of people within the electorate. And we feel that if you keep doing these things, which we are doing with political education, which we term politeracy, we believe that it can spark a change that can cause the real change. If we start to attack going to go and meet the National Assembly to take back elections from state, we won't get anywhere.
No, that's not what I asked. I'm asking, what if we set a day?
No, okay, you were referring to a day. Now, fine, because it's already in the powers of governors, it will now be the electorate that probably could demand that. INEC can't really demand that. So if people insist we want our own local government, or even for a state, we should say, let our local government election be the same day with the gubernatorial election, standard procedure, and they stand on it. If not, we're not voting at the gubernatorial election. But even if that
happened, and Prof, I want you to respond to this, as a follow-up to Mr. Lawal's position. Even if that happened and we were able to secure a national day for the conduct of local government, and we achieved that dream of autonomy for the local government, what would the autonomy mean if we still have that item in the Constitution that states joint account to which, governors are holding on to, that does not guarantee them autonomy?
We are really addressing the tertiary problem of the whole issue. Let's go back to the foundation that you asked. Will it matter? In fact, we don't need it now. We don't need a centralized day. Because if you really mean business, it is now that it is easier to say, okay, Lagos is holding its election today, like we are focusing on Kogi, focusing on Bayelsa, focusing on Imo. Let Nigerian press, CSO, descend on Lagos and police every station at your local government election, so that we will not have all those bandwagon. Where we are now is where we should act. No matter what, the governor will give at least a week notice. We are going to have election, and we know
that's also wrong. Should it be the governor determining the day of the election?
Let's leave matter for matters. Let's leave how it is. The point is, as soon as he announces, let us make it in. You see, because. Sorry,
the reason I'm questioning that. Sorry, Prof. The reason I'm questioning that is if the governor is the one that announces, other political parties are already at a disadvantage.
No. What I'm saying is you're already worrying about what is a secondary problem.
Oh, really?
Yes. The primary problem is that they all do that because they know they can get away with it. They can get away with. Look, whichever day we had governorship election today, and you will see they will split the whole thing into half. But when it's in local government, it's 100%, and we all just laugh over it. We don't know that democracy is being murdered.
But Prof, why do you say it's secondary? If a governor determines the day of election, that's power.
No, excuse me. Look, let him choose his own. So INEC is determining his own day. Let them do it. Is the suburb that made
and as a result, the jury is out there on whether INEC is truly independent.
No, not INEC now. States
independent.
No, I'm relating it to INEC now. So go ahead.
State equivalent, and that is why many people are saying they don't want the state to have that independence to conduct, because what they are doing currently. But we are all wishing for, like my brother said here, wishing for federalism. Yet at another time we are afraid of it because they are not doing well at the local government. The problem is that they are not doing well, and we've all accepted it. And once you accept it, it will continue to decay. And so it has decayed in just our very before in the colloquial English, to the extent that we even forgotten them. Any state we do election, and the next thing we hear is that a party, that the governor in power has cleared all the 100% chairman, the councillor, and everything. We just smile and go home, and we are happy ever after. And that is where the democracy is. Now, what I'm saying is, once you announce the date of the election, let us all say, because it will not be done in the dark. Because once they know, like part of the advantages we are having on this, that everybody is sitting up, is because we are all focusing on it. Because if all of us, they will shine our eyes like this, you will discover that the governors will shrink. So nobody is fighting for local government. I mean, how they announce their date does not matter. Let us all press and say, look, and it is easier because they are doing it alone. It is easier than if they all announce the same day. Then we will spread too thin. And once they now know that it is, for example, the judgment up to the Supreme Court is that no governor can sack local government chairman. Yes, they are still sacking them.
Are we clear about the destination we're headed for local government administration? Or you're just saying that let's keep trying, let's exercise...
Let's start. We've lost it. We've lost that arm of governance.
But what approach would you be recommending that we should be adopting?
That election at that level should be our #1 national concern.
Let me add a little bit here. We talk about the problems. What steps have we taken to resolve the problem? I tell you, the Electoral College of Nigeria is looking forward to 2025 LG elections in Lagos and want to use Lagos as a pilot. But we are going to do debates. I hope channels, when we write to you, you guys would allow the debate. So I'm challenging you now as you're challenging me. We'll write first. So we look forward to doing LG debates in Lagos. And we insist we feel that doing these debates and getting them on local radio in local dialects will instigate a need for people to participate. We are looking solutions now. We know the problems. We also feel that the amount of education we're going to pass is going to be more local government focused in the next 1 year. And we feel that this might cause a rise. Even if we can jerk this up to 15% participation, we will feel we have succeeded at something. We believe that it cannot be status music continues. We've seen local government elections. Is it Ondo, if I'm right? Where they picked, Ondo, that they picked the governor, he stopped all other political parties from participating, and then he put yes or no for his own political party only. I think it was Osun, I can't remember, one of the southwest states. That is an abuse of democracy. Last Lagos local government elections, I called party chairman because we interface with all political parties, and I said, you guys participating, I'd like to know your candidate. And they said, no, the governor is from so party, so it means the rest of us won't participate. Even other party chairmen are already frozen at participating. I was in 2015, 2016, I was National Publicity Secretary of COA Party at the time, so I know what it is to be opposition. Went to Rivers, and trust me, it was, I don't know, I think it was a clan war. Trust me, you couldn't come out during local government elections. And that's what the system has always been. And because they know that a lot of people don't care about it, so the few that attempt to come out, they can do anything they want. I believe that the federal should at least put a little eye on states when they are conducting local government.
And some of the things that you have said have supported, what I said earlier about lethargy at that level. So what are the quick wins, from owning the process now and becoming more politically active in trying to get increased participation of politicking at that level?
We would be looking, like I said clearly, we would be looking at education. Political education, massive political education. And in conjunction with budget, we, Electoral College, have started releasing figures of FAC allocations to local governments publicly. And we're going to be doing this on social media. We have programs that we're going to get on local radio and explain these things in Yoruba. We're getting for the 36 states. So depending on local dialect in the state, we will also interface on that. We feel that when we reveal the figures these LG chairpersons are playing with, it might begin to scare the life into the electorate to instigate, this particular kind of movement. But, that's political education, and then we now want to focus on massive debates for local government chairmen, publicly televised on radio in local languages. We feel this will trigger the need to face the local government.
Okay, well, perhaps another angle to this conversation, and as Bukola said, the conversation has already completely taken a life of its own, which is a good thing because at the end of the day, that's what we all want. Guess what? Every Nigerian lives in a local government, including every member of the National Assembly. Mm-hmm. If they weren't sponsored by some local government authority at the ward level, there is no way. There is no organ without a cell. And the ward, the polling unit, is a cell of our electoral basis. And every single person who is in the National Assembly is from a cell. How about, is it a collusion on their own part as well? Knowing how important that the national chairman of a major political party was removed as national chairman simply because he was removed at his ward level. So that underscores the importance of the local government system, politically and in every other means. Would you say that the National Assembly, members of the National Assembly, or even members of the State Houses of Assembly, are also indicted in this?
Yes, they are. Because what is shocking is that, let me give you an example. A local government chairman is in charge, it's based from the Constitution, is in charge of security in that local government. If I don't want the National Assembly member to come into my local government, he cannot come in. They are that powerful. I'll reference an example like during COVID when Trump was in Washington, that people can go out in Washington. And the mayor of Washington said nobody's going out. He overran a presidential command for people to come out. Do you know why? Because he's in charge of that district constitutionally. So I'd love to see the chairman of AMAC not tell the president of Nigeria, please, but attempt to do something right in that situation. So looking at everything generally, I think we need to just, how would I put it? We need to give it a shot, then put an effort, and I think that would be the best way.
Okay. Well, Prof, back to the question I asked you earlier about the logistics. I think we have significantly dealt with that issue of local government, because the whole idea of logistics is also about the same thing. They have to move from one local government to another local government. Talked about the RAC centers, is made up of quite a number of local governments, wards, polling units, and all those things. You said, yes, we have improved. But at the same time, we had a situation where somebody was kidnapped because she was moving. We heard the case of a capsized boat, of some materials that are missing as a result, which INEC put out a statement to the effect of. Could those have been avoided?
Well, I said it's improving because it's a process. It's not a product. It's a journey. It's not a destination. If you recognize little improvement, then you are reinforcing that particular improvement. Because negativity does not sit with human mind. When you say human mind should not think of something, that is what it will be thinking of. So, but what the reverse is to reinforce the good. Now, on the logistic issue, if I can open up a lecture on that.
Of course.
But let me say the last word on that issue. He mentioned 5% turnout for local government. Nobody is believing. Yet, we are lamenting that 35% at the state at today's election is too low. We did not consider that the 5%, we believe 30%, 5% at local government is not even in the media to discuss. It's never a headache. We never think about it. So for me, the major thing is that we have to rejig our mind. So let me rest it at that level. Then to the logistics. You see, the logistics, as a dean, my school was called School of Transport. Later, we went around the world and we had logistics. The only agency in Nigeria that is top-notch and all over the world is the military. We have to go to the military at Ojo. They have a military logistics. We don't understand logistics. We think, in fact, it has now been incorporated and it's being sponsored by two international organizations, Kogi Foundation and Bovo Research and Education in LASU. Because when Bill Gates wanted to bring vaccine or medicals and everything, that's when the African Resource Center, linked with the came to us and said, we look at the field. There are no professionals in logistics. That they have surveyed the area, so we now have to go into. Now we have introduced about 4 or 5 courses that are purely logistics. So our knowledge base is very weak. We normally think it is just one of those things, anybody can handle logistics. It is so more scientific, and that those who are into it are earning so much legitimately. So there is, because of the last February election, the word came up, so it resonated. And some of us wrote proposals all over the world that research is going on now. And we said, look, people in INEC, in some media houses, should be informed. When you say logistics, what do you mean? How do you get it done? So, because it is when you understand it as a discipline. So about 2 or 3 or 4 universities will be introducing it now. UNILAG is onto it, LASU is onto it, Kaduna State University is onto it, then one university in Owerri, then the military university that it is their purview. So we now have to bring the generals from their base to come and teach it. We literally went to beg them. So that's to tell you the dimension of logistics is so large and the understanding of it is zero. The first thing to start is that we should have a unit in INEC where, as they are just training people for ICT, they should have knowledge in logistics.
Well, Prof, yeah. Pardon me, may I come in there?
Yeah,
you become very academic when you're mentioning scientific discipline. Let's be practical about what we have seen today, where in Kogi State, INEC officials, are carrying sensitive materials on their head and walking to election polling unit locations. What could INEC have done differently? Because we've been having this conversation for more than 2 decades about logistical failure. What could INEC have done differently?
You see, let me tell you, the strength of a chain is measured by its weakest link. You see, when a chain, no matter how strong, when you pull it, and the weakest link snaps, they will say the chain has snapped. They won't say it is the weakest link. You see, in Nigeria, there are too many moving parts in a logistic chain. And, for example, first of all, I will tell you the weakest link in that chain is the people they are using. The sense of responsibility. Try to hire 4 bosses from any of these 4 unions to go and do your wedding. If 2 out of 4 arrives on time, you are lucky. First of all, the idea of timing is still not our culture. They believe they can wake up anytime. They do calculate and say, it's just 2 hours, I'll be there. So let me summarize that we have the engine that INEC is using is a very, very weak engine. The Road Transport Workers Union, the Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria, all those unions, their vehicles are rickety. Look, when I listen to you in the morning when that debate was, the first question I asked as a statistician is, what's the percentage? Because normally when you do a normal distribution, you do not expect 100%. You must leave that 1% uncertainty. You will see that line will never touch the baseline. You must leave. So if one out of how many local government, how many polling unit, 1,000, 10 goes wrong, it's still not really bad. But where it is even more terrible is that 90% of the vehicle they are going to use on that day, they are not roadworthy. But there are no others. What we suggested to them, and we are telling them now is, let's call up all government vehicles. For example, if the president, if you really mean business, when we have the next election, all the SUV, the House of Rep, because they said it's government vehicle, return it for INEC logistics on that day. Let all the best brand, best line vehicles report to INEC to do delivery. You can't be using Tokumbo of 25 years.
What about the propriety of that? You know, we're talking about an election where different political parties...
No, that is what they are using. What is the propriety? That government is now recalling all its best line vehicles to... Because
the government may be PDP or APC, but you have different political parties.
They're not. The driver is only the driver. It's not bringing... It's not, the owner is not coming. They've done it before. During the Fedeco years, remember. All the ministry will give them their vehicles. All the directors. You see, because, look, what's evil? Is it that you are going to work for 4 years and your salary is not to work for 4 million? You are collecting 160 million.
You know, I'd like to come from another angle as regards
to do that job. Just a minute. So, the first thing we told them is that they want to look at the instruments that they are using, which is all these road transport workers union. Because that is the only thing that at their disposal. There is no way you can expect. Look, go to Lagos every day. You see how many times these vehicles are breaking down.
Even though we are also told that there is a vehicle inspection office in Lagos. Mr. Lawal.
So for me, I blame INEC, and here's why I blame INEC. Nigerians or anybody in charge of a particular matter is always, how would I put it, power happy. That you want to retain and do everything yourself. You have NIPOST, which has vehicles. Yeah, and NIPOST is active in 774 local governments. You have the NOA, which is active in 774 local governments. Why hasn't INEC told the National Orientation Agency to say, come, we would use you guys as ad hoc staff. NIPOST, we need your cars since you have a car in the 774 local governments for delivery. We don't see inter-agency or inter-department collaborations in Nigeria. And that's why INEC will fail and will continue to fail, no matter what they try to, how would I put, vuvuzela themselves out of. I call that a lot of noise. So you remember vuvuzelas from the World Cup. So if you can't single-handedly say, I'm in charge of elections, I'm doing everything. It's not possible. Why aren't you calling, as regards the IREV, why haven't you sat down as INEC chairman and said, okay, Minister of Digital Economy and Communications, how can we make our IT infrastructure better? Those are the kind of conversations you have in countries that have an intention to do something. But INEC wants to retain, hold police dogs. INEC wants to feed police dogs. INEC wants to do everything. So till INEC learns
to... Do you think that INEC wants to do it? I mean, you are in civil society.
I believe INEC wants to do it
because INEC itself has been crying for this kind of population.
INEC has the power. And according to its act, it has the power to delegate such responsibilities. If it chooses not to, then it means INEC wants to do it.
Don't also forget that INEC has delegated, you know, which is what profits spoil. They have delegated, outsourced some things.
Let me tell you, let me be charitable to them. The truth is, at the apex of decision making, there is not sufficient thinking through that these people will be failing. Now let me tell you what INEC did that has improved the situation by introducing that super racks. Then they moved the sensitive material faster. They cut the time that it will get there. So that is the improvement you have observed. And they've cut it to the very last bone. That if they deploy faster than that, then the material will be compromised. So they are now at the optimal level where they can deploy in timing. But the final, we call it the last mile of that chain, they cannot rely on. They should now have to consider, I mentioned all the false blind brand of, you may now say, okay, all the taxis that are Uber taxis in this area, call them, you know, Uber will evaluate your vehicle, that it has this, it has that. But all these people that INEC is relying on, you've never checked on you've not ticked all the parameters on their vehicle. So that is just a major, because that's the last mile. And that is the most difficult area to coordinate. And that's why things fail. That's the weakest link in the chain. So he has mentioned NIPOS. We have mentioned the SUV that is given to the, that on that day.
As alternatives.
Yes. No, they must recall them and say, this is a government vehicle, we want to use it. For example, if you have Olympics, I don't know whether you have noticed a car they will bring to Nigeria, they will buy a brand new car, they will go to and say, look, give us 5,000 vehicles. Immediately after the Olympics, they sell it. Now, for that particular event, we must recall all our best lines. Local government chairman's car, all the people, and the NIPOS, and the Uber, and the, what is the other riders, both bring your vehicles, and you know, those are being driven by even graduates, mostly graduates. So they need to change. That is my key suggestion to improve where they are now. Okay. They've tweaked how they will deploy to the very limit. They can't go further. So, but let them look at the last mile and re-energize. Look, we won't even take the authority from them. They are still the one to engage the Uber drivers. They are going to be the one to coordinate the drivers of government vehicles. And if I may still say it, the SUVs.
Well, I'm still turning over in my head those SUVs. But Prof, in the same vein, let's look at Bayelsa State now, particularly that incident in Southern Ijo.
Yeah.
If you know, we had an occurrence where a boat mishap, a boat capsized, is it a test on the efficacy of the transportation system of the government of the day? And if it is, has the government of the day passed or failed this test?
No. How many boats were deployed? Suppose you have, that's the thing about new media people. It is the only thing that does not work that is the news. Maybe they deploy 100. Will they have problem with 99 successful? Then we are not rejoicing that 99 arrived safely.
Prof, don't blame us because it's just a second. I'm just trying to underscore.
If we had lost personnel.
No, exactly. they did a backup that if you want to get into that boat, you must wear your life jacket. And that's what saved the situation. They insisted, INEC insisted, to be on any boat, on the errand for INEC, you must wear your life jacket. That's why they were able to survive.
Well,
There's no magic about it.
When you say to us that we are always looking at the wrong thing, that's how bad, that's how cancer starts. One cell, and it gets worse over time.
The bad news is good news for you.
I imagine, Prof, you've been very hard on the media. I imagine, Salawa, you want to add...
we want you to be
No, so looking at the situation in Bayelsa, like Prof rightly said, of course, they must have deployed a little bit more. But even that one situation would have been avoided. Number one, what was wrong with moving these things yesterday? You didn't have to move them this morning.
No, if it gets there yesterday, they will... No. You know the form they were filling?
No, you know we're going to go back. We're going to go back to another thing. So like I said earlier, you have national orientation offices everywhere. 774 local governments. Why wasn't National Orientation Agency called in? Why wasn't NIPOS called in? NIPOS has safe houses in 774 local governments. It goes back to INEC not looking at the system to function, but doing all things and expecting a different result. And I think INEC has gotten away with this a lot because I think within the system, quite a lot of people make, I don't know how to say it, make money from the fact it's done that way. And a lot of political parties gain on the inefficiency of INEC's actions.
Okay, now, Mr. Lawal, you at the Electoral College, I mean, you've been speaking about a number of these things. So we've spoken, significantly about, the smallest or the last mile in delivery of good governance to the people, which is the local government. We've also spoken largely about the logistics for these elections. For you, as someone who has been on the field, quite some. In what ways do we need to improve? We can celebrate all we want, give ourselves all the pats on the back, but the whole idea of this conversation we're having is to improve the system over time. It's been 24 years of this democracy, Fourth Republic. Oh yes, we deserve a pat on the back. But there are those who would say it's still very, very delicate. So, and this is off-cycle elections. We are ticking our boxes. We are, congratulating ourselves for progress so far. What could we be losing sight of in this whole celebration?
Okay, Nigerians seem to concentrate so much on election day. For us at the Electoral College, we go preceding that. You can't carry spoilt meat and make a good pot of soup. So here are the problems. First set of problems in Nigerian elections. Let's go back to the presidential election. Determinants within the Electoral Act. Every political party must submit soft copies and hard copies of its membership registers to INEC preceding a convention or a primaries. First problem. None of the 18 met that fully. Some didn't even meet it halfway. But they were still allowed to conduct their convention. Second, 95(2) of the Electoral Act, which we're even seeing in this issue with gubernatorial. No state apparatus or media should be used to the advantage or disadvantage of any candidate. One particular state got Ministry of Tourism to take all the hotels, etc., continuing. And some people did not allow some people to use a stadium for their campaign in another state. Abuse of 95(2). That was not treated by any of these infractions, have not been treated or dealt with by anyone. How do you expect the product at the end of an election to be right? It's impossible. So Nigerians engage and talk about they want the product, but everybody forgets the process. And one question, we go to court a lot in primaries, about primaries. Wait, isn't INEC supposed to send one person to a particular party and one primary is done in one place? Isn't there one? Now, I've been in political parties. I was National Publicity Secretary, which meant I functioned at the highest level. When we were having a primaries, I was aware where we were having the primaries. I was the one getting in contact with INEC. So you cannot have a double primaries. Why do we have triple, fourple? In Bayelsa, I think Silva was not confirmed fully till about 2 weeks before the elections.
No.
3 days. 3 days, sorry, 3 days, because he was unconfirmed and then the Supreme Court. What was INEC's participation? And nobody talks about this. The media doesn't talk about this enough. What was INEC's participation attending 3 different primaries for one particular gubernatorial election? INEC was in the 3 places. Why is INEC not held liable to this action? I don't know why no court has brought out INEC, because INEC is supposed to be the umpire and be at one primaries that is validated.
Well, isn't that also a question on, as we often hear, the judiciary is not Father Christmas.
No, I'm talking of before you get to the judiciary. The issue at the primaries, how is INEC, and nobody's asking this question.
Okay, well, there's something
how is INEC at multiple primaries?
Yeah, there's an issue you raised the other time about the use of state apparatus.
Yes.
Part of the regulations, the specific functions of ISIS is that the Office of the National Security Advisor should monitor the performance of security agencies and dissuade public officials from misusing security details attached to them for political ends. Maybe we'll be able to speak with the NSA as to how they were able to get this done. But let's quickly go to Imo State. Kayla Megwa, correspondent, is right there to give us an update. Kayla. Kayla, can you hear me?
Yes, I think I can hear you now. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, it's been quite the day for you, obviously.
Have ended.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the elections have ended in many parts of the state. Okay, a few of the polling units that we went to earlier, you know, it was interesting to see the whole process come to an end. In one of the polling units, you know, there was so much drama at the time when we arrived there. You know, we actually had to keep our phones away and stop recording because, you know, at the time some people were being arrested for vote buying in that particular polling unit somewhere in Owerri Municipal. There's been a lot of events really at Imo East and Imo West. We actually saw some violence in Imo East, like we had mentioned earlier, and in Imo West, you know, there was a story about a particular person who tried to scuttle the process but was arrested in the process of that was in Imo West. But all in all, you know, in most parts of Imo State, it's pretty free and fair, really, if we're going to go by the few people that we have seen and the few places that we've been to here in Imo State. But one thing that really cuts across board is voter apathy. That's one thing that we noticed today in Imo State. A lot of people didn't come out to vote in many parts of the state. There are parts of the state, really, especially in Imo West, where we did see crowds of people. But for a state that had 2.3 million people collect their permanent voter cards, you know, it's a pretty low turnout across board. And then in one of the polling units that I observed, the BVAS was working. When the elections were done and they had done counting and checked the number of accredited voters and the votes that counted in this particular election, because I think there were 3 votes that had to be thrown out in that particular place because of anomalies on those votes. But in that particular polling unit, I think it was somewhere in Owerri Municipal, we were able to see, you know, the counting process was done. All the party officials came together, signed. I think we're going to put that up in our Imo State reports today. The party officials signed, and then, of course, you know, I wanted to see the BVAS personally. I wanted to see the BVAS work with the uploading of results, and we did see that happen. There was an IT person who showed up and said, we would like to start the uploading to the iRev at this particular moment, and I was like, okay, yes, I want to see this iRev upload. And we were watching that upload to the iRev, and it actually happened. And he asked us to actually verify. He said, you know, go online, check. You know, and a few of the party agents who were at that school in Owerri Municipal actually went online and actually saw, you know, it uploaded on their sites. You know, and they were very impressed with that process. So it was very satisfactory, at least for the places that we went to. And of course, you know, people wanting verifications. No, I want to see the stamp. You stamped on the first page. I want to see it on the third page. And INEC officials having to explain that you can't stamp on a duplicate. You know, the original is stamped on. It was pretty interesting to see all of that happen. But, you know, the results of this election will be one that many people will be wanting to watch, really, to see how it all unfolds. But all in all, you know, pretty interesting process in Imo State, highs and lows. And, of course, seeing that, you know, the election results being in particular wards being uploaded to the iRev. We'll put that up in our Imo State reports when we get it together. Seeing that happen was also a plus, you know, to just watch that happen in real time. So those are some of the updates that we have right here. I'm still in Owerri. This is the Okigwe Road, you know, and we'll be wrapping up our roving very soon. But so far, lots of positives that we're seeing after the elections with the counting, the sorting, and the uploading to the iRev right here in Imo State.
Well, Kayla, we put it up while you were speaking about the results on iRev at this point from Imo State. We can tell you right now that 56.22% of results have been uploaded. In other words, out of a total of 4,722, 2,675 have been uploaded. And yes, since you say you're in Okigwe, well, is the number 1 on the list. I mean, for those who may be interested and can see, Okigwe has 19 polling units and 11 wards right there, and it's also there. But you know, one of the questions that I would want to ask you right now, particularly in continuation of this conversation, is you talked about the performance of the iRev, and we can also see it in the way the BVAS. We can also see it on the iRev already. But You know, there were a number of things you mentioned in speaking with some of the candidates earlier about disruptions. You asked the candidate of, one of the candidates, I think was the candidate of the APC, you were asking, where the election, where some people who were taking up, that were picked up, where they were sent to, where they were moved to. You were trying to ask him that question at the time. Any updates on that?
Okay, your audio was a little off there, but I think I understand what you're trying to talk about. The people the gunshots we heard in Ikeduru. I think that's what you're trying to refer to. Okay, so yes, we did ask the PDP governorship candidate, Mr. Samuel Anyanwu, because it was at his polling unit. The polling unit was the one he voted at, and it's very, very near his house. You know, so we were there. You know, and this was before he got there, and we were just trying to understand why the voting materials hadn't come in yet. You know, elections there started pretty late, and I remember at the time, we were just wondering, what was going on. Is something wrong with the car? Are the INEC officials on their way? What's happening with the materials? So while we're thinking about all of that, we heard those gunshots. I heard those gunshots. It was sporadic. At first, we thought it was a tire of a car that had, a car had either backfired or the tire was, exploded. But then we stay hearing the shots sporadically, and immediately we stay hearing that, we all had to take cover and wonder what really happened. But one thing we did notice was that there were men in uniform. We did hear quite a number of men in uniform, black uniform. It felt like it was a police uniform, but it was black nonetheless. In any case, so we decided to find out what was going on. No one could give us an update on what it was that had caused the shots that we heard until Mr. Samuel Anyanwu got there and mentioned it while we were interviewing him immediately after he voted. And he said, there were some people who were dressed, according to him, they were dressed in police uniform. That's what he said. He said they came to scuttle the process at this school, and he talked about other places where he felt there were irregularities. So I wanted to find out, what happened with the people who were, apprehended as a result of that incident. And he said he had no update at the time. And at the time, other people did not have an update, on the situation as well. So it's something that's still hanging in the air. Maybe we'll hear reports about it later. But yes, that actually happened at Ikeduru. And of course, we've been trying to get an update on that. And if we do, we will furnish you with that particular information. But for now, that is what happened at Ikeduru. And we were there. We actually saw those gunshots go out. And of course, the PDP candidate also confirmed that happened at the place.
Indeed, Kayla, it must have been quite a scare for you. And, the fact that, I hope it will be confirmed in the short term rather than long term, that those men wore police uniforms. It should be investigated. But another thing that I'd like to follow up on is what was promised as against what has been delivered, particularly at this time when vote counting and sorting should have ended in a number of polling units. You said you were roving earlier on. Can you confirm that the police are providing adequate security for INEC officials as they move result sheets to the collation center?
Actually, at the Owerri municipal area, the security there, in fact, the security is a lot. There's a lot of security. You can hear them blaring around us. A lot of them are escorting INEC materials, actually. That's what's happening around me right now. Yes, there was adequate security, especially at the places where we observed. Adequate security conveying those election materials. We saw them, guarding the whole place and making sure that, troublemakers were kept at bay, and ensuring that those materials are being sent to the proper avenues. And yes, we did notice that at least in the Owerri municipal area. Other parts of the state, we don't know what the details are there, but at least even right now, the cars you're hearing around me, most of them are police cars that are conveying INEC materials, to where the collation centers are going to be, and where all of that is going to be sorted. And that will be the next phase of this process. So yes, adequate police security indeed. these areas. I wanted to mention something I heard earlier. I wasn't quite sure what he was saying, but I think he was talking about, uploading of results to IREV. Yes, in the places where we did observe the elections, the results were uploaded to the IREV. I saw that happen, at least in the places where I observed, and I told you we will be putting that up in our reports for what we observed in this particular electoral process.
For now, Kayla, how about the conduct of INEC officials in this entire process? From what your own observations are, the conduct of our INEC officials, the conduct of civil society organizations who are observers, election observers, what would you say the general assessment is likely to be?
I think when it comes to INEC and they would have to do a lot of inward looking, but what I did realize was that a lot of the staff were very calm. It's a very agitated voter crowd, at least that we noticed. Very vocal, very expressive, wanting to know. I mentioned the story of the woman, one of the party, I think she was a party representative for the Labour Party, I think, at one of the polling units we were at. And, they stamp on the top form, but she wanted to see the stamp on the third form, the one they tore and gave her. She didn't see the thing. So she wanted them to stamp again on her form. And I was watching them as they were calmly telling this woman, no, you cannot stamp on this particular document. We've stamped on the first one. You can take a picture of it, whatever you need to do. Just the calmness that was required to handle a lot of the agitated voters that we had in this Imo election. That was nice to see. Even in Ikeduru, where we saw those gunshots go out, the INEC officials were very calm, very, ready to educate, telling people, calm down, listen to this. This is the process. We have to do this. And there are multiple people explaining things over and over. Another thing I did notice was that people with disabilities were treated first. I noticed that across board, especially in Ikeduru, because I had mentioned earlier, we had a lot of older voters in Ikeduru. And, as many people get older, they start to use walking sticks. So when you see them on the line, on the queue with the walking sticks, the INEC officials will come and say, no, come this way. They had a special bench for them, and then they would attend to them first, people who were in wheelchairs and things like that were attended to first. So I noticed that with the INEC officials, at least in the places where I observed elections today. So a lot of training has happened. It does seem a lot like an improvement from the last time that we covered elections, and that was the general elections, where people were not very comfortable with, how impatient some INEC officials were. But in this case, there was a lot of patience, a lot of understanding, multiple explanations, getting people to interpret in places where they couldn't. For instance, the guy who uploaded to the IREV at Imo Municipal, at the Imo Municipal polling unit, he definitely could not speak Igbo. He was from the north, and I could hear him say something in English, and then somebody in Igbo would interpret to the person who was trying to say, I want to see this on the IREV right now. He was like, yes, we can do this, and then they will interpret it. So there was a lot of patience and understanding on the part of INEC officials in the places where we observed elections. And, in another polling unit, of course, the place where we heard that some vote buying was going on, and the EFCC operatives had come and picked up the person during the vote buying, we did see a lot of calmness,
Well, quite elaborate, Kayla. Right now, we can almost not hear you anymore. But that's been quite the reporting there, and a lot of work that you have done. Thank you so much for your reporting. Well, Chris Illems is in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State, to give us an update. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
At the Mahmoud Yakubu Media Center in Bayelsa State, the State Collation Center, that's where we are at the moment, where the last process of this election would take place. We're setting up. The place is just getting set up at the moment. Hopefully in the next few hours, activities would begin here. But right now, nothing much has happened. We're just setting up, and I'm sure a lot of other things would happen later on, because as at the time we left the polling units, results were already sorted and counting had been done. So it goes to the local level, and from there it comes to this place. So we're expecting a lot to happen in the next coming hours, and of course, yours sincerely would be here with the team to give you bit by bit account of whatever happens.
Things that Kayla reported, quite excitedly too, is the functionality of the beavers in uploading those results on the IRF portal. What do you have anything to say about that? Did you observe, were you able to observe the performance of the beavers, particularly in the area of uploading results on the IRF portal?
Well, I think INEC actually learned a lot from the last general election, or they just decided to do what should be done. I actually did not have cases of the beavers not working in most of the units that I eventually monitored or that I visited. I didn't have that issue. The only issue we had were those who couldn't find their names on the voting list. We had a lot of them who could not find their names on the voters list, and so they were referred to the INEC office somewhere to go and rectify that. If they did at the end and came back, I really cannot tell. But that was where we had some issues. But beyond that, the beavers came very handy, because the accreditation process to the voting was quite quick, and it was smooth. So within few minutes, an average voter was done, and of course they moved on to the next. So I think INEC took their lesson notes and of course did what they should do.
Thank you so much, Christy Lems. We would be expecting more updates from you, as you have said, when activities begin at that collation center where you're located right now. But, glad to know that, as you said, IREV has been quite functional. In Bayelsa State, the results have come up 63.15% of those results have come in to the IREV portal.
It appears we're moving faster than we thought we would move.
I told you I was looking forward to it. Mm-hmm. Now we've not only crossed the 50% line, we've crossed 60%. So, and in Imo State, the same thing, 58.87% at about now it's now 59.77%.
That's quite a pickup from 33 where we first began monitoring.
And in Kogi State, we have also crossed the line. Thank you very much.
Crossed 60% now.
53%. 53.15%.
Yes, and it's interesting to note, and I know that if there were incidents, to the signing of the results sheets, Chris would have told us. So it seems as if that also went smooth sail in most of the places that he may have monitored. And that's significant to note, and perhaps that's where we should pick up our conversation from next. Are you sensing that there would be little incident when election results are announced, when they get to the collation center, when the results begin coming in from the different local governments?
Sure. In geography, we have something when a volcano fizzles out gradually, it doesn't cause any damage. But when it erupts by violence, it causes a lot of damage. You see, now everybody is facing the reality. The politicians are doing calculation. The last time it happened in Osun, by the time we got to this 60%, I just went out sleep because the result is known already. Now, it will be dawning on them. And there is nothing you can do now. If you go and kidnap the ballot box, you are wasting your time. And that is the power of focus. That is the power of the media. And that's why I was a bit heavy on my friends. First of all, you are the one that is closest to me. I won't have Sanwo-Olu to sit down with. I won't have Senate President to sit down with. I won't have the President. But here, I'm with my own. And you have such a powerful mic that you can gather and focus the entire nation on something. And let me tell you a short research by physicists. There is an element they put which is inanimate. They now ask some people to look at it for a given period of time. the thing becomes animated. That is, it becomes a living thing because of the power of focus of human mind. When the media focus, that's what INEC cannot afford to fail on IRF this time. They know they mean. It is just unthinkable that this, because the media, the focus, all the yaga of this world, all this, my friend, is on IRF. That this IRF must succeed. So we want that to continue on critical issues that we identify. Once you address people's mind, there won't be any contestation. There won't be. If there are, it is because, I mean, the politicians go to court to continue to sustain the hope of their members. It's not all the time they believe that the election was rigged. They still want to keep the hope alive. I mean, that, okay, don't go yet, don't decamp yet. I mean, I'm still in control. There is the hope at the appeal. So, I mean, for this one, it's a wonderful, as I said, there has been a general improvement on the part of INEC. There's a lot to be done, but I believe by tomorrow, by 12 midnight now, the game is over.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lawal, if you can take 30 seconds, your closing thoughts for this segment, because we are not letting you go yet.
Okay. For me, I'm not impressed, and here is why. Our problem in Nigeria with elections is when we have the federal elections. When it's a unitary state or 3 states or 1 or 2 states, INEC has never really failed Nigerians. The effect is, so I'd love to see INEC in a scenario where they are handling a federal election with the massive work, the massive inputs, low security officers.
And we can still have the kind of reports that we
still have this kind of reports, then I'll join the INEC.
Okay. Then. Well, your marks are very stiff. I'll take a short break to take the news at 6, but before then, listen to this one by the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frank Mba, who spoke with us earlier.
Things have been moving smoothly. The reports from the metropolis where we are right now, and the reports even from the suburbs, all show that the election has been largely peaceful. We're still monitoring situation, and we're still embarking on more patrols. If I leave here, I'm not returning to the office. We still engage in other patrols. I intend also to engage to conduct an area patrol with the police chopper so that I can have a better view of situation across the entire state. We are cautiously optimistic that with the kind of intelligence-driven deployment we've done, we will not have major issues. But even in spite of the largely peaceful conduct so far, we are not letting down our guards. We expect the best, but we have trained, planned, and prepared for the worst. But so far, we just want to encourage Imolites to continue to support this civic process, continue to conduct themselves in very civil, orderly, and law-abiding manners. For the politicians, that's where we get the bulk of the pressures and the bulk of the problems. We still want to appeal to them that power should be for the service of the people. And if it's truly for the service of the people, they should also consider the interests of the state, the interests of the citizens, and the interest of all of us while making their statements and while conducting themselves in and around the polls today. We believe that the same manners we were able to provide adequate and sufficient security for election materials from the time they arrive at the airport to the time we move them to Central Bank office, to the time we move them to INEC headquarters, and then the downward distribution to the local government areas and to the wards. We'll still go through that same processes while returning those materials back to the collation centers. We have adequate numbers and adequate gadgets from the explosive ordnance department. Our bomb disposal squads have also been properly trained and adequately deployed. And so we will also be deploying the EOD's experts to all those collation centers and making sure that even before the materials begin to arrive, before the INEC officials begin to arrive, before the party agents begin to arrive, we must have done a thorough sweeping of those areas. We are generally positive about the outcome of these elections. We are committed to protecting the democratic space. We are committed to providing a level playing field. We are doing our best. We have challenges on ground, but these are not challenges that are insurmountable. You know, elections in our climate are usually characterized by all kinds of fake news, deliberate misinformation, deliberate disinformation. So whenever you pick up information or pieces of information around this time, you need to fact check them thoroughly. You need to be sure that what you're saying is correct. So for me, we will investigate those aspects, these claims. But for voters' apathy, if I may use that word, and I'm using it advisedly,
And it's time to track the top stories at this hour. I'm Laddie Williams. And voting has officially ended in the governorship elections in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi states, where residents turned out early today at most polling units across the 3 states to exercise their franchise. Although there were reports of delays in the arrival of voting materials in some areas and minor disruptions, the exercises are judged to have been relatively peaceful. This report captures some early images and activities from the 3 states.
It's the early hours of the November 11, 2023 off-cycle governorship elections in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi states. Early images from Lokoja, the Kogi state capital, show electoral officers getting set with their voting materials and heading out to the various polling units.
By the special grace of God, today's election is going to be perfect. Everything is going to be smooth as everyone is ready for today.
Voters in their numbers turn out to exercise their rights.
Everywhere is very calm, peaceful, and people are coming out and they are voting. We thought they would be voting apathy. People would not like to come out, but people, because of the security that is put in place, people came out and they are voting, and we have voted.
When they started the voting, they now said that if you know you are pregnant, your line should be different. Why female line should be different and male line should be different. That is why I voted first.
Election observers also speak on their early assessment of the exercise.
I got here 7 o'clock dot. When I got here, 10 minutes past 7, the INEC officials are here. When they got here, they set the canopy, then they placed the register for people to check their names.
The heavy presence of security have given voter confidence. Voter now feel safe. They feel safe with their lives and property, and now they've come out en masse to cast their ballot because they know they have security protection.
Outside the polling areas, security operatives set barricade against journalists, motorists and travelers entering Okene via Itakwe in Kogi Central. In Imo State, security operatives are also out ensuring compliance to the no movement order, except for persons on essential duties.
Who are they? Who are they? Come and check. Leave that one there. Stop this one. Kai. Wait.
Meanwhile, voting at Amaimo Ward in Ikeduru local government area of Imo State did not start on schedule, but later got underway, according to our correspondent.
We've been here since about 8 a.m. and these women have been waiting for this election to start. Unfortunately, the election started pretty late, at about past 10, about 10:15. And of course, the process has begun. We're seeing accreditation going on, people seeing their names on the wall, and of course the voting has started. In fact, the PDP governorship candidate for the Imo State governorship election, Mr. Samayamu, has also casted his vote at this place. Earlier, we did hear some gunshots in the area, and it was a little scared. But we asked him about it immediately after he voted, and he said that it was the security agents who were trying to ward off people who he described as thugs trying to scuttle the electoral process. But of course, there were a lot of issues he mentioned in this particular electoral process in Imo State. But for now, at Amaimo Ward in Ikedu local government area of Imo State, the election has started, the women are on the queue, and everyone is getting ready for the process to be done. Are you excited about the elections?
While some electorates in Bayelsa State are out to also exercise their franchise as a check for their names on INEC register, some others choose to engage in buying and selling activities at the Tombia market in the heart of Yenagoa, the state capital, despite the no movement directive.
And some of the candidates contesting in the off-cycle governorship elections were at their different polling units to also cast their votes. In Imo State, Governor Hope Uzodinma of the All Progressives Congress was seeking re-election, cast his vote at a polling unit in his hometown.
You can see the queue is very strict and there is no interference. I have not seen anything that is suggesting that there will be any likelihood of disorganization. So it's an impressive outing too. You can see the number of people that have come out to vote. I'm not surprised because this is my hometown. Of course, you know that a prophet is rather known very strongly in his hometown. So the conduct is very impressive. I want to commend INEC. I want also to commend the security agencies with the kind of deployment they have done and how orderly the environment has become. And contrary to the ugly expectation that the environment will not be there for voting to take place, you can see that the INEC has risen to the occasion and everything seems to be very normal. It is not over yet. I think I just came to vote and other people will still come to vote. But what I have seen here compared to what happened during February election is very impressive. And it is our hope that more people will come out. But at least my happiness is that we have the environment to conduct this election. And people have come to exercise their franchise. And voting is going on. I think INEC has done well, and we must commend them. The security agencies have properly deployed. And the entire space is manned and occupied. And the people are responding positively and people are behaving themselves. I've not heard that there's any knockout anywhere, to talk of bullets. So I think Imo State is good to go. Some of us who are out to confuse the public just go to the social media, fabricate stories, and publish. I want the whole world to now see that Imo State is a destination and there is peace here. And the election, contrary to that ugly expectation, is going on free, fair, and very credible. And you can see how freely I've come here to cast my vote and how also INEC was able to process it under a few minutes. So I think that this is an evidence for all of us in the country to know that the good minds in Imo State, the patriotic citizens of Imo State, people who are committed to the interests of our state, are really desirous of having Imo State blossom. But those who are in the name of politics, sponsoring and financing mischief, banditry and all other forms of criminality, must repent of their sins. At the end of the day, whatever God approved will be announced by INEC.
Meanwhile, after casting his vote, the PDP governorship candidate in Imo State, Mr. Sam Anyanwu, spoke of attempts by some people to disrupt the elections in some polling units.
Go back. Now who's that person? You carry this one. A place that west, they have named. They carried away some of the polling units. And I also heard that a place like Kogi Municipal, there's causing mayhem there. We've had a couple of reports. But like I said, the D-Day is today. We're watching. The more people are desirous of change. So no matter how you try to make it will not work because the more people are into resistance.
The plainclothes men the men that were wearing police uniform that you talked about earlier, we heard the gunshots earlier, they were, the security agencies had to ward off. What happened to them? Were they arrested? Where are they right now?
Well, because I was not here, I wouldn't know where they're taking them to, but I know they were apprehended by the real police officers who are on duty. And we shouldn't encourage this. This is one of the reasons why we have insecurity in Imo State. When you hire these people to come and rig election for you and you can't pay them, they will not go back. They will remain here and they start causing havoc and mayhem for the people. And it's not a society we expect. A very responsible government such as should not encourage insecurity. But what you are seeing today is a government-induced insecurity.
States, one of the governorship candidates, Ahmed Ododo, voted at his polling unit in Unit 12, Ward 001, in the Pogoro Dinkru in Okene. Let's take a listen to him on his experience.
I have just casted my vote, and as you can see, it's just like carnival-like. And I want to use this medium to commend the INEC management for putting in place a very transparent, hitch-free electoral processes. And again, the security agencies, they are doing very wonderfully. As you can see, the election is peaceful and orderly, so I'm happy about that. As you can see, I am on ground. This is my village. I am close to the people. I am part of them. You can see, everybody is happy, just like carnival-like.
Meanwhile, candidates of the People's Democratic Party in Kogi State, Mr. Dino Malai, has raised the alarm over alleged field result sheets in the Ogori Magongo local government area of the North Central State. The PDP candidate alleged the result sheets were filled in Kogi before the commencement of voting today. Take a listen.
There's a massive protest in all polling units in Ogori Magongo local government of Kogi State right now. The result sheets have been, filled and tampered with already. And people are refusing to accredit, people are refusing to vote, and they are insisting that plain result sheet must be shown to agents in accordance to electoral law. If they refuse to show you result sheets in all polling units across the state. Don't accredit, don't vote, protest and resist it. This is democracy. We must protect our votes, we must protect the process, we must make sure that all the regulations are being observed and respected. I call on all my agents all across the state that once plain result sheets are not shown to you before the commencement of accreditation, don't accredit, don't vote, resist it and protest, record it, video it, show the faces of these compromised INEC staff and security agents and post it on all platforms on social media. We shall overcome. This election is a must win for us. Thank you.
And still to come, we'll get a sense of observations from Governor Duye during the Bayelsa governorship polls and other observations as they come. Do stay with us. Welcome back to more news updates now. Staying in Kogi State, Governor Yahaya Bello has commanded the INEC and security agencies over the peaceful conduct of the governorship elections in the state. Governor Bello cast his ballot at Agasa polling unit 11, Agasa Okeneba ward in Okene local government area at about 9:15 a.m., accompanied by members of his family. He expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election, adding that he has not heard of any negative report from any quarters. He urged journalists to ignore rumors that might be circulated on social media.
All of the citizens in this particular ward, of course, in the local governments, in this senatorial district, and of course, across the state, we are all enthusiastic about this civic responsibility. We have all come out in our numbers to cast our vote. I have just casted my vote, along with my family members, and others are casting their vote. It is timely. All materials were deployed within the time stipulated. And so far, I have not received any complaint from any quarter. The conduct of INEC so far has been so fantastic. All the security agencies have conducted themselves so far very professionally. All the citizens that are exercising their franchise are doing that freely. There's no hitches, no rancor. We're united, and we are happy over this exercise. And by the special grace of God, we are going to come off very triumphant in this particular exercise. The issue of electoral violence in Kogi State, in my own time, is a media creation. or those that are not on ground here in Kogi State go into history, go into record, and compare my own regime and that of the previous ones, you will discover that the regime of Governor Yahaya Bello, conduct of elections, have been the most freest, the most free, fair, and credible, and violent-free elections. So the issue of violence in our election in Kogi State is a media creation, is a figment of imagination of all those who does not want good things happen here in Kogi State. But to the glory of God, you are seeing the atmosphere very tranquil, very, very peaceful, very, very in harmonious relationship. So there's nothing like violence. And the conduct of free and fair and credible election is in the hands of both INEC, security agencies, and the citizens. We, the citizens, have conducted ourselves very orderly and very, very cordially. The INEC are doing their job very, very well, and the security agencies are equally assisting.
And away from Kogi State now, in Bayelsa State, Governor Duedir of the People's Democratic Party and governorship candidate in the state voted at his polling unit in Kolokoma or Pokoma local government area, after which he spoke on his observations in the conduct of the election.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded, our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials, and INEC is promptly taking action. So I'd like to appreciate INEC on that. Again, for the boat that capsized, they have already alerted us, so we're also aware, and they are taking actions on that. I think those were the only two incidents that we recorded from yesterday to today.
Governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in Bayelsa State, Timothy Silva, cast his vote at Ward 4, Unit 4 in Braz local government area of the state.
I was told that in Nigeria especially there's been a lot of violence, a lot of police action. In fact, this morning I woke up with the story of one of my APC members shot. Because there are pictures, so there are no, we cannot make that story. And by afternoon, we had situations where the army, especially Bayelsa State, was taking over some areas. In fact, I'm just walking to them, they say it's the army that is up there with snatch ballot boxes. So I don't know how the next thing is going. But frankly speaking, this security in Bayelsa State must be called to order. They are really playing on the side of the PDP, unfortunately, especially the army is playing on the side of the PDP. We're expecting that at the end of the day, people will contain them and they will come out. For INEC has been, I would say that INEC, there's a lot of improvement, I would say. This is not a foolproof system. It's a human system, so you expect that there will be lapses. But I was very shocked that the careless mistake only happened in the world, particularly. And the units that we are targeting were very big units and large number of voters. We would have had over 4,000 voters disenfranchised.
And staying in Bayelsa State, former President Goodluck Jonathan and his wife, Patience Jonathan, were among the early voters who showed up at Ward 13, polling unit 39, at Otuaka to vote. After casting his vote, the former president expressed his concerns over the incident that occasioned the conduct of off-cycle governorship elections. He believes that if not watched, Nigeria will get to a point where there will be off-cycle elections for the presidential polls.
The three states that have elections today, Bayelsa State, Imo State, and Kogi State, and which all these states successful elections, peaceful conduct of elections. But basically, because this is an off-season election, and I get worried about the issue of off-season elections. And I will use this unique opportunity to plead with the National Assembly that we need to block this off-season election. It's very odd. It's not a global best practice. A country can elect their people at different times, like America and some countries. They do not elect everybody at the same time. But any time they go on to conduct their election, they elect everybody that's supposed to be elected. If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, it will come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that is the time that all of you media people and others should be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. And I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day. Some people may get say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007 that contested as a running mate to meet President Yar'Adua. You know that election, the 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that the election be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria will have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states. And the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today. On the other hand, I wish the election successful. I've been monitoring what is happening in Bayelsa State. I almost ask people across the local governments. And for now, no major things that we will get worried, apart from the part of Nimbe local government, the Basambri part of Nimbe local government that have been in conflict for quite some time before the election. Apart from that, I think the elections are going on well, but we cannot conclude until at the end of the voting.
And those are the top stories of this hour. Thank you for watching. I'm Ladi Williams. Stay tuned for more updates and discussions.
the Premier League all on DSTV. All the goals, all the flashes, all the moments. All of Rashford, Salah, and Saka. All in the language of your choice. All in HD. Available on all these bouquets to choose from. To watch on all these devices. Stay connected for all the action.
Early childhood development entails quality nurturing, adequate nutrition, good healthcare and protection. These are vital for kids' physical, cognitive, linguistic, and overall development. Our vitamins are organic, made from natural sources, melty with no sugar, and made for each kid's specific needs. No doubt, healthy, bright kids are a delight to every mom and dad.
Thank you for staying with us on our continuing coverage of these off-cycle elections in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo states. A quick update to let you know that on the IRF portal, as at this moment, 69.70% of results have been uploaded on the IRF for Bayelsa State. And if you switch to Imo, 66.86% of votes, now 67% of votes in Imo State's governorship election have been uploaded. And in Kogi, we have 62.34% of votes already uploaded. So that's the update on that one. And we still have our guests here, Professor Devami, as well as Mr. Kunilawal. Gentlemen, thank you again for your patience and for being here with us. Now, well, this is, of course, a home run on this program today. But let me begin with you, Mr. Lawal. You said before we took the break to take the news that there's nothing to cheer as far as you're concerned until INEC handles the big elections.
Yes.
Isn't there anything to cheer at all? At least there's been, even in off-cycle elections previously, you know, we had quite the issues.
No, so I feel that the major issue or the major quagmire within our elections is, number one, provision of security within elections, which shows when we have approximately 400,000 policemen, and you're going to, half of them are already guarding VIPs, which leaves you at about 200,000. And you're going to stretch that 200,000 across 176,000 polling units. That's quite a hard thing to call. Now, IREV and uploading is going well in states. If you're having 36 states, 176,000 polling units throwing, will the server break down? Will there be a glitch? It's going to be stressful on INEC servers. I would like to also see distribution of security papers and details across 774 local governments and Nigeria's 8,826, if I'm right, wards I'd like to see movement across that. That is a bigger task. So, but I can already see I'm just not trying to give them too much credit, but I can already see clear results in the way they've handled states. If they can expand this to 36 states, then I'll give them.
But if security was the measure, then it would be hard to place the entire criticism on INEC for the dismal performance where security is concerned, since it's a multi-stakeholder, multi-agency exercise.
Well, for me, INEC is the one that stipulated clearly, and we need to make this clear, that it doesn't want policemen carrying guns at polling units, and it's also stated a lot of other things. So INEC is still culpable, actually.
Okay, well, a number of things that to also mention, particularly the comment coming from the PDP candidate in Kogi State, but let's quickly take a trip out of town. I remember that we're told that Lanre Lasisi, my colleague in Kogi State, is on standby. Lanre, what's new?
Hi, Ayo. Having a little audio problem hearing you, but we're here at the Coalition Center. As you can expect, a lot of reporters are coming in from the field. It's been a very busy day. But I think the good news is that it appeared everything went well, peacefully, as a lot of people would have wanted, and against what a lot of people had feared. So right now, results are moving from the racks to the wards, to the local governments, and then we expect them to make their way down to this point where collation would then start, or the results would then be collated to know finally who the people of Kogi have decided will be the governor for the next 4 years.
That you raised the other time was that heartbreaking scenario you painted of an INEC official who had to take responsibility for the INEC materials to go to the polling unit by himself or herself, carrying it on the head. I'm not sure you've been able to get to the police headquarters as you had hoped you would to get any kind of feedback as to the reason for their delay.
Well, I haven't been able to, as I'm sure you are aware, everything just kept moving. But we had the REC, he came, the NYC REC, he came, NYC, no, the INEC REC came to the polling unit where we were and, said he didn't speak about that anymore. He just spoke about the whole issue of looking into what was going on around, and he was actually in a hurry trying to leave. We haven't actually had any update on that. It's something I'm hoping we'll be able to take up with him when this place opens, and then we can, get a feel. It should be expected that before we start talking about results, that little issue should be made clear so that it sets people's mind at rest and gives a level ground for the collation and the results coming in to take off on.
Results come in, Larry, we know that you would get to us, and I'm pretty sure that as soon as that collation center opens, you'll give us more updates. Thank you so much for your reporting, Larry Lasisi. Yes, Mr. Lawal, you heard, Prof, what Mr. Lawal was saying about, giving INEC the credit. But I'm not sure if we can say the same for the political class. Earlier in the day, the issue was raised about the pre-filled sheets. INEC has since responded to it. But then, of course, while the news went on, you heard Mr. Dino Melai raising the issue as well, and literally calling out INEC and asking people to do whatever needed to be done. Of course, that was much earlier, before the polls closed. What do you make of that, given that it happened earlier in the day? INEC has since responded to it, and that was the only response. Those were the only issues raised. No other area throughout the 3 states that we didn't hear any such report anymore.
Well, I think give it to Dino. He's not sleeping on his rights. He's shouting, and I agree with him that he ought to shout. And
they should investigate and know exactly what happened. That's very, very important, because no matter how small it is, politicians have a way of opening an opportunity an inch and continue to exploit it. But please, because I know I will soon be giving 10 minutes to seconds to round up. The president said that we should do something, and I agree with him. That is former president, sorry, Jonathan, that we should look at how to harmonize the off cycle, because the way it's going, everything will become, and there's even a problem that we don't normally notice. When you get a new governor to husband an old House of Assembly, it takes time for them to adjust. So it disrupts governance until they are able to ease them out. And that's why most of the time they want to dissolve the local government, because these are the errand boys of the former. So what do we do? Because that's now where the suggestion is solid, but it requires electoral reform. Then we should put it out to those that they should just do plus or minus 6 months. That is to continue to adjust. Under 2 elections, all those states will be back with the old one. We may have time later to debate the 6 months plus or minus. If your term expires in less than, that is 3.5 years, you should be allowed to go for full election so as to harmonize. And if it is small, you may have 6 months. That's just thinking aloud. That it's a good suggestion that we need to work on. Then the other alternative is to adopt American Congress system, where the election is 2 years. And those who, first of all, it doesn't allow all of them to go, like we normally lose them. So a little tweaking, and I want the media to engage that suggestion that we must, because before we know it, we will go into. So on the, I think he is measured, and I share why he is taking that measure that, look, you are doing well, but we want you to do more. He is not saying he has not recognized that they've done well at this stage, but because we were discussing it at off camera, that are we not sure again that if we have the next election, because you now have 3 states on the IRF, on the portal, on the broadband. When you now put the trailer of 36 or 30 states on it, will it still be able to stand? Will the neck of the broadband be able to withstand it? I think that's his concern, that they should now not allow success in these Korokwe elections to...
I don't think the people of Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi will agree with you. But the point is understood.
Compared with the trailer of Nigeria.
Yes, the point is, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Lawal, you also know that it's not a question of capacity, with INEC concerning the broadband. We have a good number of, broadband service, fiber optics, broadband service providers in the country. It's not a question of capacity. Whatever it is that happened, we haven't heard it from INEC. So I don't think it's a question of capacity. But, still speaking to the entire process and the issue that you mentioned about what the former president said about harmonizing our elections, or re-harmonizing our elections to streamline everything so it's all happening at a time. Do you think it's a good advice?
Yeah, of course. I think it's a good advice. I think states shouldn't operate differently. We're one we're one federating unit. Everybody is one federating unit in the end, one country. I don't see why Kogi should have his elections differently. Bayelsa should have his elections differently. Yes, there's the argument they went to court. But we should also understand the cycle of governance. And I think at the Supreme Court, this was achieved during Peter Obi's time, which he now said, you will do your full term. But your full term cannot be at the detriment of the state and the country in general. So I think that full term should be redefined or revisited.
Pardon me, Ayo. Let's look critically at Pop's suggestion where he said that, perhaps we can consider doing an extra 6 months. But don't you anticipate that there'll be a pushback from the political class, if you added an extra 6 months, just such that the staggered states, will now come together and be on the same election timetable with the rest of the country?
So, excuse me, and this is where everybody seems to get, or the political class seems to get it wrong. Are you behind time in office or behind the country functioning efficiently. That is the choice we Nigerians have to make. We do not say, okay, you know what, he wants to do his 4 years, let him do his 4 years, I get to do 3 years, 8 months. What you cannot achieve in 3 years, 8 months, you won't achieve in 4 years. That's the honest truth. And I'm sure we all know that the last 1 year of every governor's tenure is spent campaigning, seizing hotel rooms, what else again? Some people called democracy a regime just now. No offense to the Kogi State governor. But that's what they spend the last 1 year doing. So do they really need the 6 or 5 months disparity? It means it's negligible.
Perhaps the issue Bukola is raising is that of the legality. What the laws say, what doctrine of necessity.
The truth is that if the National Assembly decides to take that decision, everybody will follow. It won't even be a case of the court. The National Assembly has the power.
Do you see that happening, given that a good number of those legislators...
Considering the National Assembly has become the retirement home of governors and they keep their cronies in power, kind of hard for that decision to be made.
So while the suggestion is valid, so that we don't expend resources, you know, unnecessarily, so to speak, because it's quite some resource that's been deployed this time around. During the general elections, we had presidential and National Assembly elections in those states, as well as state houses of assembly. Just the governorship, only the governorship elections did not hold. Yeah. So if we look at it in that light, how do you see it happening really?
Okay, looking at it from that angle, considering other elections have already occurred, then I do not see a reason why the gubernatorial cannot occur too, especially in the case of Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa. I'm not talking of where you have, I think, Ekiti and Edo. That is totally like Ondo also. That's totally like a year and a half difference, and Anambra too. But these ones that are within the 6 months parameter, I believe they can be pulled back just for a little. We spend already $1 billion on our general elections. And then looking at how much is spent, which I believe the amount which was given supplementary to INEC is in the tune of close to 300 billion.
Okay.
But is it impossible to take all of the states together? If we started with just 3 and left the remaining 4, we'll be back again to the same conversation.
No, but you know the way it works is that once you've pulled these 3, rein these 3 in initially, what will now happen is that you can now face the others and say, okay, hello, come back home, and then we can start to work on
Okay, Prof, if we were to say, agreeing without conceding that the opinion of the former president has been adopted, and the politicians, the governors are asking for some kind of compensation in order to give up their remaining terms. What would you propose?
No, it's not an issue. One, the House of Assembly, they don't serve their term. And therefore, they are likely to support it. Because
House of Assembly now or National Assembly?
Senate, even the National, the Senate, the Rep, they don't, it's only Obi that started it for the governors and the executive. So if you say, look, let everybody fall in line, they are not likely to resist it. But that's just one leg of it. Because actually it's a good idea, but the devil is in the details. We are just thinking now and throwing something on the table that it is doable. And the second issue is that no governor, this governor of the governor of the president party, the only governor in, is that Adamawa or the one close to Abuja, they nearly threw him out. Because once you come into a very opposing House of Rep in the state, normally they lose more than 1 year. That they will not be able to do anything reasonable. Because you are like Osun State, the State Assembly, as at the time Adeleke won, was predominantly APC. Now, he became the governor. It was like riding a mad kangaroo for him. So, those 6 months that you will say you will now rest, you will not have to be fighting, palliating them, begging them, fighting them. That's what they do until they are able to now have election where they will not be able to have their own house. So for those 2 reasons, we will not have a pushback. that we think. So, but we don't say this is the ultimate solution. The thing is that once we have identified it as a good idea, that we should think it through. I mean, it's mind over matter. Something else may come from somebody else that will say, this is it, but we should recognize it as a very nationalistic and very forward-looking suggestion.
Pardon me, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, that brings me to yet another point. Since it's going to be a legislative matter, even if it scales through the National Assembly, it's going to require 2/3 approval from the state assemblies. And we know the politics in that space. What do you envisage would happen at that level? It certainly would be a far cry from being a walk in the park.
No, nobody has got anything to lose. And it doesn't favor any party. It's not that this thing, let us look at it. APC is coming. They want to benefit from it. It will cut both ways.
I wish it was that simple.
No,
because
it's not going to be.
part of the permutation of civil society organizations for the local government autonomy was that a good number of the governors were not going to come back. And that would have given the members of the Houses of Assembly teeth to vote in favor of local government autonomy. But we are where we are.
You see, it's never, for democracy, it's a very sluggish system. Look at what the media and the civil society people did on this IRF thing and electoral digital transmission of result. It was resisted by Buhari for his own election. He's only signed it for this 2023 election. So we are not saying we are going to jump there. And that's the power that I said you have on this table. Once you focus attention on it and we start hitting at it, we will get there.
All right, let's begin the wind down now. We have just about 5 minutes to close this. So, Prof, let me begin with you again, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Lawal. How much Mr. Lawal was talking about politeracy, is that what you call it?
Yes, political literacy.
Political literacy. Because I've also been concerned about political education. How much of a political education would you think this process, this election, has been for the people?
Zero. You see, how can we leave political education to INEC?
I'm talking about the process. I'm not talking about voter education. I'm talking about the political education.
The process itself is evolving. I have a generic word for it. It's an evolving thing, but there are the missing links that we ought to really energize. The politicians, because election is a multi-stakeholder, and we are fixated on INEC. The security people, they carry one huge chunk of the blame. The political parties. So, because how do you expect a national election that is transparent and good when they cannot even do their own political party? Most of the cases that end up in the court and up to Supreme Court are their own wahala that they cannot fix within their own house. So they give us the trouble at the national level. Okay. So the political party, and he said they should find a way to start with them. They should, and then two, conscientizing. I've written something on it before that you people that has the power of the mic, the government should call you regularly to brief you, and you will now engage them rather than, you see, because you must know where they are going and you must guide them, because you are the repository of most of the anger from below. You listen to it every day.
I'm checking my phone now, Prof. No call is coming in yet from government. I'm checking my phone. There is no one ringing yet.
Yeah.
But while we're waiting for that call, Mr. Lawal, how much of a political education would you say this particular process has been for the people?
Well, for me, it's always been far below par. Political education is a total mess. And here are the reasons why I think so. Like I said earlier, as regards the primaries, the situation we have, most of our problems are pre-election matters, which means our problems happen before you even bring out your PVC. So here's even the biggest problem. Do we really think we have an election in Nigeria? And here's why. If you do not, Nigerians do not participate at the political party process. Just about 1.5% or 2% of Nigeria's entire voting population participates in party politics. That means that people are selected on your behalf. So in Nigeria, we don't have an election. You just get a selection. So from what then when these 18 political parties present who they want to us, we now start eeny, meeny, miny, mo, devil and the blue sea, and then we choose. That's not a democracy. So first thing, I haven't seen the political participation requisite for an average democracy in Nigeria. That's the first problem. The second is that we have too many intra-party issues which should not occur, from primaries to delegates to the list is endless. Third, the misdemeanor and total abandonment of the Electoral Act, from cases with finances spent by candidates. We totally do not. Why is the FCC talking about vote buying right now and really acting like they want? If they wanted to act, why didn't they start from the abuse of campaigns expenditure?
If we were to make an example with this election, for instance, about polliteracy or politeracy, if it would be the reverse, we've seen in Kogi State, for instance, where Yaga Africa raised an alarm about pre-filled result sheets. We've also seen, and by the way, reports to that from that local government say that elections did not hold in that local government or in that polling unit. I'm not sure about the entire local government. And in southern Niger, where there was also an incident, there are no reports yet about whether INEC conducted elections in that area. And Cynthia Mbab-Malu was telling us earlier on that it would be unfair to deny voters the opportunity to exercise their franchise over a situation that they have no control over. So if voters were to own this process, were to make a demand on their rights, how would they go about it if we were to use this electoral process as an example?
So first, as regards the stamps, politicians all over the world always will break the system. Whether it's US, it's UK, it's China, it is in the natural innate talent of a politician to break the bank to achieve the goal. Now, the job of INEC and the job of the electorate is to ensure that those loopholes are blocked to the barest minimum. The issues with, I believe that the rights of the electorate must be guaranteed, and INEC must conduct, and they did this during the federal elections. You could do their elections tomorrow or something, or on Monday and run that and get it over with. Or I don't think there's a need to postpone it till next week. I think since they have boots on ground, they can execute that next week. But like I said, we are not really part of the system. The reason political parties can do this is that in Nigeria, it is clearly stated that political parties commit heinous electoral crimes, and nobody has ever been held accountable for it.
And that's a big issue, no doubt. Something to give a lot more attention to in the coming days. Well, it's about 4 minutes to 7 now. We have to thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this conversation, all the while staying with us to get all kinds of backgrounds. And as Bukola said, making this discussion to take a life form of its own. Thank you so much, Mr. Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, the Electoral College. Thank you so much for your time and perspectives. As well as Professor Samuel Odebomi, Professor of Transportation and Logistics.
Thank you very much. So, on that note, the voters register, we have to read it. Then the media, they are need to work on the last mile logistics. That's their cheap. Then law reform on appointment of the managers of the election. People have been shouting. We should find a way that the INEC at both states and will not be appointed by president and governors. I think if we do that, I think we'll be wobbling and fumbling forward.
I wonder how long.
We just have to approach that with the point of view of possibility.
Absolutely. I wonder how long that'll take, actually. Well, that's our coverage so far, but it's not yet all done, as you have heard from our correspondents, our colleagues who are all over the place. The conversation around the collation centers are getting active anytime now, because all collation officers are going to the major collation center to get the final results, and then all of it will be announced. Until then, thank you so much for the privilege of being a part of your day. Our reporting continues. I'm Ayo Makinde.
And thank you so much for watching as well. Our coverage continues, and we'll be handing over shortly to our colleagues in Abuja. Thank you for watching again. I am Bukola Koka. Bye for now.
It's the early hours of the November 11, 2023 off-cycle governorship elections in Imo, Bayelsa and Kogi states. Early images from Lokoja, the Kogi state capital, show electoral officers getting set with their voting materials and heading out to the various polling units.
By the special grace of God, today's election is going to be perfect. Everything is going to be smooth as everyone is ready for today.
Voters in their numbers turn out to exercise their rights.
Everywhere is very calm, peaceful, and people are coming out and they are voting. We thought they would be voting apathy. People would not like to come out, but people, because of the security that is put in place, people came out and they are voting, and we have voted.
When they started the voting, they now said that if you know you are pregnant, your line should be different. Why female line should be different and male line should be different. That is why I voted first.
Election observers also speak on their early assessment of the exercise.
I got here 7 o'clock dot. When I got here, 10 minutes past 7, the INEC officials are here. When they got here, they set the canopy, then they placed the register for people to check their names.
The heavy presence of security have given voter confidence. Voter now feel safe. They feel safe with their lives and property, and now they've come out en masse to cast their ballot because they know they have security protection.
Outside the polling areas, security operatives set barricade against journalists, motorists and travelers entering Okene via Itakwe in Kogi Central. In Imo State, security operatives are also out ensuring compliance to the no movement order, except for persons on essential duties.
Who are they? Who are they? Come and check. See that one, they stop this one. Wait.
Meanwhile, voting at Amaimo Ward in Ikeduru local government area of Imo State did not start on schedule, but later got underway, according to our correspondent.
We've been here since about 8 a.m. and these women have been waiting for this election to start. Unfortunately, the election started pretty late, at about past 10, about 10:15. And of course, the process has begun. We're seeing accreditation going on, people seeing their names on the wall, and of course the voting has started. In fact, the PDP governorship candidate for the Imo State governorship election, Mr. Samayam, has also casted his vote at this place. Earlier, we did hear some gunshots in the area, and it was a little scared. But we asked him about it immediately after he voted, and he said that it was the security agents who were trying to ward off people who he described as thugs trying to scuttle the election process. But of course, there were a lot of issues he mentioned in this particular electoral process in Imo State. But for now, at Amimo Ward in Ikedu local government area of Imo State, the election has started, the women are on the queue, and everyone is getting ready for the process to be done. Are you excited about the elections?
While some electorates in Bayelsa State are out to also exercise their franchise as a check for their names on INEC register, some others choose to engage in buying and selling activities at the Tombia market in the heart of Yenagoa, the state capital, despite the no movement directive.
It's too early to call. We are still putting our ears to the ground as to what is happening in other polling units. But here, I'm very satisfied with the process, with the personnel that are handling the process. For concerns, yes, we have concerns about Nembe Basambri, where party members, most of whom have been excluded, our agents have been stopped from going into Nembe. And so that's a very serious concern. Our party has written an official letter to the chairman of INEC. And INEC has to take drastic actions to ensure that our people are allowed to go in there to vote. In any case, what we call for is a free, fair process where the beavers should be used, just as I have done here today. So let the accreditation be by the beavers in Nembe Basambri. So special attention has to be taken on Nembe Basambri because everything points to the fact that in Nembe Basambri, PDP members are chased out of their community. We escalated that report even to INEC. We escalated it to INEC. So we are happy that INEC took prompt action by letting the country know of what has happened in Bayelsa. And you know it's not only that. We had issues in southern Niger where we had a boat that capsized. So there were two major issues yesterday. The Sagbama Ward 6, where some criminals came and eloped with those materials. And INEC is promptly taking action. So I'd like to appreciate INEC on that. Again, for the boat that capsized, they have already alerted us, so we're also aware, and they are taking actions on that. I think those were the only two incidents that we recorded from yesterday to today.
The three states that have elections today, Bayelsa State, Imo State, and Kogi State, and which all these states successful elections, peaceful conduct of elections. But basically, because this is an off-season election, and I get worried about the issue of off-season elections. And I will use this unique opportunity to plead with the National Assembly that we need to block this off-season election. It's very odd. It's not a global best practice. A country can can elect their people at different times, like America or some countries. They do not elect everybody at the same time. But any time they go on to conduct the election, they elect everybody that's supposed to be elected. If we continue with this trend of off-season elections, based on the interpretation of our laws by the judicial officer, it will come to a time that the presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season. Probably that's the time that all of you media people and others should be worried. Look at the American system. Everybody knows when the American elections will be conducted. That's standard practice in other countries. When I say presidential election in Nigeria may be off-season one day, some people may say, why, how? It almost happened in 2007 that contested as a running mate to meet President Yaradua. You know that election, the 7 justices that presided over the case, 3 of them, in their own judgment that the election be annulled, 4 of them sustained the election. And that is why we stayed. If one has crossed over, by now the presidential election in Nigeria will have been off-season election. And it is not the best for a country. And there's easy things to do to make sure that other states, now we have 7 states that are off-season. We need to stop there. And where possible, these 7 states too can be migrated back to fall in line with the other states. And the National Assembly can do that. That is my message for the National Assembly, my message for Nigerians today. On the other hand, I wish the election successful. I've been monitoring what is happening in Bayelsa State. I almost ask people across the local governments. And for now, no major things that we will get worried, apart from the part of Nembe local government, the Basambri part of Nembe local government that have been in conflict for quite some time before the election. Apart from that, I think the elections are going on well, but we cannot conclude until at the end of the voting period.
to our continuing coverage of the Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo off-season, off-cycle elections. So, yes, we're coming to you live from our studios in Abuja. I'm Chamberlain.
Good evening indeed. It's a real pleasure to be here, Chamberlain. We didn't think we'd be here so soon, did we? It was just about a few months ago that we were here in the studio doing Verdict 2023, or is it 2023 Verdict? Well, hey, we're back again, and this time around it's just 3 states, but they're still very important states, and we certainly will be giving you a breakdown tonight of how voting has gone on in those states. Welcome, I'm Maupe Ogun Yusuf.
And I'm Sean Okimbalo. I mean, Mark said it. It looks like deja vu, isn't it? That we are here again, sitting in these very chairs, and these chairs should have their own medals, for they've done a good work in carrying us for these elections.
They have indeed.
I mean, someone will imagine, why are you taking these elections so important? Well, they say elections are the festival of democracy. That is what it should be. When people are able to celebrate their democracy, celebrate and come out and elect those who will govern them. But here we are today. I hope that kind of festival is the kind of festival that we are hoping for. Well, without having to use hope, because one of the candidates in one of the states. But here we are today, hoping that the results will come in. He'll
definitely be happy. He will be if it comes his way, of course.
You can't run away from that word now, can you? Hope. I mean, because that's about that's one thing that human beings always hang on to. When all is lost, when it looks like all is lost and you're about to sink to despair, you hold on to that name. And guess what?
Yeah.
Even the APC in the last elections, what was it?
Renewed hope. Up to now, they still have the agenda.
Renewed hope.
Intangible, but very expensive to sell.
Oh, yes, indeed. But, you know, focus on security agencies, the commission themselves, and, of course, the people in terms of the percentage of turnout in this. Of course, we all know the way the people felt after the last elections. And so coming into this one, it was mixed for lots of people. But I guess the comments that came through from the IGP, the NSA, Chief of Defense Staff, the Army, they all perhaps will be looking to see, because many say, look, we hope they put their money where their mouth is. Again, the word hope.
Yeah. They saw the hope anyways, and the promise. The promises were very loud and very blatant. And we do hope that those promises are anything to come to write home about, because in the end, the means should justify the end at the end of the day, because it's not enough to make those promises, because those promises comes a lot of money. Those promises, when they say that elections must be free and fair, is not for cheap, because they will put people, they put boots on the ground, they put a lot of trucks on the ground to make sure that security is watertight. But then, is it for real? I mean, INEC will boast and say, we will spend such an amount of billions of naira to execute this election, but do we have a justification for all these monies that are being spent? These are the issues.
Last minute, INEC did issue a statement, and one of the things that we could underline on that statement is the fact that INEC also says it's a multi-stakeholder election. So, I mean, to make an election truly happen, all of the stakeholders involved in an electoral process must play their part. And we do know that a number of CSOs have been monitoring, observing, in spite of the obstacles that a number of them have faced. This is all, not just CSOs now. I mean, let's even talk about journalists who have been on the ground. Yes, we have had our reporters, and shortly we'll be hearing from them. But we also know that during the course of the day, we have also heard from civil society organizations who have also been monitoring the process on the ground in both, beg your pardon, both doesn't work here now, in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo states. Just before this program, this particular segment opened, you heard there from former President Goodluck Jonathan, who is now heading Elders Council, always trying to keep the peace and making sure that everything, the process goes as planned. But I think we're supposed to be hearing from the CSOs about now.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. So we might also just go ahead and listen to their perspective about this off-cycle elections.
We call on INEC to suspend the elections in polling units
local government areas with reported incidents of pre-filled local government area and pre-filled result sheets in those local governments. So for those local governments or those locations where result sheets were already pre-filled, we believe and we call on INEC to suspend elections in those locations because that is an indication of fraud. The Commission should also arrest, investigate, and prosecute the individuals responsible for this electoral offense. Number 2, Yaga Africa calls on INEC to extend the voting time, especially in Imo and Bayelsa states, where the voting commenced late, to ensure that voters have equitable opportunity to vote. Number 3, Yaga Africa calls on INEC to provide an update on when voters in locations where elections are yet to commence will vote, especially the polling units affected by the late arrival of polling officials or materials in locations where this happened, especially where this was done due to the vote mishap, like in southern Ijo. In the location where the SPO was abducted, there were reports that some materials were also carted away with. So polling units affected within those locations should also, in Savannah, LGA, should also have their elections, the dates informed to us. And in locations where result sheets were pre-filled before voting. And we've called for a suspension of elections in those locations. We also need the time for when the voters in those locations would vote, because it's not their fault those incidents happen, and it would be unfair to deny them their right to vote.
So that's Cynthia Mbamalu, Program Director for Yaga Africa. So some observations there, because yes, indeed, they were all out there. And these perspectives that they're bringing in, because the provisions stipulated in the Electoral Act, big question marks now about all of this. So will INEC, how will they even proceed with this course now?
But, you know, two fundamental things that Yaga Africa in that I can take out of that statement, part of the statement that Cynthia was reading out earlier, suspension of election in those areas where there were perceived or alleged pre-filled election results, and also extension of voting time in those areas where they have logistics problems and where those areas where they had initial hitches and challenges. And don't forget also that INEC had some kind of bad news yesterday night in Bayelsa, where a boat capsized in taking materials to southern Ijo, and they said 5,311 votes are up for grabs in that area. That also will be something that they need to contend with, how they will be able to get enough results for almost 5,300 resource sheet to be able to get that done in that area. Hopefully they'll be able to get their act together and get that election in that area sorted out. There was a kidnapped official of INEC also in Bayelsa State. There was a few issues that we've seen around the area. These are the observation and issues that Yaga Africa is bringing out of this. And I think it's very pertinent, and how INEC is able to react to this, because one, it will cost some money, it will come some strategy, some logistic issue will come into play, and operational issues are also in contention here.
Yeah, so the thing about that is we know that the narratives from INEC over the week is that wherever there's any sort of violence, that they'll cancel those results. But we don't know if that would be the stance that they would take now, because we also did hear, I mean, speaking to some CSOs earlier in the day, they did say that this time INEC appeared to have responded earlier than usual compared to the last election that they've held. So whether or not, or I'm not sure they responded to all of these incidences directly. So now, how quick will they come up with all of this?
There was some, they were better compared to 2023. So when the incident happened last night in Bayelsa.
Compared to 2023, we're still in 2023.
Yeah, so I mean,
it looks so far away.
It looks like we're out of 2023 already.
We're still in 2023.
This election is just like former President Jonathan said, we need to block out all these off-cycle elections, because he raised the fear that if you're not careful, the general elections, the presidential election might be an off-cycle election too. I mean, so in the last election, you know, one of the major flaws that we as journalists and observers had raised about INEC is the lag, is their inability to respond to incidents that have happened. Major ones are that. So the accident yesterday, we saw their response. It came in yesterday night. So today also, on the INEC platform, when the issues were raised, and I think Samson Itodo was one of those who tweeted it, and they immediately tweeted to say, we do not have the full information as to the pre-filled result, but INEC is investigating it and they will react. Whether they are doing anything, but reacting to it also is the fact that it's an improvement on what happened in the general election.
Which is notable. But there was also the incident in Okota in Imo State, where they said some persons came with bikes, snatched
the results
some sheets there. So what's going on with that one? Then there was another case in Bayelsa, where the CP there, the police commissioner, did say there was a certain INEC official who their instruction was, do not move without police cover. So they said that that individual moved without police cover, and so they were kidnapped. Now, I did see some story, still trying to see if that's the case, that one of them also had been released thereabout, something like that. But those are scenarios that are all out there, where we say, look, maybe we'll need to check with our team if all the response has come through from INEC about all those cases, because if the CSOs are asking to allow certain persons vote, because the Electoral Act will tell you, yes, if there's violence, you cancel it. But what about, when results, when materials don't come in early, INEC is allowed to ensure that you provide those facilities and then elections can continue the day after, so to speak, or whenever they decide to fix it.
Or extend the time
when there's violence, what does the Electoral Act say?
Well, INEC has, thankfully we have a guest here in our studios, but it would seem that every single time you cannot just see a new method that will be introduced by politicians. Because, just when you think that, oh, this happened the last time, this is how we're going to combat it this time around. This happened the last time, this is how we think we're going to mitigate it so that it doesn't repeat itself. Another thing happens. Another thing which you cannot, pre-filled result sheets? We thought we were past that.
Yeah, and especially when the confidence of the people tanked. You thought, okay, maybe, just maybe, every modicum of decency might be found in some of these people, and they'll just respect the wishes of the people and allow things to play out naturally, especially when hierarchy of security has said, listen, whoever you think you are, if you want to foment trouble, perish the thought. And then you still have pre-filled details.
But again, Malcolm, look, in every processes of humankind, there are possibility of the criminal minds of the human being. So the vigilance of the citizen in a democratic process is very, very important. And look, and I applaud those who raise alarm as to, if you're not educated enough as a voter, you wouldn't know your right, you wouldn't know what is wrong or what is right. So if you allow anybody, because what would have happened, Mark and Chamberlain, would have been that people would have queued up from 8:30 a.m. in the morning and finished voting at 2:30 with the illusion that they were voting. And at the end of the day, the result sheet had been filled in the comfort of someone's AC cooling room. And at the end of the day, that is the result, that a fake result would have. It's someone who flagged it and said, look, we want to see, because there are procedures to the election. You will show everyone the empty, in fact, how you are disintegrating the result and the materials. And you will have to show to everyone that the ballot boxes are empty, the ballot papers are not tampered with, the result sheet are not tampered with. All of these are supposed to be shown by the ad hoc officials, part of their training. It's at this point that some people discover that this is happening. And kudos to the citizens and voters who raised alarm and saw this. This is the kind of vigilance in our democracy. Look, if we're not vigilant, people will steal this democracy away. They will take it away from us, and we will slip away, and every bad thing will happen.
And that's why, yes, as humans, they can be discouraged. It can be discouraging after you put in all the efforts, all the resources, and then at the end of the day, the commission, you just see huge gaps, which you actually do think can be addressed, whichever way you look at it. So we still have some CSOs. Dr. Jack Jackson is of the CDD. they also have this perspective on these elections.
Regrettably, electoral violence has remained a sore point in this election. Electoral violence was reported in the Kini local government area, specifically in Agala Ogene PU, Ayin Batao. A thug was reportedly shot and killed by military officials while fleeing in an attempt to snatch a ballot box. There was also a similar attempt in Ganaja PU, Ajeokuta local government, where the LGA chair was apprehended by voters. In Yenigua local government area, observers reported that one person was shot at Fanbay community, and in polling unit 24, voting ended abruptly when thugs destroyed election materials at about 11:45 a.m. We note that in these areas, polling units, there was a little to no presence of security officials. Similarly, similar instances were reported in Brass polling unit 717. Observers reported that there were no security agents as late as 10:19 a.m., despite voting having started. Similarly, in polling unit 9 Ward 4, security officials only arrived at 11:10 a.m. An incident was reported in Imo in polling unit 1 Aladima Ward, Uwere Municipal Local Government, where a former House of Rep member was reportedly making trouble in the area, leading to arguments with other party agents.
Okay, Dr. Jack Jackson is a member of CDD's Election Analysis Center, so equally pointed out some observation about logistic challenges, election officials arriving at 10:19. Wow, that's way beyond the time there. So that's why they think, look, so what happens in that case? I think that's part of the areas that we spoke about, what the Electoral Act does allow. But as we have seen time and again in this climb here, is that even though it's clearly stipulated what needs to be done, the agencies have also got to perhaps underscore what needs to be done, give direction. That's why they're bringing it up. If it was that straightforward, if every machinery will kick in naturally, I'm not sure they'll bring that up here. But election violence and then officials arriving late, issues again that popped up in some states in this election.
One person shot? Did I hear that? Man, this is not war, is it? I mean, when you imagine that all of these arms and ammunition were said to have been mopped up by the police.
Yeah, that's a huge expectation.
I hope it's not a proper gun that was shot. Maybe, I hope it's something that was shot anyways. I just hope not.
But I have to turn and look at you.
I just hope not.
You know, what else would they be reported as a gunshot?
I just hope not. Because I'm just imagining.
Not that political gunshot that some governors speak about. But this one, I mean, you heard Senator Anyang also speak about what he heard. But unfortunately, too, we've seen images from Kogi particularly about some unfortunate incidents, some who were not fortunate to escape the bullets. And then there were images, too, of some, it's still been investigated. They said they were well-kitted fake policemen in Kogi as well. So those images are all there circulating in terms of what could have happened. So yes, security agencies rounded them up. And so there are questions about all of that. So that's why you hear people like Senator Dino Melaye speaking strongly about what he thinks should happen. But again, if you look at the big picture, when I hope I'm not getting ahead of myself, when you eventually get to hear at the courts, they'll tell you, they talk about substantial compliance. So if these incidents, as serious as they are, because if lives are involved and they die, it's a very serious matter. But eventually, substantial compliance will kick in if it gets to the courts.
It's indeed was on that chair very close to you yesterday when one of the guests on the program was talking about Kogi State and how much of attention we need to put in that state. It was a former commissioner of police who had been in Kogi State on duty in Kogi State, and he said, look, for several years there are quiet terrorist cells in Kogi State, and usually during elections they rear their heads. And that the security, if he had the opportunity to make any call, he would have shut down the state in terms of security to really do a proper search of that state before the election. He was warning yesterday about the potentials of violence and the kind of small arms and ammunition that could be embedded in that state. And hopefully we get a fuller report of what really transpired. A lot of the reports we got from Ogori Magongo local government area in Kogi State, the reports that we got from the Eastern Senatorial District of Kogi State, and not the kind of stories that we should be hearing on an election day. And I'm hoping that the INEC will be able to react to these and move on some of these issues that have been raised, violence in some of these areas. I mean, one is glad that in a lot of places, election went peacefully, but in the areas where things didn't go well, we need to make sure that these things are corrected. And I dare say, Malcolm Chamberlain, that look, INEC engage people. They engage ad hoc officials, some of whom are just young school leavers who are serving the compulsory 1-year NYC in those states, in the respective duty states. So in that sense, these are not full INEC staff. If they are compromised, they are Nigerians. So if the blames usually go to INEC, I mean, yes, because vicariously, INEC employ these people, INEC engage them, but if there's anything that we need to also introspect as a people, is the fact that these people are Nigerians. Are they patriotic to be swayed or to be bought over by politicians who ask them to fulfill results and filling results that have been fulfilled? These are some of the things that we need to search our
So is it that nothing can be done about those ad hoc staffs after the elections are over? Yes, they may be ad hoc staff.
They can be prosecuted.
Okay, so...
There was an oath of neutrality that they have sworn, the oath to duty that is sworn, they can be prosecuted. These are crimes. These are not just misdemeanor. These are proper crimes that are being committed.
So they shouldn't give us the impression then as though that's a big loophole and that nothing can be done about such people. So if they can be called to question, well, again, I think the question will then be the logistics of bringing all of them back for questioning. So those are huge issues that we need to determine going forward.
Well, we're speaking to security, which you had raised, and what one of our guests has said, you know, locking down Kogi State and, you know, doing, will I say, sweep of sorts. Yeah. The police did release a statement on the 7th of November this year, talking about the joint security operation they were having in Ayingba local government. Don't forget that there was an attack on I'm going to read a bit of it now. Based on a series of credible intels on the repeated recurring incidences of violence in Kogi East Senatorial District, which recently led to an attack on a police team, disarming and snatching of one AK-47 rifle from one policeman, a joint special operation involving Nigeria Police, Department of State Security, and Nigeria Civil Defense Corps was carried out on buildings where political thugs are being housed by political parties. During the cordon and search operation, the team, even after identifying themselves, came under serious gunfire, and in response, 3 of the political thugs were gunned down and 2 AK-47 rifles recovered. To this end, the raids on suspected criminal thugs' hideouts will be sustained to deny them safe haven to operate. The ongoing operation will be sustained until after the elections. That was a statement released by the Nigeria Police. It was signed by William Ovie Aya, who is a police public relations officer in Kogi State. So they did have signals that, you know, violence could happen. And it was something I was, you know, it was seen before time. There was a very strong premonition. There was evidence to it. What concrete steps they took beyond the amount of policemen that they deployed. And don't forget, in these elections, we always hear about massive deployment of security agents.
In thousands.
In their thousands. And that's why when you hear from CDD talking about how there was no security official around 10:19 a.m., and even in places where security was breached, you have to ask questions as to what precisely were the plans. When a police officer or, you know, police boss says, oh, we told them not to leave without police cover, is it that you did not provide the police cover for them and you expected them to wait until police cover came? Or precisely, you know, when especially you know that time is also of the essence in an election. there are very big questions as to how security have conducted themselves in this particular polls. And yes, as INEC continues to emphasize, you know, multi-stakeholder elections, there needs to be consequences. We can't keep talking every single time, you know, all of the time, as if, you know, we were people without solutions. We need to match our complaints with solutions, and solutions must also be matched with sincerity. Whether we've seen that in this polls now is something that we're going to be analyzing tonight, and how that has affected the outcome. And I know that, you know, a lot of the CSOs are always very big on process, because if you get the process right, the results will speak for themselves.
Absolutely.
But when the process is messed up, when it is that we don't follow the process, as you just spoke to the fact that, you know, citizens were vigilant, they asked to see precisely, you know, the fact that when INEC officials come to a polling station, this is what they must do. You must show the citizens the ballot papers, they've not been tampered with, the results sheets, they've not been tampered with, the ballot boxes, they're empty. All of this is not just ceremony.
It's a whole gamut.
It's a whole gamut of process to ensure the transparency of the entire electoral process. And when we also have extraneous materials, when we have extraneous factors, such as insecurity, then we also need to know that the police also have a process. But hey, I'm not the analyst here. So let's get to our correspondent, Dobra, who is on standby in Bayelsa, for her to give us an update of what precisely has happened in Bayelsa. Dobra, over to you.
That the abducted SPO has been released. Now, INEC issued a statement earlier on that she has been released and she's doing fine. Also, INEC has just announced that collation here at the State Collation Center will begin by 9 p.m. So basically, at the INEC State Collation Center, it's just a waiting game. Now, apart from this collection center, what is going on in other areas is that at the polling units, everything has been concluded. In some local government areas, collation is now ongoing at the ward level. Now, for other local government areas, such as Kolokoma, Pokoma local government, collation is going on at the local government level. Now, when that process is concluded, that is when everybody will come to the State Collation Center and INEC would start, you know, informing us of the results of the day.
Dobra, I mean, good job, you and the team on the ground. And the good news about the SPO that has been released. So the information released by INEC about the incident of yesterday are in two parts. The boat accident, the one that capsized, involving the materials going to southern Niger, and of course this other one that you mentioned where the SPO was abducted. Thank God that she has been released now. But what information do we have as to that 5,311 PVC collected in that area? Has INEC given any further information as to how they want to go?
INEC has actually been silent about it regarding the updates concerning that boat mishap and the people when it has to do with the voting. But there's something that was observed during the electoral process today, and that is the fact that unlike other election cycles where by this time you would hear from different local government areas, up until the ward level, you hear that they haven't gotten materials, they had delayed voting processes, and even at this time, you have staggered voting process where you cannot say completely that for the entire state that voting has ended. This particular election is different because such reports have not come out from any local government area. INEC improved a bit as the officials were there a bit early. And for most of the polling units we visited, we observed that even before 2:30 p.m., voting had ended and they were actually just waiting to see if there will be any, last-minute voters. Counting started, collation started. So the ambience around the election at this time seem calm. People are still monitoring the process. We've had reported cases of violence that has not been confirmed. And we know, especially with Bayelsa State, during the electoral process, on both sides of the divide, there's accusations and counter-accusations of violence. But until we confirm it, we cannot give life to it to say those incidents actually occurred. But from everywhere we visited, from Ogbia local government, Emeya, Otosega, Otweke, Imiringi, Elebele, down to Tombia, down to Agbarai Petiama, down to Amasoma in southern Ijaw local government, we noticed that the environment was calm. People were moving. There was no tense, condition in the air. I don't know if you remember, in 2016, I went to Amasoma to cover the governorship election, and there was so much violence. I remember I was pregnant and I was running with my tummy. So, as I was going today, I was looking out. Are we going to have a repeat of such an incident? But no, it was calm. People were actually voting. People stayed back to monitor the process. So across the divide in Bayelsa State, there has been marked improvement in the voting process.
Well, that's very good to note, Dobra. I'm glad that this time around, someone just mentioned PTSD here, and, and I'm so sorry. The fact that, our elections have now turned into something that we all always have to look out for our safety. And thank God that you're safe, and this time around the environment was more conducive. But how would you describe citizen participation today? How would you describe voter turnout? Would you say that it was impressive? Did people turn out in their numbers? Or would you say that it was lower than you had seen in previous polls?
Now, comparing voter turnout with the presidential election, no, this wasn't impressive. During the presidential election, voter turnout was actually very impressive. For this election, it was mid. You cannot qualify it to be low, but it wasn't overtly, impressive to say people came out in their numbers. Now, few days to the election, there was this, uncertainty regarding the peaceful processes for the election. There were people that were saying, okay, it should be violence-free. There were people that said, you know what, I don't want to go there to confirm if it will be violence-free or if violence will be experienced. And I think that was a major factor in people not actually coming out in their numbers to vote. I remember at a particular polling unit we visited, the number of registered voters for that polling unit was 125. And as at the time we visited the polling unit, over 100 people have already voted. Now, we also went to another polling unit where they had over 400 registered voters. And at the time, past two, they've not recorded up to 150 voters. Now, if you look at that, you really cannot say voter turnout was impressive.
So it certainly was mixed. Well, would like to see, you've already told us that collation is going to start at 9 p.m. and that is currently going on at the ward level. And I think we'll come to that shortly. But is it possible for your cameraman to give us a view of the collation center and what it currently looks like? You've told us that collation is going to start at 9 p.m.
Okay, so at the collation center right now, the seats are empty. The head of voter education, Mr. Wilfred Ufoga, came and announced that collation for the results they've gotten and to begin the process will begin by 9 p.m. Over there, we have the tech team for INEC. They're just seated down. It's actually a waiting game. Now, the seats that with the seats that are tagged with political parties, nobody is here yet, as everybody is monitoring the process. Now, with Bayelsa State, you would observe that it is after the actual voting. That is when you now start hearing stories of somebody has swallowed the paper or before they came to the State Collation Center, something happened, or they got into the water. So when it comes to Bayelsa elections, it's really not about just leaving the process at the local government level and coming to the State Collation Center to wait. People are midwifing the process, monitoring these results to ensure that the votes at the polling unit is what eventually is reflected at the State Collation Center. So right now, the hall is empty.
All right. It's good to know some of your observation, Dobra, but I mean, for someone who has also covered the election in that area, inconclusive election has been synonymous to Bayelsa elections. It's not, though, that Bayelsa elections suffered only the state has suffered that kind of fate. But then we've seen election declared inconclusive in Bayelsa State, and it was almost notorious for a very difficult conduct of exercise. But give us an understanding, because when we camp at the INEC office like this, you can almost predict how many local government areas where your results have arrived physically on the ground. Because usually for 8 local government in Bayelsa State, if they have up to 5 local government, they might start the announcement. But on the IRF portal, 75.27%, as of the last time I checked, are the results that are being uploaded on the IRF portal. But how many vehicles do you think is on the outside of that building where you are at? You said it will start at 9.
Now, at this point when I'm speaking to you, I can confirm to you that INEC does not have any of the local government results that has come in. In fact, people waiting, they have the opinion that when INEC begins by 9 p.m., they may just announce, the official commencement of the process and may now say, okay, we're postponing it until tomorrow, except if this particular election cycle is different. And I think the local government that may get here first may be Kolokoma or Bokomo, and that's for certain reasons. The numbers aren't very high there. It's motorable, so they can get here. And you'd agree with me that when it has to do with the collation of results in Bayelsa State, the local governments that make people to really wait, Southern Ijaw, Brass, Nembe. Now, Nembe is motorable, so we believe that the excuse of boats wouldn't come up this time, so their results should get to Yenegwa, the State Collation Center, early. We're expecting from Ikeremo. We're also expecting from Sagbama. Now, we're looking at the permutations based on previous election cycles, and we believe that if INEC is actually up to their game, this process should be concluded, say midday tomorrow. But if it follows the pattern that Bayelsa collation has always followed, it may get late till tomorrow. So fingers crossed, we're watching the process.
All right, Dobra, Timmy Woods, we do thank you very much. Just be on cue for us. We'll get back to you sooner rather than later, because we're all keeping watch with that center, especially when collation is set to begin by 9 p.m. tonight. So thank you once again, Dobra.
And we are here.
Yes, we are.
We are here. We're keeping our eyes on the result.
On the ball, because, I mean, just see how things move so quick. I mean, yes, you checked and it was 75, and then again 77.05%. So, and it turns out, I think analysts will shed light on this one. I think it's just Kolokoma Pokoma which has that stamp completed on IREV in terms of, if you look at the results there, but you heard Dobra, so how these things work are the things that we'll get to hear as we proceed. But that's not the only reaction we're getting tonight, because prominent Ijaw leader, Pa Edwin Clark, is calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to investigate the source of multiple results flying around in the off-cycle elections in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa State. He says the election officers at INEC is giving them the sole opportunity to redeem themselves and restore public confidence in its ability to conduct credible elections in a nation that urgently needs to get things right democratically. He was speaking to journalists here. Have a listen.
This is an election where we to give the INEC the opportunity to redeem itself. But what we are hearing of discovering result sheets, completed result sheets with names of voters and so on, is very unfortunate. And INEC should investigate and make a public statement on this issue. Otherwise, they will be condemned as we did in the last general election. But I still believe that the election will be free and fair to a greater extent. I'm happy to watch the elections going on in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi. I think INEC to redeem its image. What happened in the last general election was very disappointing. Because if you say that you are going to use technology, you must use them because you provide it in your guidelines, in the electoral law. So, I think INEC should redeem its image because without an effective, honest INEC, we're in trouble. Then democracy will not work in this country.
All right, so let's get down to it. We've got two persons here with us to shed light on what we've seen so far, using that advisedly, because, I mean, when they start uploading, you get to IRF, that's a defining moment for not just the environment, but even the participants themselves. So on my immediate right, Samson Itodo, Executive Director, Yaga, also an analyst, and as well as beside him, Jide Ojo, political analyst. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for coming on today.
Thanks for having us.
We nearly took over your jobs, but
we have to pinch ourselves.
You're one of us.
Eternal vigilance, isn't it? So we're back here now. The process so far. So I know there's been statements from Yaga. You've also been watching developments. Never mind his attire. So he's been keeping tabs, keeping an eye.
I might be looking like a politician.
What about my attire?
We know on a Saturday. We know what this attire can do on a Saturday. The places you find them. Or something. So from what Yaga has put out, in fact, from what you've seen out there. So give us your perspective, a broad perspective of what's going on.
I think it's clear from our statements that going into the elections, there were 3 tests. The first test was logistics management and whether INEC on its part was going to improve on the deployment of election materials as well as deployment of personnel. And down to this point, it appears that compared to previous elections, especially the general elections, there's a marked improvement in the deployment of election materials, especially in Kogi. In Imo, we witnessed low commencement or late commencement in fewer polling units, but as at 10 a.m., in about 80% of polling units where elections were expected to hold, had commenced voting. So down to this point, and this point where we are, it's from accreditation down to the collation of the results at the ward level. We seem to have managed the logistics well. There were issues with some of the logistics, things like late deployment, late commencement in some, but at least compared to where we're coming from, it's a marked improvement. The second test is the transparency test. And transparency connotes openness, and whether these institutions, especially INEC, was going to be transparent with the people. To an extent, when it comes to the responsiveness, and as the 3 of you have noted in your remark,
Yes, INEC was responsive to some of the issues that were raised. When the issue about pre-filled result sheets, was escalated, INEC responded to say they're investigating. We're still awaiting the outcome of the investigation because the process is actually far gone. But then we are now in the collation process. And some of the reports that our collation observers, have reported is that in some collation centers, in some local governments, the INEC officials and the security agencies have prevented observers, from accessing the local government and also the local government collation centers, and that they have instructions not to allow observers go into those collation centers. In one particular local government in Imo, to be specific, the collation center observer was in the collation center, but he was asked to leave the collation center under the instruction of the INEC official who was there. And that's actually disturbing for this entire process. So when we think about transparency, it's quite premature to assess whether INEC has fulfilled that test. The third test is the integrity test. And this is where we are. And it's this management of the collation process. And what is really key for